The boy has the wings of a dragonfly, but he wrapped his body in bandages, and for that, he stayed away from his old buddies. He doesn't even let his school belle girlfriend get close to him, just because he killed a dragonfly 17 years ago, and the dragonfly suddenly turned into powder and he inhaled it. The next day he grew these wings. Since then, whenever anyone touches him, he would feel a sharp pain in his back. Even in the summer he had to cover himself with a heavy trench coat. He was afraid of being called a monster and being taken away for scientific research. But the hardest thing for him is that he'll always be alone. This pain is no less than death. Until the school belle came to his house and she saw what was on Xiao-san's mind. She said she could be Xiao-san's support. Yeah, maybe Meishi can be my support. But Xiao-san really couldn't tell her the secret. Xiao-san decided to take her to see a movie, but he didn't notice a dark shadow appearing behind him. Meishi went to the restroom before the movie started. Xiao-san was thinking alone. If she saw he had wings, she will probably treat him the same as always. Suddenly all the lights in the room went out. The ticket taker pushed open the door of the room and yelled for the crowd to evacuate quickly. Now there is a... He hasn't finished speaking yet. A huge claw ruthlessly tore his body apart. Everyone was scared and ran away, and the man ignored the others. He flew straight towards Xiao-san. He shouted, "The fascinating taste." Xiao-san avoided the monster attack with great difficulty, sitting paralyzed on the floor looking at that man. The man's body was like a praying mantis, and he was treating Xiao-san like food. Just then, a baseball bat suddenly hit the monster. Meishi was trembling and told Xiao-san to run. However, this behavior also completely enraged the monster. He lunged at Meishi, threw her out of a 30-story building. The violent noise attracted pedestrians from below. Xiao-san wants to save her, but when he saw the crowd downstairs, he backed off. However, Meishi's tears broke down his last mental defense. No matter if this will expose himself. At this moment, he just wants to save Meishi, because she promised that she'd always be there for him. Xiao-san vibrated his wings with all his strength, and Meishi was stunned by the wings behind him. With that, he carried Meishi in his arms and flew off into the distance. This scene happened to be seen by the mysterious girl down below. She dialed a phone number and was asked to bring back Xiao-san. A month later, Meishi finally woke up from the hospital bed. But when Xiao-san went to visit her, Meishi shouted, "Don't come here, you monster. Tell him never to come to her again." Xiao-san was stunned. This was not the result he wanted. Ever since that happened, although people only took pictures of his back, but he was still recognized by his classmates and he began to be isolated and bullied. Even so, he always believed that Meishi would be on his side, but now he's lost everything. He came to the rooftop, ready to end his miserable life. However, his body's instinct made him fly up while falling. He began to hate the wings more and more. Even death cannot be chosen by himself. Just then, a young girl suddenly appeared in front of him, and she's standing vertically on the glass of the building. The young girl took off her hat, revealing a pair of long tentacles. "You want to know how to get back to normal? Then follow me to a place. When you get there, you'll no longer be alone." Xiao-san thought for a while and then decided to go to that place with the girl. The young girl led him to a tunnel and pressed the button next to it. With the opening of the hidden door, a brand new world appeared in front of Xiao-san. It's like a jungle in front of him, and there are many insect people like him. Compared with his shock, Xiao-san wanted to know how to become human quickly. The young girl led him to Professor Mataachuan here. The professor explained to him that this is an insect school. The insect people you see are all caused by the use of an insecticide called jungle juice. They inhaled a powder mixed with insect DNA, so their bodies show the characteristics of insects. Over the years, the company that produced that insecticide has never been found. Only a mysterious man built this school here to keep all the insect people under protection. And the way to turn back into a human is this antidote he's holding in his hand, Cinderella. But because the antidote is so difficult to make, so to get the antidote you have to attend this school and graduate at the top of the class. Looking at the girl in the video who turned back into human, he chose to join here and became Professor Ma's student. However, when he just came to the classroom and prepared to select courses, a voice came from the radio, "Course selection begins." In the blink of an eye, the students broke out of the window. Just as he stood at the window not knowing what to do, suddenly a Shota appears behind him. He took Xiao-san out of the classroom and introduced him to the rules of course selection. If you want to successfully select courses, you must find the professor hidden in the jungle. Get the flash drive from him, but there are only 16 of them. After heard this, Xiao-san took action separately with Shota. Then he shook his wings and flew into the air. Soon he found 16 flags. That should be where the 16 flash drives are. But at the same time he saw many of his classmates fighting each other. Xiao-san took advantage of his ability to fly and quickly flew to the target. He successfully got the last flash drive. However, just when he thought the course selection was over, his phone received a message, and he opened it and saw the information of the 16 people who got the flash drive, including him, was all displayed on it. Suddenly he felt a chill coming from his side. He crouched down in a hurry to avoid the attack of a burly man. Then many people came to attack him. Only then did he understand. To get the flash drive, he has become the target of everyone's hunting. He shook his wings to get away from the crowd. Just then he suddenly saw the little boy who had helped him. He quickly flew to the tree hole where the boy was and hid. Just as he was about to thank the boy, he was stabbed in the forehead by a poisonous sting that shot out of the boy's finger. Suchan's whole body was instantly paralyzed. The boy took the opportunity to grab the flash drive from him. Then he laughed at Suchan for being so naive. Everyone here is a competitor. Who would be stupid enough to help a competitor? Then the little boy flew out of the tree hole laughing. Suchan is trembling with anger. It was only now that he understand the purpose of the course selection was. He trembled as he pulled off the poisonous sting. The flash drive is his only hope of becoming human again. He chased after the little boy like crazy. At the critical moment, he accidentally triggered the dragonfly's biological instincts. Dragonflies are also known as the king of predators. Relying on powerful compound eyes, it can catch the extremely subtle movements of prey. And at the moment, Suchan had made the boy as his prey. He quickly caught up with the boy and threw a beautiful uppercut. Because a dragonfly never misses its prey, the flash drive also falls off. Just as he struggled to fly towards the flash drive, a big hand took the flash drive away. Then the man fled the place at great speed. Suchan wanted to go after that man, but he saw the bee-boy falling continuously. A fall from this height would kill him even if he were an insect. Although he is about to miss the last chance to get the flash drive, but Suchan still resolutely went to save the boy. After saving the boy, he continued to chase. However, the bee venom in his body began to take effect. He instantly lost his strength and fell down and passed out. When he opened his eyes again, he found an extraordinary old man standing in front of him. The old man told him the course selection would be over in 5 minutes. You've already failed. Suchan was completely devastated by what he heard. He tried to explain but was chided by the old man. In this school, being strong means being excellent. If you want to achieve a goal, you have to fight for it. After that he threw a garbage bag to Suchan and told him to drop the garbage. Suchan stood frozen in place. He thought, if I didn't save that boy, will I be successful in course selection? The next second he slammed his forehead. How could I have such thoughts? Suddenly he felt something in the garbage bag poke him. He opened it and saw that it was a flash drive. He remembered that the old man had told him that he had 5 minutes until the end of the course selection. With renewed hope, he flew desperately toward the classroom. Meanwhile, Suchan, who had already arrived at the classroom, received a text message from the old man. She didn't expect that the rigid and harsh Professor Chi would say such a thing. It made her more and more interested in Suchan. On the other side, Zayukan finally arrived at the classroom. He inserted the flash drive into the computer and quickly began selecting courses. After doing all this, he slumped feebly on the chair. But he had no time to rest. Because the computer prompted him to go to the major course classroom immediately, he quickly opened 58.com and bought a car. When he arrived at the classroom, the classmates immediately recognized him as the dragonfly boy from the movie theater incident. They all looked at him with admiration. At this time, a yellow-haired man pointed at Suchan and complained, "You spread your wings in front of so many people. In order to control public opinion, we are almost exhausted this month." Suchan then realized that the public opinion was calmed down so quickly because they were protecting him, despite the yellow-haired man's bad tone. But Suchan was deeply moved. The first time he felt the love of classmates. However, at that moment, a big hand suddenly pressed down on the yellow-haired man, slammed him down on the table. At the same time, a couple of teenagers with sticks came in from outside the classroom. The slicked-back head stared at Suchan jokingly and said, "You guys do me a favor and let me be the number one in the whole department. Hand over your student ID card. Only I can attend this class." Lin Xiu was furious after hearing this. "I will never hand over my student ID card." As he spoke, he rushed towards the red hair. "It's stupid of you to fly in a straight line." As he was speaking, the red hair body suddenly turned sideways. A baseball bat came down towards Lin Xiu's head. When Lin Xiu woke up, he found himself in the infirmary. Pioxison brought them here, but his student ID was taken away. Pioxison said with cold eyes, "Don't worry, student ID card can be reissued. I'm going to help everyone to get student ID cards reissued now. I'll be right back. You two stay here and get well." At this time, Shi Wixing next to him also woke up. Lin Xiu told him what had happened. "But don't worry, the department representative has gone to help us reissue our student ID cards." "Dumbass, you really believe him? If he's aiming for number one in the department, why did he stop all students from going to class? Let those who have the possibility of being the number one can't attending classes is enough. And with so many student ID cards, how can it be possible to reissue for them all in one day?" Lin Xiu also realized at this time that something was wrong. At the same time, at a lake outside the school, "You guys probably won't obediently return the student ID cards you robbed, right? Of course, have you ever seen a robber return something? Bitch, just as I expected. You will definitely come to get these student ID cards back. My purpose from the beginning was to get you here. The first place in the first semester of Practical Insect Combat Course Pioxison. But how could a few little rubbish possibly beat Pioxison? You idiots, you can't catch this woman on the ground. "Hey, department rep, I'm gonna throw it down." Pioxison was shocked and rushed over to grab student ID cards. The red hair turned sideways and kicked her into the water. Two sharp spikes from his back stabbed down at her without mercy. "Without you, the first place in the department would be mine. Killing you at school would have aroused suspicion. But if you fall in the water and die, no one will know." Just when Pioxison was about to lose consciousness, a green light suddenly fell from the sky and rushed into the lake. These minions didn't see what was going on. Pioxison finally got out of the water. Lin Xiu's angry voice came from the side. "Even if you really want to be number one in the department, but as a human being, you should know what you can and can't do. You're all rubbish. It turns out it's you, the flying insect. You're still alive after being beaten. Go to hell." But Lin Xiu dodged his attack with a tilt of his head backward. Lin Xiu can see his course of action. In Lin Xiu's eyes, red hair's movements are not very fast. "I can beat this kind of opponent. No, watch out." Only to see a spike stabbing towards Lin Xiu's neck from behind. Lin Xiu sensed the danger and quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Lin Xiu was very puzzled. He thought that he could defeat red hair. "Idiot, you're not even in the same level as him. And this location is not good for you." The insect inside him is an aquatic creature, the Curcaldia duralii. "If he catches us and drags us into the water, we'll be dead." Seeing that the two wanted to leave the lake, the red hair once again took out student ID cards to threaten them. "Everyone's student ID cards are with me. You can leave if you want to, you idiots. Despicable guy, bully the few with the many and only want to fight on your home turf. Go back. You don't need to get involved. They're targeting me. First place in the first semester. Maybe they'll return the student ID cards when they've accomplished their goal. You've been implicated by me from the beginning, so I don't need your help." "You can't say that. Didn't you say when you brought me to school that I would no longer be alone? As you said, I'm not actually here alone." He had just finished speaking. Chi Wixing appeared right behind the minions. "I've come to get my student ID card back." "Sons of bitches, you've recovered so quickly." He originally planned to deal with the department rep first and then deal with Chi Wixing. While he was distracted, Lin Xiu suddenly attacked from the sky. "Stinky flying insect, I already guessed it. You're trying to grab the student ID cards and run, right? Since you accidentally entered my territory, I will send you to death." "Who said I came here accidentally? Anyway, I just need to avoid being caught by you." This guy's actions are different from before. Could it be because the venue is wider? Even so, how can he fly so skillfully? What kind of insect is he? Both of them rushed towards each other at the same time. Does this naive guy just want to grab student ID cards again? Using the speed of a dragonfly plus the weight of a person to attack. Even if there's a huge difference in size between the two sides, he can still do a lot of damage. But the red hair quickly stabilized his stance. "Damn, is the attack power halved because of the water? Wait, do we have to do this? Let's settle this with a conversation. How about we talk? Don't you guys also want to be the number one in the department and get Cinderella? Isn't it a good thing for you to have fewer competitors? So what I mean is, big bro, we got her. Just you?" Pioxison broke his nose with an elbow. But red hair also took the opportunity to rush over. "All I want is this bitch's life." At the critical moment, Lin Xiu grabbed his two spikes from behind. "Now we are no longer in the water. This is no longer your territory, but mine." Lin Xiu slammed red hair hard on the ground. "Even if you want Cinderella more, you can't do this. If humans are worse than insects, then there is no point in living." In this way, they successfully got student ID cards back. Then Lin Xiu came to his dormitory. He's happy with the accommodations here. But why is this horrible person my roommate? Pioxison and Qiandawawa also came to his dormitory. They were planning to hold a new semester party in his dorm. "You'll come to this party, right? Since coming to this strange school, or from the day the wings were exposed." Lin Xiu hadn't been this happy in a long time. Meanwhile, in a wooded area outside of the school. "So you didn't kill the professor's favorite student? You know that the fate of individuals that fail in hunting is elimination in death. I will succeed next time. I can definitely kill that woman and get Cinderella." "What are you talking about? We don't need that." She jumped down from the tree and killed the red hair, having great power, but being defeated by a freshman, how shameful. "But don't worry, the chief will be happy, because I've found what he wants." The next day in the classroom of the Department of Beneficial Insects, Lin Xiu was very nervous. Today is the first lesson of practical insect combat. What will be taught? Don't be afraid. Pioxison poked his hand. Because it's first lesson today. So the professor said just do a simple test, it won't be hard. Just as the two of them were talking, Shi Jun came striding in. "Listen up, everybody. There's gonna be a simple test today. The results of the test will be counted in the final grade, and probably die, so be careful." Then they all went to a training ground outside the school. "This is not a simple test. What the hell going on? Why is that old man here? And why is he coming to hunt us down?" "He's Professor Chi Jun from our department. Our specialized courses teaches people how to fight using insect power. Our mission is to fight the type of people as the mantis man you met before." "I see. Insect power is a weapon." "Of course, there are dirty and dangerous people who use this power maliciously to commit crimes. That's why you have to learn how to fight. Because nest needs to find and protect all the insect people. Only the strong survive. If you want to get Cinderella, you have to study hard. The first test is hide and seek. You need to make good use of the abilities of insects to escape my pursuit. Anyone caught by me will fail the test. After saying that, Chi-jun once again swung his chainsaw at the students. Why is this old man so fast? Damn, I can't escape. At the critical moment, Lin-xiu pulled him out from under the chainsaw. Chi-jun was shocked. The compound eye of dragonfly. Could he guess the chainsaw's route? The guy who said he wanted to get rid of his wings. It seems that you are already able to use your abilities skillfully. It's like you've become a real dragonfly. Hearing this, Lin-xiu suddenly recalled Neishi's behavior from before. You are distracted, loser, you fail. Seeing that Lin-xiu was about to be caught by Chi-jun, Pioxison jumped over and carried him away. If you get caught, you fail. Be careful. Huixing, now. Professor, why don't you take a break and put on a mud mask? Throwing dirt on the elders' faces is so trashy. Oh, so it's smoke. They took the opportunity to run for the woods. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the underground quarantine of the nest, Bee-woman killed the guards and comes to the isolation room where Mantis Man is being held. Oh, how pitiful. How could they treat a living being like this? But this student ID card alone cannot open all security facilities. Just then, B-boy came running. Here you go, security card in the classroom. They were in class, so I stole it. Good boy. Such a talented boy was forced to suspend school. The school is so unreasonable. Suddenly B-boy came to his senses. How did I steal from the professor? Why would I steal for a strange woman? And when did I get here? The bee-woman reaches out to open the door. Don't think about these unimportant things, just say hello. The mantis man untied his restraints and walked out. It's the scent of prey. When he saw the little bee-boy, his saliva immediately flowed out. Sure enough, as the leader said, he completely thinks like an insect. This is my gift to you. As she said this, she pushed the little bee-boy in front of the mantis man. And on the other side of the woods, Lin-xiu and the others were still desperately fleeing at this time. Shit, we've been running for an hour. What kind of test is this? And while they were escaping, many students have been caught by the professor. Does the professor want everyone to fail? Just as they were talking, the professor had already caught up with them. A girl accidentally broke her foot and fell to the ground, but Chi-jun had no intention of showing mercy. Whether you have a sprained ankle or a broken leg, in a real battle, if you don't run away, you're dead. Why are you still in a daze? You will really die. As he said that, he picked up the chainsaw and was about to hit the girl. At that moment, Lin-xiu suddenly sprang out and braced his hands against the chainsaw. It's too much. Is it necessary to do this? Too much? Chi-jun's tone is cold. If this was an actual battle, they would already be dead. In the presence of a dangerous man like Mantis Man, do you still talk that kind of crap? Well, there's still an hour left before class ends. As long as you can hit me before class ends, I will give everyone a passing grade. However, if you can't hit me once at all, everyone will be expelled from school. At the same time, the Mantis Man who escaped from the dungeon and the bee-woman was looking for Lin-xiu. The dragonfly was nearby, and I remembered this tantalizing scent. After Lin-xiu was ready, he rushed towards Chi-jun. Just hit him once, it's too easy. But just as his fist was about to hit Chi-jun, Chi-jun turned sideways and dodged. It seems that you have never fought or thrown a fist outside. A slowpoke like you probably couldn't even kill an insect. What are you doing? Do you want to dance with me? If you continue like this, you will be expelled when the time runs out. In a hurry, Lin-xiu activated his compound eyes again. Chi-jun fixed his eyes on him. It looks like he's unconsciously treating the other guy like prey again. Lin-xiu grabbed Chi-jun's collar just as he swung his fist in preparation for a punch. But Chi-jun grabbed his wrist and dropped him to the ground. Do you think the prey will surrender obediently? Damn, I'm no match for him at all. Did he use the power of insects? What kind of insect is he? Chi-jun seemed to recognize his confusion. I can't use insect power. Because once I use the power of insects, it will have side effects. I'm old, my body can't take it. But you are young and strong. Logically speaking, you can completely suppress me, but you know why you can't beat me? After saying that, he threw something onto Lin-xiu's chest. It's a green dragonfly. Lin-xiu immediately jumped in fear. You are really useless, it's just a model. Resistance to insects constrains your power. How well do you know the characteristics of dragonflies? What is the principle of the compound eyes that you often use? You need to get a good understanding of your power. To fully utilize your power, you must first accept that you are an insect. Lin-xiu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Indeed, I did always hate insects. But who can accept being a monster? At this moment, a burst of applause suddenly came from behind them. That was a great class, as expected of Professor Chi. Seeing this person, Chi-jun's pupils suddenly shrunk. It's disgusting. Lin-xiu and the others haven't reacted yet. With a flick of her tail, the bee-woman sent a girl away on the spot. Bastard! Chi-wixing rushed out from the bushes angrily, but bee-woman's poisonous needle instantly pierced into his chest. Chi-wixing soon lost consciousness. Not bad. This one's good for a snack. Just as they were stunned, a side suddenly penetrated Professor Chi's chest. This scene was so familiar to Lin-xiu. A strong feeling of fear instantly surged through his mind. Bee woman reminded. That's enough, we've got a snack, let's go. Then we'll take our leave. We have a lot of work to do. Please take care of yourself. See you next time, Professor. Stop. Pioxison got up and wanted to rush out. Shi-jun pulled her back. Don't go. These people are dangerous. And you can't fight with outsiders without the school's permission. I have contacted the school, you guys go back first. I can't care about these things now. If this goes on, Huixing will. Rules are rules. You can't do anything as long as you're nest students. However, as soon as he finished his words, Linqiu flew out from the back. You just said that if I lose I will have to drop out of school. Then I don't have to follow the damn school rules. As he said that, he chased after the two of them. It's my fault I was so scared I couldn't move. Huixing was the first to initiate intimacy with me. I must catch them. Shi-jun has mixed feelings. Stupid guy, even the most powerful insect has a natural enemy. For the dragonfly, the mantis is an impossible enemy. Mantis man suddenly turned around. This raid is great, but I can smell you. Linqiu sidesteps the scythe. There is nothing to be afraid of the mantis man, just create some distance in the air first. Then I can see his movements clearly and attack him at close range. Linqiu seized the opportunity and punched the mantis man in the chin. What, didn't you eat? Linqiu's fist suffered pain and he quickly stepped backward. What a hard skin. It's called an exoskeleton. I took in food after a long absence, and my body became stronger. I wanted to let you go, but you seeking death. Linqiu then realized the mantis man in front of him is not someone he can defeat at all. So he rushed to Huixing for help. Wake up, Huixing. Huixing wakes up and looks at what's in front of her in a daze. The bee woman was shocked. Her poison lost its effect so quickly. Looks like this boy has an unusual physique. Then I'll kill him. Anyway, dead or alive, it's still flesh. Shit, my body's still numb. I can't avoid it. Just then, Linqiu rushes over and pushed the stinger away with a punch. But Mantis Man also seized the opportunity to pin Linqiu to the ground. At this time, Huixing's body finally recovered a little. He grabbed Linqiu and ran tens of meters in the blink of an eye. His insect is the katydid, so his legs possess extreme explosive power. The bee woman advised. I guess we can't catch up, so give up. Mantis Man grunted. No, I can smell them, they're close by. Because Linqiu didn't intend to run away. Have you been beaten, silly? You actually want to go back and catch that mantis? But Linqiu explained. That mantis man is not like those punks at school. If we're not careful, we could die by his hand. That's why I have to catch him. If he escapes, those people out there who didn't come here like me might die at his hands. Huixing said helplessly. But we can't beat that guy. Linqiu said. As long as they can buy time until the school can help them. And he has an idea. The mantis man on the other side is looking for Linqiu and the others. Why did the smell suddenly appear next to him? Linqiu suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye he had tied bee woman to the tree with vines. How is he so fast? What did he use? Is it because of those glasses? Mantis Man hasn't reacted yet. Linqiu throws a direct kick to his jaw. Mantis Man grinned. It still doesn't hurt. Damn, this skin is hard as a rock. I can't hurt him at all. The Mantis Man laughed wildly. How can a flying insect beat me? At this moment, Huixing rushed over quickly. He flung one thing toward Linqiu. On the other side, Shi-jun laughed lightly. Grabbed my weapon right under my nose. Consider it a successful hit. I brought the chainsaw like you said. Linqiu, cut him. Linqiu slashes at Mantis Man with a chainsaw. One of Mantis Man's arms was cut off in an instant. My arm. The intense pain sends Mantis Man into a frenzy. He swung his other arm and chased after Linqiu in a frantic chopping frenzy. You two bastards, how dare you attack me? He jumped in front of Linqiu again, but Linqiu's chainsaw suddenly broke down. He had to hold the chainsaw in front of him to ward off the attack. There was only a click, and countless cracks appeared on the electric saw. After the Mantis Man landed, he immediately threw an uppercut. The chainsaw exploded into a million pieces. Linqiu hurriedly retreated to distance himself. Damn it! I can't break through his defenses without the chainsaw. While Mantis Man's attention was fully on Linqiu, Huixing circles behind him and throws a flying kick. But the Mantis Man reacted very quickly and swung his sickle with his backhand. Huixing was slammed to the ground. Asshole! Linqiu saw this and immediately rushed up. The Mantis Man stepped on Huixing, then turned around and used his sickle to shackle Linqiu. I caught you. I can finally eat you. This hunting was very enjoyable. Linqiu struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free from the shackle at all. Linqiu was about to be eaten by the Mantis Man. A figure suddenly appeared and knocked the Mantis Man away with one punch. Just now you rushed out so proudly. Why are you so embarrassed now? Good for nothing guy. Professor Chi? Linqiu was filled with shock. How did you recover so quickly after suffering such a serious injury? Don't worry, Nest support arrived and cured me. That kind of injury would be a piece of cake for that guy. Shi Jun is slightly surprised. Originally, he was worried that they might be dead. He didn't expect that they actually beat the guy up. It's already impressive that they can fight against natural enemies like this. And Linxiu was a freshman in the school. It's worth me doing a demonstration for him. The mantis man has no intention of retreating. No matter how many of you come, they will all become my food. As he said that, he rushed towards Shi Jun. Shi Jun's arm also started smoking and generating numerous sparks. Shi Jun's insect is a Phoropsophis jessoensis. This insect produces high-temperature chemicals in its body, releasing this substance in combat and causing it to explode. You ruined my first class of the semester and you attack me from behind. It's time to make you pay the price. Shi Jun throws a hard punch towards Mantis Man's head. A violent explosion exploded between them. Even Linxiu and others standing behind were burned by the aftermath of the explosion. The Mantis Man fell down with a thud and turned into a roasted mantis. See, this is the insect's power. Linxiu looked at this scene in shock. Is this the power of insects? Shi Jun defeated Mantis Man with a single move. But once you use the power of an insect, you have to suffer the side effects. A long time ago, I used my powers wantonly before I mastered them. The price is that I can't even use my hands. If you don't want to be like me, hurry and make this power your own. Although Mantis Man was captured, Bee Woman escaped. After this battle, Linxiu also deeply realized the lack of his own power. So he began to study the dragonfly according to Professor Chi's words. But that night after Linxiu fell asleep, the Cheatwixing next to him suddenly sat up. It turns out that the poisonous needle that were stabbed into his body by the bee woman during the day have not yet been taken out. The bee woman's insect is the Ampulex compressa, which can control its host's movements through neurotoxins. Cheatwixing, who is under the control of the bee woman, goes to the woods outside the school alone. Sure enough, the school's security was too lax. They definitely didn't expect me to come back. She grabbed Cheatwixing's neck fiercely. Just then, Shi Jun suddenly appeared. I knew you'd come back. You'd want to disgust me by destroying what I'm guarding. So I knew he was poisoned, but I didn't do anything about it. Whatever you are planning, I have the confidence to protect them. Let's talk, Shenjian. In the bushes not far away, Linxiu, who had just woken up, followed. Long time no see. It has been 5 years since you left here. How have you been during this period? Professor Chi, you're not here to reminisce with me about the past. Shouldn't you be asking me now why I did this? After hearing this, Shi Jun stopped talking. His fist ignited with fire and he rushed towards the bee woman. But bee woman is very agile and dodged the attack with a backward jump. Now I'm gonna beat you up and take you back to the nest. So soon you've revealed your true nature. Are you overexcited again? Shi Jun is furious. How dare you? Have you forgotten the 2 students and 8 nest staff members you killed? Why on earth would you do such a thing? He rushed towards the bee woman again. The terrifying force directly broke down several trees behind. But he still hasn't hit bee woman this time. Bee woman doing a somersault and jumping above Shi Jun's head. The poisonous spikes in her back were stabbing towards his neck. However, Shi Jun also has rich combat experience. He opened her tail with a backhanded slap. Stop it. Just then, Madaoxuan also came here. It turns out it's you. Enough is enough. Nest's guards will be arriving soon. You don't want to fight us to the death, right? But Shi Jun doesn't want to let her go. Madaoxuan whispered. There is a chief behind her. Let her go first, then follow her secretly. And with this woman's abilities, our guards could suffer heavy casualties. Then I'll withdraw this time. But remember, professors, when I come back next time, I'll kill you all. Soon the nest guards arrived and arranged for 2 men to follow bee woman. On the way back, Shi Jun asked Linxiu to keep Shenjian's affairs a secret. Linxiu said yes, but as a condition, Shi Jun has to teach him how to use his powers. Shi Jun grinned. Then you have to be mentally prepared. When eating that day, Linxiu asked Pioxazin what her insect was. Pioxazin says it's similar to a praying mantis. Hearing this, Linxiu immediately got goosebumps on his body. No wonder, I was wondering how it could be such a coincidence. Qiandawawa suddenly rushed over and kicked Cheatwixing out of the air. Sitting down in Cheatwixing's seat. Have you heard? There will be group work starting today. Linxiu doesn't know much about group work. Pioxazin explained. The content of the group work for first grade practical insect combat course is different every time. Most of the assignments aren't that hard, but sometimes we meet other jungle juice users who often cause trouble. Linxiu was shocked in his heart. Does this mean there may be fights with other insect people? Then there's a chance to test what I've been practicing so hard every night. Pioxazin continued. Grouping is done by professors. Qiandawawa, Cheatwixing, Linxiu, and Pioxazin. The 4 of them were put in a group. Linxiu was delighted in his heart. Qiandawawa and Cheatwixing are both outstanding students in the Department of Beneficial Insects. Not to mention Pioxazin, the department representative. Looks like he got lucky. He should have no problem completing group work in such a group. However, one night a few days later, Shijuan's teaching assistant, Zuxuanbin, suddenly came to report to him. There's an emergency. I just got notified. One member of Group A died during the task. The girl's abdomen was pierced, losing a full 2 kilograms of blood. But not only did she not die, her wounds completely healed in just 2.5 minutes. It turns out the girl had fused with cockroach DNA. Not only does she possess strength far beyond ordinary people, but also incredible vitality. As long as she doesn't receive a fatal wound, she can recover instantly. At this moment, Professor Chi was assigning the first group project of the semester, to retrieve jungle juice from outside nest. That's right, the culprit that turned you into insect people. An insecticide that burst onto the scene with the slogan "Kill all bugs in one go." The manufacturer of jungle juice is unknown. The sales company was a small-scale enterprise called Natural Life. However, that company soon went bankrupt, and everything about jungle juice was covered up. Fortunately, the company's address was in Zone J, so the affected area was limited to the J zone. And the manufacturing and mass production of Cinderella requires jungle juice. Obtaining as much jungle juice as possible is both Nest's urgent task and a lesson to cultivate your information gathering skills and resilience. So within a week, you need to search the entire J zone to find jungle juice. If a group finds just one, it's an A+ for everyone. But everyone complained, because last semester, only 1 or 2 bottles of jungle juice were found in total. To improve efficiency, Linxiu's group of 4 split into 2 teams to search separately. Linxiu and Pioxison were in one team. Pioxison was worried about where to find jungle juice, because basically all the jungle juice has been recycled. But Linxiu suddenly grinned smugly. A plus in the bag. With this, I will soon become the #1 in the entire department. I know a place that has jungle juice. Saying this, he grabbed Pioxison and started running. Soon, they arrived at Linxiu's home. The bottle of jungle juice that Linxiu had used before was still at home. But when he excitedly opened the door, he found the house was in a complete mess. Seeing this, Linxiu quickly checked the drawer where he had kept the jungle juice. As expected, the jungle juice disappeared. Linxiu suddenly thought of something. By the way, Shizhen, where do you live? The jungle juice you used should still be at your home, right? Hearing this, Pioxison's face suddenly darkened. No need to go to my house, let's just look in the city center first. What happened to her just now? Did I say something wrong? Afterwards, they searched online to find where jungle juice was sold. They also checked several supermarkets and convenience stores. But after searching for a whole day, they had no findings at all. Just then, they received a call from Cheatwixing. We actually found Natural Life's abandoned warehouse. If we bring back all the jungle juice here, we might be able to make 100 Cinderellas. But Pioxison wasn't happy at all. Instead, a bad feeling arose in her heart. She hurriedly called out to Linxiu and rushed towards the warehouse. The reason why the professor asked us to recycle the jungle juice that has been put on the market is because Nest can't find the stock before it was sold. How come there is a warehouse full of jungle juice? Don't you find it strange? This might be a trap. As darkness fell, the two finally arrived at the warehouse Cheatwixing mentioned. How on earth did they find such a place? Let's go in and take a look first. After entering the warehouse, Pioxison anxiously looked for people, while Linxiu observed the surrounding items. Are these all bait? These items are covered in dust, they don't look like bait at all. Who would set such an elaborate trap? Suddenly he kicked a box. He opened it and found it was full of jungle juice. Shizhen, look, this is jungle juice, right? Maybe it's not. But before he could finish, there was a sudden thud, and Pioxison fell straight down. Did you find what you wanted? I did find my prey. Looking at Pioxison lying motionless in a pool of blood, Linxiu felt as if his brain went blank for an instant. Then he shouted angrily and charged towards the earwig man. I know you're angry that your friend died, but if you charge at me like this, you'll die too. The earwig man swung his huge pincers towards Linxiu. Linxiu immediately activated his compound eyes to dodge the pincers. In an instant, he appeared in front of the earwig man and punched him in the face. But it didn't cause any damage to the earwig man. Instead, Linxiu's fist felt a stinging pain. He couldn't help but recall the mantis man he had fought before. The earwig man smiled grimly. Are you trying to tickle me? What are you doing? You have the ability of a dragonfly, haven't you tried absorption yet? Linxiu didn't understand what he was saying. The earwig man explained, it means eating other insect people. Carnivorous insects like us can eat other insect people. The first time I ate, it was truly a dreamlike experience. After eating once, it became irresistible. I was like bewitched, constantly absorbing. Then I discovered an amazing secret, that the more insect people you eat, the stronger you become. In a society where money and status determine everything, I used to be oppressed. But now I can break free from shackles and pursue true strength, the purest power of biological species. With it, I can destroy the entire social system and stand above the weak. Someone told me that if I waited at this fake factory, prey would come on their own, and it turns out to be true. I'll eat both of you completely. With that, he swung his pincers and grabbed Linxiu. But the scene the earwig man imagined didn't appear. Linxiu firmly grasped the pincers with both hands. What purest power of biological species? You killed Shizhen for this kind of purpose. After saying this, he broke free from the pincers and charged at the earwig man, landing a heavy punch on his face. But the earwig man still didn't take much damage. He swung his pincers, grabbed one of Lin Xiu's legs, and slammed him hard on the ground. No matter how much you struggle, you're not on the same level as me. He swung his pincers again, clamping towards Lin Xiu. At this point, Lin Xiu had completely gone berserk. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to avenge Pioxizan. No matter how big the difference in strength, no matter how many times I fall, I must kill you. Lin Xiu used all his strength and elbowed the earwig man's neck, but the earwig man didn't fall. Damn, that hurt a bit. Damn it. Still no harm to him. I've got an idea. Lin Xiu suddenly thought of the skill he learned from Professor Qi every night. Using that skill, he should be able to defeat the earwig man. Thinking this, he charged towards the earwig man again. But his body suddenly fell to the ground as he rushed forward. His wings on his back suddenly became unusable. What's going on? Why can't my wings move suddenly? At this moment, he suddenly remembered Professor Qi's words. Once you use the insect's power, there will be side effects. This is the price of recklessly using abilities without mastering them. The earwig man wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He swung his pincers towards Lin Xiu on the ground. Just as Lin Xiu was about to be cut in half, Pioxizan suddenly appeared, kicking away the pincers with one foot. Lin Xiu stared in shock, eyes wide. Suchan, you were so seriously injured, how can you still? The earwig man clicked his tongue. Why aren't you dead yet? Die obediently. Suchan, danger. Lin Xiu hurriedly warned loudly. But Pioxizan calmly said, didn't you ask me before what my ability is? She turned around and punched out, and the huge pincers were instantly knocked away. The powerful force made the earwig man's entire arm crackle. From now on, I'll let you see my ability properly. He watched his most beloved woman's body being pierced, completely losing vitality and falling into a pool of blood. The whole world seems to be still at this moment. Only Lin Xiu's increasingly violent heartbeat echoed in the warehouse. The earwig man was still taunting, but in the next second, his voice abruptly stopped. Lin Xiu slowly stood up from the ground, his eyes and the wings on his back emitting a dazzling green light. What's this? How can wings glow? Is this a type of ability? The earwig man's eyes were wide open. He didn't show this trick earlier. It was only after the cockroach girl died that his state changed. In other words, there are ways to become stronger besides absorption. Interesting. Different prey provide different nutrients to the predator. If I eat him in this state, what changes will I experience? But before the earwig man could react, Lin Xiu had already appeared in front of him instantly. With a bang, the earwig man was sent flying like a cannonball, causing the entire warehouse to tremble. But the earwig man's pincers suddenly shot out from the dust cloud. Got you. This time I'll make you completely. But before he could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Xiu had caught his pincers with just one hand. The earwig man tried desperately to retract his pincers, but no matter how hard he tried, they wouldn't budge. Insect instinct made him feel that Lin Xiu had now completely lost human rationality. He had become a killing machine with only insect instincts left. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Xiu, the earwig man began to tremble in fear. But before he could react, Lin Xiu had already grabbed his pincers and flung him into the air. Then Lin Xiu grabbed his head and slammed it hard on the ground with a thud. However, the earwig man grinned grimly. Fool, watch out behind you. But to the earwig man's surprise, Lin Xiu directly turned his head and bit the pincers with his mouth. A dragonfly's weapons aren't limited to compound eyes and wings, but also include biting force used for catching and chewing prey. Lin Xiu's mouth suddenly exerted force, directly biting off the pincers. The earwig man's eyes were filled with terror. What kind of power is this? This is precisely the technique of using abilities that Lin Xiu learned from Qi Jun, the insect state. Humans possess both animal instincts and rationality to regulate them. What you need to do is break this balance, leaning more towards animal instincts. That way we can release the latent insect abilities in our bodies and exert greater power. However, the state is difficult to control. Because once you lose control, letting animal instincts dominate absolutely, and people completely lose rationality, they will be devoured by their abilities. Fear from the soul instantly filled the earwig man's body. I've been pursuing the great power of organisms all along, constantly seeking and preying on victims. But today I touched prey I shouldn't have. The difference between insect species is too great. Wait, I was wrong. Don't kill me. The earwig man kept screaming and wailing. But Lin Xiu, who had lost his rationality, had no possibility of stopping. He tore at the earwig man's body like a beast, screams echoing through the warehouse. Soon the earwig man was dying. I was wrong, spare me. Lin Xiu grabbed his head, suddenly lifting him off the ground, and let out a roar like a beast. It turns out that just now, Lin Xiu and Pioxizan had arrived at the warehouse Cheatwixing mentioned, but the earwig man played dirty and ambushed them. Fortunately, Pioxizan's insect was a cockroach. Thanks to her tenacious vitality, her injuries healed quickly. Pioxizan slapped the earwig man who rushed towards her and sent him flying. What's going on? She should have died from my sneak attack. Pioxizan gave him no chance to breathe. She leapt up, jumped on top of his head, and slammed down with a fierce punch. Lin Xiu was dumbfounded. such powerful strength, she doesn't need my help at all. But how did Suchan suddenly recover? She was so badly injured just now, I thought she had really died. Suchan, are your hands okay? It's fine, I heal very quickly. Just as Pioxison was about to tell him her insect was a cockroach, the earwig man suddenly jumped over. If I'm not mistaken, you're a cockroach, right? Your movements and vitality are clearly cockroach characteristics. Where did you catch it? I guess it was a damp, cold place. Sewer? Garbage dump? Or a semi-basement? No wonder I smell the scent of poverty. Linxiu finally realized why she had never mentioned what insect she was. It turns out Pioxison had lost her parents at a young age and relied on her only brother. Poor as they were, they could only live in a dark, damp semi-basement, with cockroaches crawling everywhere. But because Pioxison was attractive and had excellent grades, she attracted jealousy from many classmates. Pioxison's brother worked 5 jobs a day to pay for her college and died from overwork. Without her brother's protection, some little bastards poured a whole box of cockroaches into Pioxison's home. In desperation, Pioxison took out the newly bought jungle juice to exterminate the cockroaches. At this moment, Linxiu struggled to stand up to help, but his body was completely out of control. The earwig man taunted while attacking fiercely, but his attacks couldn't touch Pioxison. Not only are they strong, but they are also very fast. Is this the advantage of cockroaches? But even cockroaches have their day to die. As long as I find a way to hit her 100%. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the immobilized Linxiu, and swung his pincers towards Linxiu behind him. No! Seeing this, Pioxison hurriedly turned and rushed towards Linxiu. The huge pincers instantly pierced through her abdomen. Linxiu thought Pioxison was killed by the earwig man, so he had a fierce battle with the earwig man. Just as he opened his mouth and prepared to kill the earwig man. But just then, a person with his head wrapped in a water bubble suddenly appeared and knocked Linxiu down with one move. You've crossed the line. How can prey eat the predator? After saying this, countless tentacles released from his hand, tying up Linxiu. To recruit him, I specially built a hunting ground to cultivate him. Now he's completely useless. But come to think of it, I didn't expect such a special individual to appear after Shenjian, and in nest no less. I really want to keep you for myself, but those nest people are coming too fast. I don't have time to deal with them now, I have to leave quickly. When I see you next time, I hope you'll be one step closer to being a monster. As soon as the water bubble man left, Nest's rescue team arrived. They were about to go in when they heard footsteps from inside. Linxiu walked out carrying Pioxison's body. Can someone help me? Suchan. After receiving the news, Professor Qi rushed over immediately. Linxiu briefly recounted what had happened. Professor Qi couldn't hide his anger and smashed a nearby stretcher to pieces with one punch. He grabbed Linxiu's shoulders furiously and berated. I just asked you to find some insecticide. How did it end up with someone dead? Just then, a calm voice came from behind. What are you doing? Old stubborn Phoropsiphus jesuensis, you should change your bad temper. The newcomer was Lu Huanying, a professor specializing in beneficial insects. She told Linxiu to put Pioxison on the ground, then took off her gloves and started treating her. The tentacles on her head and the back of her hands emitted a little fluorescence. Seeing Linxiu's puzzled look, a nearby assistant explained. Professor Lu has a very special ability. Her ability is cordyceps, and it's the legendary bat moth cordyceps research improved version that can cure all diseases. It can replenish energy and enhance healing abilities. Her ability is the most outstanding and mysterious in all of Nest. To Linxiu's amazement, Pioxison's abdominal wound quickly healed completely. He looked at Professor Lu excitedly. Can Suchan survive now? Professor Lu sighed. She can't. It's too late. Her heart has stopped beating for quite a while. My ability can only heal wounds, but unfortunately can't bring the dead back to life. Linxiu's eyes went blank again, falling back into despair. Qi Jun said nothing, turned around and prepared to leave. Professor Lu told the medical team to take away the body. A medical staff member came forward to comfort. Student, my condolences. Linxiu swatted his hand away, tightly hugging Pioxison, his heart full of resentment and anger. Just then, Pioxison's hand suddenly moved, grasping Linxiu's hand. Linxiu's eyes widened in shock. Others also noticed the movement and quickly turned to look. Pioxison's skin began to fall off inch by inch, as if she was starting to molt. All insects go through the process of metamorphosis to become adults. Even the most disgusting insects are incredibly beautiful at the moment of eclosion. And at this moment, Pioxison was molting into her cockroach state, in the mood for love. Her body emitted a brilliant, dazzling light. Linxiu tremblingly held her hand, tears unconsciously flowing down. Pioxison was a bit confused, not knowing what had happened. Linxiu suddenly hugged her tightly, tears streaming down uncontrollably. After returning to Nest, Linxiu questioned Wixing and the others about where they had gone. Why hadn't they responded for such a long time? Wixing explained awkwardly. They seemed to be in a warehouse next door at the time. Then the warehouse suddenly started shaking violently. After that, they were trapped under the shelves for several hours. Linxiu was stunned, realizing that the shaking must have been caused by them. He quickly changed the subject. asking how they found that abandoned warehouse in the deep mountains. Chi Wixing said a passerby told them when they were asking around. But that passerby looked a bit peculiar, with light purple hair. Lin Xiu was alarmed and quickly asked, did he also have a strange earring? Meanwhile, in a research facility the purple-haired man walked in. The researcher asked how things were progressing. The purple-haired man said regretfully, the beetle got beaten to a rubbish. By the way, Nest is really full of talent, there are many people I covet. The researcher asked with some surprise, do you have someone you want to bring back, breeder? The purple-haired man instructed, contact our 2 people planted in Nest, the ones we lent to Shenjian. The researcher said awkwardly, I heard that Cricaldia duralii was killed by her. The purple-haired man clicked his tongue, this woman's temper is really bad. What about the other one? After hearing that the other one had perfectly blended into the first-year student circle, the purple-haired man's lips curled slightly, then let's play something interesting. After recovering, Lin Xiu and the others started searching for jungle juice again, but didn't find any. Soon it was the assignment deadline. Professor Chi said calmly, the results are really terrible. All the groups failed to find it. The classroom immediately erupted in dissatisfied clamor. We searched everywhere, but just couldn't find any. Unexpectedly, Professor Chi said, it's normal that you couldn't find any. At these words, everyone was stunned. Professor Chi said calmly, I never expected you to find any from the start. This assignment was to let you know how hard it is to find jungle juice. I believe you've experienced it firsthand. Currently, Nest is at an impasse over the recycling of jungle juice. Too little jungle juice has been recycled this year. We can probably only make 1 or 2 Cinderellas. Do you know why? At this point, his gaze suddenly turned cold. Because there is another insect people force that is trying to get jungle juice. Currently we haven't grasped the specific situation of this group. However, they imitate chemical terrorist attacks, using jungle juice to turn innocent people into insect people. They also illegally smuggle dangerous exotic species, endangered species. They artificially create various insect people using jungle juice. There are quite a few of their victims in Nest too. Some of you have been forced to become victims of jungle juice without knowing it. Previously they didn't have much interaction with Nest, and always operated underground, so we hadn't come into conflict. But recently, they've been blatantly setting traps for us. So remember, from now on, assignments will be different from the first semester. Future assignments will mainly be practical combat, and you'll officially fight these dangerous individuals. You can choose to drop this course, leave the classroom right now. The classroom was immediately filled with discussion. Shi Jun continued, once you fight with these guys, your life will be in danger. It's possible that someone will be seriously injured, like Group A this time. It's possible that someone will die, just like when the Mantis Man escaped before. Some of the students here have already died once and should know how dangerous it is. So now, only those who are prepared to die should stay. Hearing this, everyone looked conflicted, falling into deep thought. Just as everyone was undecided, Lin Xiu suddenly stood up and said, I have a question, does fighting dangerous individuals count towards our grade? At these words, everyone looked at him in shock. Professor Chi's eyes also flashed with surprise. After a moment of silence he said, of course, the more dangerous the course, the higher the credits you can get. If you perform well, you might even get first place in the department. Hearing this, Lin Xiu immediately made his choice. Then I have nothing to hesitate about. I missed Professor Ma's course before and had to choose this course instead. I thought I had no chance of becoming first place in the department, but high risk often brings high returns. Chief Wixing chuckled, this guy probably thinks about being the first place the department even in his dreams. If we deal with those evil people in a world that believes in the law of the jungle, we just kill them all. Kianda Wawa slammed her fists on the desk and shouted, combat is exactly what I want. Seeing this, others also expressed their desire to stay. Professor Chi was very pleased. Although he says these things every semester, but only told them that they might get hurt, not that their lives would be in danger. Many people gave up just hearing about the risk of injury. But this year's freshmen, faced with the fear of death, not a single one chose to desert. Later, the first-year students held an opening ceremony. But this was a bit different from what Lin Xiu had imagined. The opening ceremony seemed too ordinary. Lin Xiu said quite helplessly, I'm not used to normal things anymore. Looking at Lin Xiu beside her, Pioxison couldn't help but recall the moment she came back to life. Her face unconsciously flushed red, and she opened her mouth, Lin Xiu. Before she could finish, a scream suddenly came from nearby. It turned out that Chief Wixing and Kiandawawa were fighting again. Kiandawawa was drunk now and starting to make trouble. Lin Xiu joked, she really has abundant energy every day. But you are also very good at playing with her every day. Do you like being beaten? Chief Wixing's face twitched, of course not, I just can't get angry at her, after all. This is her way of getting close to people. She's never established deep feelings with anyone, so she's not good at expressing herself. Lin Xiu was shocked, so that's how it is. As they were talking, a male student suddenly went over to chat up Kiandawawa. Dao Hua, come drink with me over there. This person was Lizhan Heng, a first year from the Beneficial Insect Department. The next second, to everyone's shock, Kiandawawa hooked her arm with Lizhan Heng's and said, why did you come only now? Come on, sister will teach you how to drink. Watching the two leave, Linqiu and Piaxison teased. Isn't she quite good at expressing emotions? She seems to get along well with others too. Xia Wixing was speechless. Shut up. Linqiu laughed. But this is the first time I've seen her like this. What's their relationship? Just then, Liz Hunheng suddenly turned his head and looked at Linqiu. Linqiu was startled. That feeling just now seemed familiar. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop outside the academy, Liz Hunheng muttered, doesn't seem to have been discovered yet. Behind him was the tied-up Qiandawawa, drunk and sleeping soundly. Shouldn't wake up for a while. You just sleep. It's good for you too. After saying this, he reached out to grab Qiandawawa. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Linqiu stared at him coldly. What are you trying to do? It turns out that after the purple-haired man returned to the research facility, the researcher asked who he wanted to bring back from nest. It's not that dragonfly who killed the beetle, is it? Flying things are hard to tame. The purple-haired man laughed. Don't worry, it's not him. Although I'd like to have that dragonfly too, he currently has no harvestable value. Right now the person I want to bring is someone I've been cultivating for a long time. And now on the mountain, Liz Hunheng threw Linqiu away, and countless black hairs flew out from his body. Linqiu's hand was cut by the black hairs as soon as they touched it. It turns out that Liz Hunheng's insect is a tarantula, a poisonous spider that can fire a large number of poisonous hairs. Liz Hunheng spoke coldly. I'm taking Daohua away. She can't stay here. Everyone has a place they're suited for, and she won't be returning to nest. Linqiu stared at him intently. You're not a student from our school, are you? Hearing this, Liz Hunheng suddenly glared at Linqiu. Then he stomped his foot and charged towards Linqiu. Linqiu kicked off the ground and quickly flew into the air. He planned to first create some distance, then find a chance to escape with Qiandawawa. Liz Hunheng glanced at him. You should have run away earlier. As he finished speaking, countless black hairs suddenly shot out from his back, flying towards Linqiu like swords. He had activated the tarantula poison spider state. Linqiu was alarmed and could only raise his arms to shield himself. Because there were too many hairs, he couldn't avoid them, so Linqiu was forced to land back on the ground. The moment he landed, he turned and ran, ready to go back and call for support. But Liz Hunheng appeared behind him in the blink of an eye, grabbing him. No, I can't let you go, I have to take you back with me. Linqiu forcefully broke free from his hand, flapped his wings, and quickly created distance. But Liz Hunheng instantly caught up. Linqiu was shocked. He didn't expect this guy's speed to match his own, so he immediately prepared to fly upwards. But the air was already filled with black hairs. He could only land back on the ground. Now his whole body felt a burning pain. Damn it! Is this guy trying to trap me here? Linqiu turned and shouted at Qiandawawa. Wake up! Now's not the time to sleep. Seeing this, Liz Hunheng rushed over and kicked Linqiu away. Why are you trying to stop me? There's no disadvantage to you if I take her away, is there? Linqiu grinned. Daohua is a member of our group. Without a group member, how can we complete the group assignment? I don't want to lose my current college life. While Liz Hunheng was stunned, Linqiu suddenly activated his dragonfly state and charged towards Liz Hunheng. Because of his extreme speed, Liz Hunheng only managed to raise his arms in defense. The next second he was sent flying by a punch. It worked, Linqiu exclaimed in delight. But before he could finish speaking, his vision suddenly blurred, and then he collapsed with a thud. Liz Hunheng's voice came. The poison I injected you with isn't lethal. I don't want to kill you here. But Liz Hunheng wasn't feeling well either. His arm was throbbing with pain, seemingly fractured. I didn't expect your ability to be so powerful too, but you're still no match for me. Although he appeared calm, he was incredibly shocked inside. He couldn't even see Linqiu's attack clearly just now. When Linqiu opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a bed. There was a rustling sound next to him. He turned to look and saw Qiandawawa sleeping beside him, with her hand on his chest. Linqiu was completely bewildered, not knowing what was going on, and Qiandawawa also opened her eyes groggily. The two were pressed together, their eyes meeting. They were locked in a room, even the windows were sealed tight. But Linqiu was still concerned about today's class. My credits. Did that guy do this because he wants to be the first place of the department? At this point Qiandawawa interrupted him. Impossible. Liz Hunheng would never do such a thing. Just then, the door suddenly opened. The two hurriedly backed away, preparing for a fight. Unexpectedly, a little girl came in. Big brother, big sister, it's time to eat. The two were stunned. Led by the little girl, they came to a cafeteria, which was full of children. Linqiu was confused. Where have we been taken? Qiandawawa explained, this is Angel Nursery, where I stayed when I was little. A small nursery located in a remote area. Qiandawawa's tail quickly attracted the attention of many children. Big sister, what's this? Is it a real tail? Linqiu thought to himself, this is not good. But Qiandawawa was very calm, it's a toy. Surprisingly, the group of children actually believed her. A group of children touched it here and there. It's soft underneath, just like a real scorpion tail. Qiandawawa couldn't stand it anymore, but not wanting to get angry at children, she turned and ran back to the room. At this time, the nursery's dean came over. You're a friend of Zhuanheng and Daohua, right? You can stay here freely. It turns out Liz Hunhang had brought them here, and both Liz Hunhang and Kiandawawa grew up in this nursery. Liz Hunhang left after bringing them here. Lin Xiu was puzzled, wondering what he was up to. Even if it's remote here, he could still fly back. The dean said, I'm very worried about Kiandawawa, because Kiandawawa was a crybaby since childhood, very fragile, and one day she suddenly grew a strange tail. It really scared me. Meanwhile, Kiandawawa was very uneasy, because coming here reminded her of her father who used to abuse her. After chatting for a while, the dean left. Lin Xiu was pulled by a little girl to draw pictures. Looking at the innocent child in front of him, Lin Xiu gradually relaxed. A moment later, the little girl excitedly handed the drawing to Lin Xiu. It was her with a pair of butterfly wings. The little girl said this was a blue Morphomenelaus, her favorite insect. I want wings like these too, it would be so cool. Lin Xiu was stunned. Won't people avoid you because it's disgusting? Don't people hate bugs? The little girl puffed up her cheeks and rolled up her sleeve. Insects like mosquitoes are indeed hateful. They suck blood and spread diseases. But I like dragonflies, they can eat over 200 bad mosquitoes every day. Dragonflies are both kind and powerful, just like heroes. At this moment, a staff member came over. Yilin, you're leaving here tomorrow, you should get ready. Lin Xiu was a bit puzzled. The little girl explained, I'm going to another nursery tomorrow. I'm a bit sad to leave, but also excited about my new home. After saying this, she handed her sketchbook to Lin Xiu. This is for you, big brother. Lin Xiu felt very happy. I seem to have been healed, now I should take Daohua back to school. Meanwhile, in a dark basement of the nursery, the dean and that staff member were talking. Is everything ready for Yilin's departure? Yes, Dean, she's obediently waiting in her room. The dean looked at the little girl lying on the bed with a satisfied smile. Congratulations on leaving this place soon, my little darling. Then they skillfully put on isolation suits. Is the anesthesia all done? Of course, we're not amateurs. What was sent this time? Ugh, it's disgusting. It says, giant millipede. The dean warned, don't let it escape just because you find it disgusting, hold it properly. She picked up a bottle of jungle juice from the table. If the merchandise has any flaws, it won't fetch a good price. Just as the two were about to start, there was a sudden knock on the door. The door wasn't locked, Lin Xiu opened it from outside. The dean hurriedly pressed against the door. Student, you haven't left yet? Sorry, I was looking for the bathroom and got lost. The dean was a bit skeptical. This is the second basement. It's a restricted area. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. I know. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully kicked the door. The dean immediately flew out with the door. It turns out that earlier when Lin Xiu was flipping through the sketchbook the little girl gave him, he found this scene in it. Children don't lie. Lin Xiu threw the sketchbook in front of her, his eyes cold, and said in a low voice, let me remind you, respecting and caring for the elderly is something I only do for humans. Because Lin Xiu discovered their secret, this group of mutants wanted to defeat him with their numerical advantage. However, Lin Xiu didn't give them a chance. He moved through the crowd at extreme speed, taking them down in an instant. Meanwhile, Liz Hunhang found Kiandawawa. He confessed to her that the basement was used to modify children. Daohua was turned into a blue scorpion mutant by them. He also said he had joined a mysterious organization. This organization wanted to create a world full of insect people. In the new world, insect people wouldn't have to hide their wings and tails anymore. He hoped Daohua would join them to change the world together. After hearing this, Daohua punched Juanheng in the face. Because she believed people's destiny should be in their own hands, she tried to persuade Juanheng not to go astray. But Juanheng was determined to take her away today. So they fought from upstairs to downstairs. Juanheng shot countless hairs from his back at Daohua. But these hairs didn't cause any harm to Daohua, who had a hard shell. Seeing this, Juanheng flew over directly trying to grab her. Unexpectedly, Daohua slammed her tail on the ground, doing a 360-degree spin in the air. Then she kicked Juanheng to the ground with one foot. Juanheng stood up angrily. He grimly removed the tape on his cheek, revealing two fawn-like spikes. Then he charged at Daohua like a venomous snake at extreme speed. Daohua couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the neck by the spikes on his face. Juanheng injected a small amount of toxin through the spikes, making Daohua faint. Just as Juanheng was about to take Daohua away, a figure descended from the sky and kicked him flying. It was the dragonfly mutated Lin Xiu. He was now wearing goggles on his face. Seeing Lin Xiu interfering with his plan again, Juanheng shot countless hairs at him from behind. However, with the goggles enhancing his vision, Lin Xiu passed through the gaps between the layers of hairs and reached Juanheng's side. He punched him in the face and followed with a heavy knee strike to his head. Juanheng was now thoroughly enraged and attacked Lin Xiu with the same move he had just used. Just as Juanheng's fangs were about to bite him, he kicked Juanheng's chest, and both of them flew back. However, to Lin Xiu's surprise, Juanheng stood up as if possessed. A pair of black wings grew out from behind him. This is the ultimate showdown between two mutants. The spider mutant, Li Juanheng, makes the first move. He shoots countless sharp feathers from his back towards the young man. The young man, being a dragonfly mutant, chooses to face the attack head-on. He swiftly passes through the gaps between the feathers and quickly reaches Juanheng's front. The young man gives him no chance to breathe. Utilizing the dragonfly's ability to fly rapidly, he charges at him again. After taking 2 hits, Juanhong becomes completely enraged. He stands up as if possessed by a demon, and surprisingly, a pair of black wings forms on his back. He flew into the air in anger, and many phantoms of poisonous snakes appeared behind him. After these phantoms became solid, and he charged towards Lin Xiu. However, just as Juanhong reached Lin Xiu disappeared in a flash of green light. He used his ultimate move to block all of Juanhong's escape routes. At this time, Juanhong was a little surprised, because Lin Xiu's speed was too fast. He couldn't see his movements at all. Just then, Lin Xiu appeared behind him like a ghost. Juanhong, lying on the ground, no longer had the ability to fight back. However, they did all this for the girl Daohua lying on the ground. Juanhong wanted to take her away and join his organization, to change this world into one full of insect people together. The Nest Academy where Lin Xiu studied was to prevent their existence. Just as Lin Xiu was about to go back and take Daohua away, he found that she, who had just been lying here, suddenly disappeared. Just then, a man carrying Daohua appeared behind him. However, just as he turned around to launch an attack, the man disappeared without a trace again. The disappeared man, carrying Daohua, arrived on a tree. He said to Juanhong lying on the ground, "The leader already predicted your plan to recruit Daohua would fail, so he sent me to take her away, and we're going to start her feeding training today." Hearing this, Juanhong panicked a bit, because the so-called feeding training was making mutants eat the flesh of other mutants. After eating, they become addicted to this meat and lose their rationality. In the future, they only obey the master who feeds them. Juanhong didn't want Daohua, who grew up with him, to become a mindless puppet. He begged the man to give him one more chance, saying he would try to persuade Daohua. However, the man ignored him and disappeared from their sight. Juanhong wanted to get up and chase after them, but found he had no strength left. He had to ask Lin Xiu beside him to go save Daohua together. Lin Xiu readily agreed, as this was his original purpose. But they suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where should they look for them? Juanhong explained that the man had the ability of step teleportation, and Juanhong had laid many spider webs around the orphanage. No matter how well the man hid, he would step on a web and leave traces. Meanwhile, their leader was trying to persuade Daohua to eat the meat in front of her. Daohua of course refused, so a wasp mutant appeared behind her and stabbed her with its stinger. After being stung, Daohua's gaze began to become dull. This was the wasp mutant's special ability. Anyone stung by her would completely obey her for 2 hours. Just as the controlled Daohua was about to eat the meat in front of her, Juanhong and Lin Xiu descended from the sky and arrived here.
Because the invisible man can't fly, he leaves traces when he escapes. Lin Xiu tracks the invisible man through the traces on the spider web prearranged by Lizhanheng. In the end, he saves Daohua just in time. 2 interesting guests have arrived. I didn't expect you to be here too, Dragonfly. Looks like you two are quite close. Because White Hair is Lizhanheng's boss, Lizhanheng trusts him very much. But now he finds out White Hair has deceived him. He angrily demands an explanation from them. White Hair smiles and says, "I thought we were good business partners. This really breaks my heart." Then he takes out a tablet and shows Lizhanheng his breeding farm. The photos are of the children Lizhanheng previously sent to White Hair for care. Due to long-term absorption, they have now been fed like livestock, with no trace of humanity left in their eyes. Just as you wished, they are reborn. Lizhanheng is so angry that he directly awakens his insect state, rushing over to kill White Hair with his venomous fangs. But Xinjian's eyes flashed red, and Daohua, controlled by her venom, knocks off one of the spider's fangs. It turns out she can use toxins to control others' nervous systems, anesthetize, brainwash, and even forcibly excite insect abilities. The controlled Daohua can exert stronger abilities, each strike causing massive damage. Seeing Lizhanheng unable to hold on, Lin Xiu prepares to help. Suddenly Lin Xiu's wrist is caught by a spider silk. White Hair waves his hand and smashes him onto the wall's spider web. Lin Xiu is stuck to the spider web. But Lin Xiu is not to be trifled with. He directly bites through the spider silk and then charges towards White Hair. White Hair was about to mock Lin Xiu for being stupid for rushing over so directly. Lin Xiu turns into a green light, makes a sharp turn, and gives White Hair a heavy punch. White Hair, who was hit, didn't even have time to see Lin Xiu's attack route clearly. As he's surprised by Lin Xiu's progress, Lin Xiu's second and third attacks follow immediately. The continuous attacks leave White Hair completely defenseless. In desperation, the bloodied White Hair presses his earring. A large amount of water sprays up from the ground, directly interrupting Lin Xiu's high-speed movement. Taking this opportunity, White Hair uses spider silk to directly tie up Lin Xiu's neck. A large water droplet is transported through the spider silk by White Hair to Lin Xiu's head. Lin Xiu can't breathe, but he also can't get rid of the water droplet. On the other side, the little girl who was rescued is sitting on the ground still in shock. Shizhen hurriedly comes to support Lin Xiu, but only sees the little girl wearing a casual jacket. Liz Hunheng is losing ground in the battle with Qiandawawa. Qiandawawa's tail swings and sends Liz Hunheng flying several meters. Her force is like a truck impact. He uses his arm to block a punch from Qiandawawa, but his arm directly makes a bone-breaking sound. The poisonous hairs shot by Liz Hunheng are also blocked by the armor on Qiandawawa's body. Qiandawawa launches an attack, with power as great as a missile explosion. Liz Hunheng instantly flashes to her back, wanting to sneak attack with his venomous fangs. Qiandawawa swings her tail again, and Liz Hunheng is knocked to the ground, unable to move. The controlled Qiandawawa's physique is as strong as steel, impossible to harm. Lin Xiu is tied up by spider silk. Liz Hunheng is beaten and covered in blood, unable to move. At this moment, Shenjian orders Qiandawawa to eat the mutant meat. She picks up the meat and puts it to her mouth. Liz Hunheng recalls that if it weren't for her when he was young, he might have always been alone. So he uses his last strength to create a poisonous hair and shoots it towards Qiandawawa. But the poisonous hair doesn't hit that piece of meat. It turns out his real target was the water ball above Lin Xiu's head. After the water ball bursts, Lin Xiu immediately goes full speed. He rushes up and snatches the mutant meat from Qiandawawa's hand. Liz Hunheng decides to entrust all hope of rescuing Qiandawawa to Lin Xiu. Please must save Daohua. Lin Xiu flies high and throws the meat far away. Liz Hunheng said that the power Lin Xiu currently possesses is not yet in its complete form. His speed is fast, but his strength is not enough. There's a secret to compensate for this problem. Lin Xiu flies in the air, concentrating to stimulate all the energy in his body. His whole body moves as fast as a bullet fired instantly. The outer walls of the house also shatter due to his enormous kinetic energy. Lin Xiu's instantaneous speed at this moment is so fast that it produces a sonic boom. White hair feels like a hunting rifle is aiming at him. Lin Xiu is also determined to use a one-hit kill. White hair cannot dodge such an exaggeratedly fast strike. But at the crucial moment, he reduces the damage by laying down a large number of spider webs. His power level is much higher than Lin Xiu's, so he wasn't killed by Lin Xiu. White hair, having recovered, starts to get excited. He uses spider silk to tie Lin Xiu and himself together, then uses spider silk to transport water over, forming a spherical large water tank. The water tank is very solid and cannot be destroyed from the inside. Lin Xiu can only be at his mercy in the water. In the water, he may suffocate at any time, his life hanging by a thread. Just as Lin Xiu is about to suffocate, a familiar figure appears outside the water tank. It's Suchan. She raises her hand and punches the water tank, shattering it completely. The enormous force startles White hair. Lin Xiu is successfully rescued. It turns out that the school guards had lost track of Xinjian earlier, but accidentally saw Lin Xiu's whereabouts. So they notified Nest, and Suchan rushed over as soon as she got the news. Suchan has already learned the general situation from the little girl. Suddenly Xinjian controls Qiandawawa to attack them. We meet again. The professor's pride student. She also takes action herself, wanting to attack from two sides. But Suchan grabs Qiandawawa's hair, pushes her to the ground and knocks her out with one hit, a one-hit KO. Xinjian swings her tail and hurriedly attacks. Lin Xiu beside her launches an attack, but she dodges it. At this time, White hair shoots out spider silk entangling Lin Xiu, controlling him to attack Suchan. These two are too strong. Only someone at Professor Chi's level can deal with them. We have no chance of winning against them. Lin Xiu hurriedly tells her to take Qiandawawa and leave. I'll buy you time to escape. No way. Do you remember the day your student ID was stolen? Actually, I didn't come alone. Suddenly White hair is kicked, and golden threads appear around Xinjian. Before she can react, the golden threads turn into a garment tightly binding her. It turns out that Nest's reinforcements have arrived. Xinjian moves her hand and directly breaks free from the restraints. Just as she's about to act arrogantly, suddenly a flash of fire appears behind her, and a violent explosion is heard outside the house. It turns out that Professor Chi has arrived. The skull tattoo on his hand is emitting flames, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Xinjian's arrogant aura instantly disappears when she sees Professor Chi. It turns out that the scar on Xinjian's left eye was inflicted by Professor Chi 5 years ago. They start fighting without a word. White hair doesn't want to see the two of them fight. He uses spider silk to tie up Xinjian. You go first, I'll handle the rest. Then he hands Xinjian over to the invisible man to take away. Afterwards, White hair also wants to retreat. But Nest has been looking for them for so long. It's impossible to let them go so easily. As soon as they met, Professor Chi immediately attacked, trying to capture him. He aimed at the ground where the white hair was standing, gathered all his power in his arm, and punched the ground. The white hair was illuminated entirely, and a huge flame burst out. The heat wave even affected the invisible man who had already run far away. Even the school personnel far away were affected by the heat wave. With such a powerful strike, everyone believed that White hair was dead. But when the smoke cleared, a giant centipede appeared before everyone. It had protected the white hare, leaving him unharmed. The centipede stretched its body, towering several times higher than a house. The overwhelming pressure made people afraid to approach. The white hare arrogantly said he had planned to eat Kiandawawa first, then slowly eat the rest of them. But there's no rush, he'll keep them to play with slowly, because there's plenty of time ahead. The centipede carried the white hare into the ground, leaving a huge hole behind. Lin Xiu, unwilling to give up, wanted to chase, but his body had already been overexerted, and he fainted. Back at Nest, Kiandawawa recovered very quickly due to his good physique. Being stabbed by the poison needle left no after effects. The children from the nursery were also safely settled. In the subsequent search, there was no news of the white hare and Xinjiang. In the hospital, Lin Xiu and Liz Hunheng were arranged in the same room. Because when he was young, Liz Hunheng witnessed his mother being bullied by others. So he was obsessed with arguing with Lin Xiu about strength, completely ignoring Chiwixing. Before being taken away for questioning, Liz Hunheng apologized to Kiandawawa. Kiandawawa felt that he wasn't that bad. Lin Xiu, who had just finished brushing his teeth, returned to the dormitory to find Shijin waiting for him in the room. It turned out she had come in through the window, specifically to ask him if the previous incident of sleeping with Kiandawawa was true. Earlier in the dormitory, after learning that Kiandawawa and Lin Xiu were sleeping together, Pioxizin was so angry that she immediately threw down the hairdryer and climbed over the wall to find Lin Xiu in the middle of the night. Seeing Shijin's smiling expression, Lin Xiu was scared and kept trembling. To save his life, he could only kneel on the ground and explain everything in detail. After knowing the reason, Shijin, blushing, asked Lin Xiu to repay her for saving his life. The next day, in the school office building, after a decision by the higher-ups, the school prepared to engage in a direct battle with the White Hares organization. Through the interrogation of Liz Hunheng, they learned about the organization called the Pet Shop. The Pet Shop's goal was to attempt to overthrow modern society using jungle juice, thus creating a brand new society of only insect people. Liz Hunheng also told them that there was a place called the breeding farm where finished insect people were stored, and this location was hidden somewhere on Black Rock Island. The scene changes to the commercial street in the school city, where Lin Xiu and Shijin are on a date. Shijin's face turned red from eating the spicy stir-fried rice cakes. Midway through, they encountered the blonde girl and green hair girl who also came to eat. They smiled and asked Shijin if she was dating. They said they were going to the school's equipment research room later, where various research is usually conducted and equipment can be made for students. Then they all went to the research room together. The blonde girl and green hair girl said their purpose for making weapons was to not fall behind when facing Lin Xiu. They must become stronger, otherwise, let alone getting first place in the entire department, they couldn't even protect their own lives. Their words made Lin Xiu also determined. He must become stronger. He wants to defeat the white hare. So he also went to the front desk to customize equipment. In the pet shop's secret base, the white hare used spider silk to tightly secure Xinjiang to a chair, like flirting. The staff who came in saw this scene and were stunned. The situation suddenly became a bit awkward. Actually, Xinjiang was forcibly brought back. She was very angry now and just wanted to kill the white hare. That's why the white hare tied her up. As soon as the rope was loosened, Xinjiang fired poison needles, causing a small wound on the white hare's forehead. She said, "Next time you get in my way, I'll kill you." The white hare was very curious about why Xinjiang had such strong hatred towards Professor Qi. The white hare said he could help Xinjiang set a trap, and could also provide manpower to help her deal with the school. In the classroom, Professor Qi announced that they would select students to investigate Black Rock Island through a competition. This task had bonus credits. Lin Xiu had points deducted for missing classes after being captured last time. He was worried that he couldn't become the top of the department, so he was determined to get the credits for this task. The competition was a 4:4 battle, and whoever got the flag from the opponent's base would win. The location of the opponent's base could be obtained by capturing the opponent's team members. The competition began, with Lin Xiu's team facing off against the green hair girl's team in the first round. Lin Xiu arranged for Kiandawawa and Chiwixing to guard their base. While the green hair girl's team left 2 people to guard their base, she and the blonde girl ran through the forest looking for Lin Xiu's team's base. Suddenly, Shijin and Lin Xiu jumped out. After several battles, his strength had improved a lot, and ordinary students were no match for him. The green hair girl and blonde girl were scared and quickly retreated. But suddenly the green hair girl launched an attack, with tremendous power. Her equipment was a hammer, powerful but slow, unable to hit people. Suddenly, Shijin's leg was entangled. It turned out that the blonde girl had controlled silk threads to bind her. The green hair girl immediately swung her hammer. Lin Xiu hurriedly rescued Shijin. Although the green hair girl and blonde girl were not strong, they had been inseparable since the first semester and coordinated very well. The outcome of this battle was still uncertain. This woman, though thin-armed and thin-legged, had a large meteor hammer as her weapon. If hit once, it would probably be fatal. Her skill came from the bolus spiders, very skilled at using such high-power weapons. However, All spiders have one weakness, which is that they are not good at close combat. The spider's venom and silk are means to compensate for their physical body and stamina. Suchan rushed up to engage in close combat, but was tied up by silk threads. It turned out to be the blonde girl, whose ability came from the silkworm moth, able to freely control silk threads for binding. Just as they were about to put handcuffs on Suchan to eliminate her, several spikes pierced through. Suchan had cut through the silk threads. The weapon she had requested was knuckle spikes, very sharp, not afraid of the blonde girl's control. The green hair girl threw her meteor hammer at her. Suchan concentrated and swung a punch at the incoming meteor hammer. The meteor hammer was instantly shattered. At this moment, the green hair girl called for the blonde girl to quickly bind Suchan with silk. Lin Xiu, seeing this, flew to a tree trunk, preparing to activate his insect state. He shot out at high speed towards the green hair girl. If Lin Xiu were to collide with her, it could likely cause the green hair girl's death. Professor Chi's eyes widened, but Lin Xiu stopped just in time in front of the green hair girl. A huge gust of wind swept across the field. The terrifying intimidation scared the green hair girl into kneeling and trembling. She was eliminated. The blonde girl, frightened, ran away. She ran to the edge of a cliff and accidentally fell off. Suchan hurriedly reached out to grab her, but was pulled down the cliff along with the blonde girl. Unexpectedly, in midair, she put handcuffs on Suchan, eliminating Suchan. It turned out she was deliberately playing tricks. They also wanted to get first place. The score was tied at 1-1. Suddenly, Lin Xiu heard Qi Huixing's voice through his earpiece. He said the two guards from the opposite side had come to steal their base. Lin Xiu hurriedly turned around, preparing to use his secret weapon to take them down, but was stopped by Suchan. This should be saved for later use. Qi Huixing was attacked and unable to move, but Qiandawawa returned just in time. The enemies immediately entered battle mode. The beetle suddenly charged towards Qiandawawa, directly breaking the thick tree trunk. He possessed the genes of a Alomarina dichotoma, with immense strength. In the air, the white-robed woman scattered a sky full of white powder, beautiful like snow. This was her ability, allergenic toxic powder. If a person was even slightly touched by the powder, they would struggle in pain. Qi Huixing had fallen victim to it. But Qiandawawa smiled. She was an emperor scorpion and wasn't afraid of the toxic powder at all. As a battle maniac, she rushed up to have a head-on collision with the beetle. The white-robed girl strongly believed in the beetle's strength. The beetle also unleashed his power, with a ferocious expression. Qiandawawa was being pushed down continuously, but after being controlled by Xinjian, Qiandawawa's ability had become stronger. With her immense strength, she tossed the beetle into the air, then jumped up and kicked the white-robed girl unconscious, resolving the base's crisis. Lin Xiu also got the opponent's flag and won. In the classroom, everyone was frightened by the powerful strength of Lin Xiu's team. Lin Xiu and Qiandawawa's growth was the most noticeable. The second round of the competition ended for unknown reasons. It turned out that a female student had been seriously injured, her eyes covered with a white cloth. At this time, a man in a hat came over to chat with them. He patted Suchan, then patted Qiandawawa, and also took the opportunity to mock Qi Huixing for not contributing at all. But after the competition started, Qiandawawa grabbed Qi Huixing, telling him to put his mouth close. On the other side, Suchan also began to uncontrollably take off her clothes. It turned out that the Cantharides girl from the opposing team could make people experience an uncontrollable aphrodisiac effect. And the Hat Man had come over to get friendly just to poison Qiandawawa and Pioxazin. The poisoned Pioxazin began to take off her clothes in front of everyone. While on Qiandawawa's side, she was forcibly pushing down Qi Huixing. There were too many spectators on the scene, so Lin Xiu and the others could only knock the girls unconscious and tie them up. This time, Qi Huixing asked Lin Xiu to guard the base while he went to find the enemies. Because he hadn't been of any use in the last competition, he wanted to prove himself this time. And to not disappoint his mother's expectations, he also longed to get first place and become a normal person again. Not long after, Qi Huixing encountered a chubby boy who could emit sound waves. Qi Huixing jumped behind him, knocked him out with one kick, eliminating him, and obtained the location of their team's base. He arrived at the base location alone, only to find it was an empty space with no one there. Suddenly, he heard cracking sounds beneath his feet. The ground opened up, and he was pulled down by someone. It was the Hat Man. Their team had a cute girl in black stockings with gorilla talpity abilities, skilled at digging tunnels. She had dug out a very large space underground. The Hat Man grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it at Qi Huixing. Then, taking advantage of Qi Huixing's inability to open his eyes, he continuously beat him. He even kicked Qi Huixing far away with one foot. The Hat Man kept beating and mocking Qi Huixing for being a burden. Qi Huixing was enraged and charged straight at the Hat Man. A red light emerged from the Hat Man's hand, shooting directly at Qi Huixing's eyes, instantly causing blood to flow from his eyes. The girl from the previous competition was also seriously injured by him in this way. Qi Huixing trembled on the ground. Just as the Hat Man was about to put handcuffs on Chi Huixing to eliminate him, a green light flashed, and Lin Xiu appeared in front of him, saving Chi Huixing. At this moment, Lin Xiu was wearing new equipment, which was an enhanced version of the goggles. This cute girl in black stockings looked adorable, but was actually very strong. In the dim underground, Chi Huixing's eyes had been blinded. Fortunately, Lin Xiu arrived in time and saved him. 10 minutes ago, after Group D's base was revealed, he had rushed over with his new goggles. The Hat Man possessed the red imported fire ant ability, capable of spraying acidic substances. He arrogantly said he would blind Lin Xiu's eyes. Lin Xiu's arm was burned, but fortunately, his eyes were fine thanks to the goggles. The Hat Man's attack speed was slow, and Lin Xiu could easily attack him at high speed. But the Hat Man wasn't afraid of Lin Xiu. He had already arranged for his teammates to block the entrance after Lin Xiu came in. The entire underground was pitch black, and Lin Xiu couldn't see anything. But the Hat Man, possessing the red imported fire ant ability, could see clearly. He constantly attacked Lin Xiu, while continuously mocking that Group A's strength was all bluff. The black stocking girl also emerged from the ground, hugging Lin Xiu's legs so he couldn't fly. The Hat Man created a large amount of strong acid and threw it at Lin Xiu, forcing him to continue blocking with his arm, making the burns more severe. At this critical moment, Lin Xiu adjusted his equipment's limitations, enhancing his abilities. After seeing clearly the situation inside the cave, Lin Xiu immediately began to counterattack. The Hat Man and the black stocking girl were no match for him. Lin Xiu, moving at high speed, freely moved throughout the entire underground space. Frightened, the black stocking girl hurriedly ran away, burrowing underground, while only the Hat Man was left at the scene, being beaten badly, without any ability to fight back. Suddenly, a large hole exploded on the ground, and Lin Xiu punched the Hat Man, sending him flying into the sky. The onlookers all felt the pain just by watching. After taking a punch from the protagonist, the Hat Man passed out immediately and was unable to continue fighting. He was eliminated. Seeing this, the two girls hurriedly ran to guard their base's flag. Just as the black stocking girl was about to grab the flag, Lin Xiu rushed over at an even faster speed and took the flag. The Cantharides girl had no choice. She could only take out the anesthetic gun specifically for insect people, aimed at Lin Xiu and fired. But at this moment, Lin Xiu's goggles had unlocked their limitations, and the bullet's trajectory appeared in slow motion to his eyes. He directly swung the flag to deflect the bullet, then he turned into a green light. Professor Chi, watching on the screen, smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. Lin Xiu brought the flag out of the base, and Group A achieved the final victory. The girls in the audience were captivated by his cool appearance. Chi Huixing had once again been a burden, feeling ashamed. He was again acting tough on his own, just like before. Professor Lu came over and healed his eyes instantly with his ability. He was surprised to hear that Lin Xiu had won even though he was fighting 3 people at once. Without comparison, there is no harm. He began to feel inferior. After Professor Chi noticed his emotional state, he gave him 2 lessons, but Chi Huixing couldn't understand. After the competition, everyone had a dinner in the dormitory to celebrate their winning of the task quota. The blonde girl volunteered to help make clothes for their task execution, because she could produce clothing made of whatever fabric she ate. A few days later at the Black Rock Island Pier, Lin Xiu, Shizhen, Qiandawawa, and Chi Huixing, the 4 of them arrived on the island to carry out the mission. The teaching assistant asked them to pretend to be tourists, while Chi Huixing's mood was still very low, still dwelling on the events of the previous competition. He still hadn't understood what Professor Chi had said. He was very eager to prove himself, not wanting to be left behind by his teammates. He wanted to be the first person to find the breeding farm. In the room, everyone started distributing clothes for pretending to be tourists. These clothes were swimsuits made by the blonde girl. At the Black Rock Island beach, everyone pretended to be tourists to avoid suspicion. So the first day's task was to have fun. Only by having fun would they look more like genuine tourists. The group played and frolicked. Only Chi Huixing was gloomy. When everyone was tired and eating together, Lin Xiu noticed a flicker of light in the distance. He activated his compound eyes and saw someone with binoculars watching them. The previous light was the reflection from the lens. To avoid being discovered, Lin Xiu quickly told everyone not to look. Everyone even prepared for battle. But not long after, the person with binoculars walked away. It should have been a breeding farm employee on patrol. The battle they had anticipated didn't happen. Everyone returned to the guest house, planning to rest early as they would start the official investigation tomorrow. Lin Xiu discovered that Chi Huixing had disappeared. Because Chi Huixing was eager to prove himself, he went out alone to find the person who had been spying on them with binoculars. He found this person watching the sunset by the shore. Chi Huixing approached him, pressing his leg against the man's neck. "Tell me the location of the breeding farm obediently, or you'll be in trouble." But the old man turned around and mistook Chi Huixing for his own grandson. People nearby told him that this old man had Alzheimer's. He came here every day hoping for his grandson to return, often mistaking people. It turned out the old man wasn't a breeding farm employee. At this moment, the old man grabbed Chihuixing, asking to be taken home, and Chihuixing had no choice but to escort him back. On the other side, Linxiu, who discovered Chihuixing was missing, also ran out to look for him. As the sun was setting, a speedboat approached from the distance. The real breeding farm personnel had arrived. This man also possessed the dragonfly ability. Chihuixing had been fascinated by and passionate about intense attack and defense games like football since childhood. As he grew up, he successfully joined the football team. Later in a match, because of his missed shot, the team lost. He trained himself even more desperately because of this. During a night run, he was turned into a mutant by someone using jungle juice. So he wanted to rest for a while and then quickly return to the team. However, he was told by the coach that he didn't need to return to the team. He was directly expelled. He was even called a burden to the team. This left him with a significant psychological trauma. He was always worried about being a burden, afraid of being abandoned by his teammates. So he was always eager to prove himself. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and they searched all over the island for the breeding farm, but found no clues. Meanwhile, his teammates were worried about Chihuixing's gloomy state these past few days. Chihuixing walked outside alone and again encountered the old man watching the sunset, waiting for his grandson. After chatting for a while, he found that the old man had fallen asleep, so Chihuixing took him home. In the old man's house, he saw an old phone on the ground. Opening the phone, he discovered it belonged to the old man's grandson. It contained a message saying he had been captured by the breeding farm, with a plea for help. Chihuixing hurriedly ran back to tell his teammates, but encountered an enemy. The enemy was large in stature, very strong, and attacked immediately upon sight. Chihuixing confirmed that the breeding farm was on this island. Meanwhile, because Chihuixing hadn't returned for a long time, Kiandawawa went out alone to look for him. A sea breeze blew, and a man appeared behind Kiandawawa. She turned to look, and it was the breeding farm personnel with the same dragonfly ability. For this investigation mission, Professor Chi had instructed that if they encountered individuals who had been fed, they should retreat immediately. Because these people had undergone absorption and brainwashing, forcibly enhancing their abilities, turning them into monsters. Now Chihuixing had encountered this type of enemy. Although he didn't look very smart, his strength was immense, casually tossing Chihuixing into the air. Realizing he couldn't win, Chihuixing decided to go back and call for help. He ran at full speed, and the monster couldn't catch up with him. He felt he had finally accomplished something. Just as he was feeling pleased, Chihuixing suddenly came to an abrupt stop. He turned back to look at the previous position, and the monster hadn't chased after him. If he ran away, the old man would be in danger. Sure enough, seeing Chihuixing escape, the monster, unable to catch up, walked towards the house. He violently opened the door, intending to capture the old man. At this moment, a rock hit the monster. It was Chihuixing who had returned to save the old man. The monster's mind was filled with the desire to capture people, the younger the better. Angered, he immediately ran towards Chihuixing. Chihuixing leaped into the air, raising his foot and kicking the monster hard. He wanted to defeat the monster head-on and rescue the old man. Otherwise, carrying the old man, neither of them would be able to escape. He used all his strength to launch an attack against the monster, but it didn't cause any damage to the monster. Instead, he himself was injured. Suddenly the monster jumped into the air, smashed down forcefully, and grabbed Chihuixing with one hand. Chihuixing didn't want to be a burden again. If he caught him, the monster would be able to eat meat. Chihuixing wrapped both arms around the monster's arm, swung his legs, and kicked fiercely at the monster's arm. His entire body was thrown into the air. With a frenzied look on his face, he used all his life strength to deliver a strike. And the monster's pincers were actually kicked off and fell down. It turned out that in his frenzy, he had unknowingly released his insect state. His strength increased, and the spikes on his legs turned into scythes. He looked down at the scythes on his legs. This was the first time he had triggered his insect state. At this moment, the monster attacked again, but now he was fearless. Chihuixing flew up and kicked back. His left leg was grabbed, but it gave his right leg an opportunity. With one kick, another large gash appeared on the monster's forehead. His ability came from the Gampsiclies usuriensis of the Orthoptera, Cattididae genus. It's one of the most ferocious and predatory insects. Moreover, they undergo special evolution, with some individuals becoming gigantic due to environmental factors. That's where the long blade on his leg came from. At this moment, Chihuixing charged forward and delivered another heavy blow to the monster. The monster, hit by this attack, trembled all over, feeling that Chihuixing had become much stronger. In a moment of carelessness, he was hit on the head by a bottle. It was the old man who had hit him with a bottle, shouting that he would protect his grandson. The villain, enraged, immediately turned around, picked up the broken pincer on the ground, and stabbed towards the old man. The old man collapsed on the ground, blood spurting out. It turned out that Chi Huixing had rushed forward, using his own body to shield the old man from this attack. "Grandpa, you can't die here. Don't you want to see your grandson?" Then he fainted, and the monster picked up Chi Huixing and carried him away. At this time, Lin Xiu also realized something was wrong. He went out to look for Chi Huixing, but couldn't find him after an hour of searching. Suddenly, he noticed huge footprints on the ground. Following them, he saw a phone. He picked it up and looked at the content, discovering a clue. At this moment, the old man walked out from the bushes. "Save my Huixing." Lin Xiu learned from the old man's words that Chi Huixing had been captured. He followed the information on the phone to the pier and found the breeding farm's gate exposed by the low tide. And behind him, the enemy's red-winged dragonfly man had been very curious about him. "Fight me, let's see which dragonfly is better." At this moment, Lin Xiu also noticed the enemy dragonfly. The teaching assistant had previously warned, once encountering an enemy, don't confront them head-on, flee immediately. Lin Xiu prepared to escape, but the red dragonfly was very fast and quickly appeared behind him. "Where are you going? Come play with me." The red dragonfly threw a punch, but Lin Xiu dodged it. The red dragonfly stopped in midair, saying he had just fought with Qiandawawa and couldn't control his strength well, seriously injuring her. An enraged Lin Xiu immediately counterattacked, but was blocked by the red dragonfly with one hand. The red dragonfly, rich in combat experience, kicked towards Lin Xiu's stomach. He then clasped his hands together and hit Lin Xiu hard into the water. Just as Lin Xiu surfaced to breathe, he was grabbed by the head and dragged across the water surface. Afterwards, he threw Lin Xiu up, smashing him against the shore wall, leaving him unable to move. The strength of the two of them is not at the same level at all. On the other side, Chi Huixing opened his eyes. He found that his wounds had been bandaged, but his legs were chained. He was now imprisoned in the breeding farm's dungeon. In this cage, there were many people from the island. They were food for the insect people in the opposite cage. At this time, an island breeding farm patrol employee opened the door and shouted, "Feeding time." This employee pulled up an old man, preparing to throw him to the insect people as food. Yet none of the many people here dared to resist. Before leaving, the employee turned back and said, "You're next, Jiang Huixing." At this moment, Chi Huixing realized that the Ant-Man was actually the old man's grandson. No matter how Chi Huixing tried to persuade them, they didn't dare to rise up and resist. Angered, his veins bulged, he gritted his teeth, and with one kick broke the chains they thought couldn't be broken. The eyes of the crowd were full of disbelief. Deep down, they too had been longing for a miracle to happen. "What are you all still standing there for?" On the sea surface, Lin Xiu and the red dragonfly were engaged in an intense battle. The two, moving at high speed, became two beams of light constantly colliding. Lin Xiu was now wearing his specially made equipment, but still couldn't inflict damage on the red dragonfly. Qiandawawa had been seriously injured by the red dragonfly. Shizhen, coming out to search for people, saw the craters left from the battle. She knew something had happened and hurried back to get reinforcements. At this time, there was no signal on the entire island. All base stations had been destroyed. Suddenly a monster who had been fed jumped out. At this moment, a mist blew over, and the monster was stunned. Shizhen immediately punched the monster, and he fell down motionless. It turned out to be the teaching assistant who had arrived. His ability came from the tobacco hornworm, able to spray mist that causes hallucinations. Soon, they were surrounded by a group of monsters from all directions. These monsters were numerous and ugly in appearance. On the other side, Lin Xiu and the red dragonfly were fighting while chatting. "Fighting so desperately just for credits? Are you crazy? I heard you guys obey the professor's orders like dogs to get the antidote, right? But in this respect, you are just like slaves in the breeding farm who want to eat meat." The red dragonfly threw a punch, but Lin Xiu dodged it. Lin Xiu flew at full speed, moving so fast he looked like streaks of green light, surrounding the red dragonfly. The red dragonfly couldn't track Lin Xiu's movement with his naked eye. Lin Xiu, taking advantage of his high speed, appeared behind him and landed a heavy punch, then landed on the ground. Where the red dragonfly had been, there was now a large crater. Just when Lin Xiu thought he was dead, the red dragonfly stood up. He tore open his clothes, revealing rows of abdominal muscles, then activated his insect state, growing a pair of chelicerae on his back. It turned out his ability came from the antlion, and the wings on his back were from the adult form of the antlion, the Marmeleonmicans. In this state, he controlled a sandstorm, continuously blowing sand towards Lin Xiu in the sky. Lin Xiu was surrounded by sand, unable to fly anymore, and finally fell to the ground, buried by the sand. At this time, the red dragonfly walked to the breeding farm's main gate, opened it, and waited for the tide to come in. It turned out that the location of the breeding farm had been exposed, and he was here to destroy it. He also said he would go kill all of Lin Xiu's teammates later. At this moment, Lin Xiu had been submerged by the tide. He was worried about his teammates, while his own life was hanging by a thread. In this near-death state, his ability was triggered. In the dungeon of the breeding farm, after breaking free from the ropes, Chi Wixing had been kicking the prison door for half an hour. The door showed no change, but his legs were already shaking badly. Suddenly, there was an earthquake outside, and the power went out. Seeing that he couldn't break the cage, everyone's fighting spirit that had just been ignited was extinguished again. They were already prepared to die. At this moment, the Ant-Man stood up and said, if he could give them a way to survive, he would help. So Chi Wixing told him about the school's ability to produce antidotes. After hearing this, the Ant-Man's arm exerted force, and he directly pulled out a big hole in the iron bars. The people in the dungeon's eyes lit up with hope again. At this time, the monster came over again to prevent everyone from escaping from the cage. Some people used chains to tie up the monster. Some people directly hugged him to restrict his movement. The Ant-Man slid behind the monster and directly lifted him up. Chi Wixing took the opportunity to activate the insect state. He extended the sickle on his leg, jumped up, and cleanly slashed towards the monster. A huge wound appeared on the monster's body, and then he fell to the ground and died. Everyone was very happy. They finally got rid of the monster and could regain their freedom. They were all in a hurry to go open the door. But when the door opened, a large amount of seawater rushed in, and no matter how they tried to block it, they couldn't. The water level was getting higher and higher. When everyone had given up struggling and their lives were hanging by a thread, the water stopped rushing in, and the water level was getting lower and lower. They followed the direction of the water flow, passed through the drainage passage, and successfully escaped. And they also encountered Kiandawawa. On the other side, Lin Xiu had already got rid of the sand's restraint, while the red dragonfly on the opposite side was beaten up and covered in wounds. But Lin Xiu's condition was a bit strange, with an evil smile on his face. It turned out that Lin Xiu, who was in a near-death state, had entered a berserk state. He had gone mad, fighting purely on instinct. He even used his mouth to attack the red dragonfly, wanting to eat the opponent. His soulless eyes constantly overflowed with energy. Although his attack method is simple, its power is terrifying. A casual strike could make the red dragonfly's whole body go numb. However, the red dragonfly was also a battle maniac. This kind of fist-to-flesh combat was what he pursued. The red dragonfly's strength was very powerful. Lin Xiu, who had entered the berserk state, was still suppressed by him, always at a disadvantage. At this time, the breeding farm had already been submerged by water. Chi Wixing and the others had successfully escaped. Chi Wixing and Kiandawawa looked back and saw Suchan and the teaching assistant also walking towards them. The group of monsters that had surrounded them earlier was too numerous. The teaching assistant used smoke to temporarily put them into a coma, but couldn't kill them all. Suddenly, a green light crashed down from the sky. It was Lin Xiu who had been beaten down. He was still in a berserk state at this time, but was beaten bloody. He got up and let out a roar, then stared fixedly at Suchan. He actually regarded Suchan as prey and pounced towards her. The teaching assistant promptly released smoke, causing Lin Xiu to lose his target. Obviously in this state, he was attacking indiscriminately. At this time, the red dragonfly arrived, and Lin Xiu chased after him to continue fighting. He was already seriously injured, but couldn't stop fighting. Suchan and Kiandawawa, who wanted to help, were knocked out by the teaching assistant. He didn't intend to let the students act on their own anymore. But Chi Wixing directly jumped over the smoke, carrying Lin Xiu's fallen goggles, and chased after them. He had heard a saying, "A beast that has lost its reason will calm down if you cover its eyes." Chi Wixing chased to where they were fighting below and jumped up with all his might. He grabbed Lin Xiu's shoulder with one hand and put the goggles on him with the other. During this process, Lin Xiu was charging around recklessly, but finally succeeded in putting on the goggles. Lin Xiu stopped, regained consciousness, but the berserk energy was still there. He entered an unknown, wonderful state. While he was feeling the state, the red dragonfly suddenly disappeared. He used the antlion's ability to dig from underground to behind Lin Xiu. Taking advantage of Lin Xiu's inattention, he grabbed his neck and flew up with him. He was going to take him somewhere else to continue fighting. Chi Wixing immediately chased after them trying to catch him, but failed. The red dragonfly started taunting. "An insect like you will never catch up with us, even if you run to death." After all, flying insects in the sky are definitely stronger than insects running on the ground. So he flew away, leaving Chi Wixing cursing on the spot. In the distant forest, Lin Xiu was thrown onto a tree. The red dragonfly once again used his ability to control sandstorms. The sand sprayed towards Lin Xiu like a tornado, covering the sky and the earth. Lin Xiu hurriedly flew out of the sandstorm's range. The red dragonfly laughed as he chased after him. Suddenly, a green light flashed, and Lin Xiu started using his insect state to counterattack. He clenched his fists, his whole body turned into light, and attacked the red dragonfly from all directions. In the air, it was Lin Xiu's home field. Only the red dragonfly's sandstorm attack could pose a threat to him. At this time, the red dragonfly flew towards the ground, and Lin Xiu immediately blocked him and gave him a head-on strike. As long as it wasn't on the ground, as long as there was no sand, he could defeat the red dragonfly. Lin Xiu kicked off a tree trunk, activated his insect state, and charged towards the red dragonfly. The red dragonfly knew he couldn't dodge, so he retracted his chelicerae into his body and transformed into an adult, Myrmeleomicans. And in his adult form, his speed increased, and he dodged Lin Xiu's strike. Taking advantage of the gap when Lin Xiu had just launched his attack, he grabbed his leg and rushed towards the ground at high speed. He wanted to finish off Lin Xiu with this strike. But unexpectedly, during their fall, Qi Huixing caught up. He had chased straight across the entire island. In the red dragonfly's shocked gaze, Qi Huixing activated his state. He successfully defeated the red dragonfly with this powerful move. On the other side, Shizhen, who had been knocked unconscious by the assistant teacher's smoke, woke up. And all of them were surrounded by monsters who had undergone feeding training. It was impossible to shake them off now. They could only face them head-on. The monsters charged towards them frantically. There were many ordinary mutants in the team who hadn't been trained and couldn't fight at all. Qianhua punched a monster and sent it flying. But the monsters had been enhanced, their flesh was very solid, and this punch didn't cause any damage. Seeing this, many people in the team became discouraged. Facing such a large group of monsters, they all felt they were doomed this time. But the teaching assistant didn't think so. For opponents with solid flesh and hard shells, people can attack weak points like joints. And Professor Qi had previously tutored Shizhen in insect combat techniques, which was perfect for dealing with the current situation. This was a practical technique specifically for dealing with insect people. Every punch Shizhen threw, every kick she made all hit the enemy's vital points. In an instant, she had broken the limbs of several monsters. To deal with these tall, strong monsters with solid flesh, Qianhua had no technique. She could only activate her state, enhance her strength, and directly KO the opponents with brute force. Everyone was inspired by these two girls who looked weaker than them. They all rushed in to join the fight. Finally, everyone successfully eliminated these monsters. At this time, the old man came over, asking for help to find his grandson. The old man and the Ant-Man looked at each other, both silent. When the Ant-Man was young, he went up the mountain with his grandfather to dig for wild herbs, but he got lost in the mountains. But at that time, his grandfather had scolded him, saying he would leave him in the mountains if he didn't behave. The Ant-Man thought he had been abandoned and cried loudly. However, his grandfather quickly found him, using that pair of binoculars. Now that he looked like a monster, his grandfather would definitely not recognize him, so he might as well pretend not to know him. But the old man still raised that old pair of binoculars and looked at him. His voice, the way he spoke, and his habit of his teeth chattering. The old man remembered all these clearly. He knew his grandson would not abandon his family. Later at the Black Rock Island dock, the school heard that Lin Xiu and the others had found the breeding farm. They immediately borrowed a ship and brought back those individuals who had undergone feeding training in the breeding farm, as well as many ordinary insect people. But because the Ant-Man's grandfather was not an insect person, he couldn't enter the school. So he chose to continue taking care of his grandfather on the island, waiting for the day when enough antidote is produced for all insect people to use. The scene changes. Although the red dragonfly was caught. For the white hair, he had already successfully completed his mission. He had cleared the exposed breeding farm, and he had also transferred out those predators who still maintained rationality after undergoing feeding training. Next, they were going to start counterattacking. They had to eat at least one of the opponent's horses. Ness was taking stock of the gains from this mission. They had captured a pet shop member alive and a batch of individuals who had undergone feeding training from the breeding farm. Thanks to Qi Huixing for discovering the location of the breeding farm. The teaching assistant also reported the situation of Lin Xiu's ability going berserk. A few hours ago, the Hat Man had approached Lin Xiu to apologize for the previous competition incident. He put his arm around Lin Xiu and Qi Huixing, and they came to the cafeteria together. Looking at the three beautiful girls sitting opposite, The Hat Man was so excited that his whole body was shaking. It turned out that the senior sisters wanted to socialize and asked the Hat Man for help. One of the girls was the top student in Professor Lu's second-year class. The Hat Man was overjoyed and immediately started to liven up the atmosphere, suggesting they play games while drinking. Chi Wixing didn't really want to play, but after being glanced at by the beautiful girl opposite, he immediately changed his mind. Not long after, Lin Xiao and Chi Wixing were both drunk and slumped on the table. Lin Xiao couldn't hold on anymore and was about to leave, but the top student senior unexpectedly hugged his arm, asking Lin Xiao to send her back to the dormitory. In the end, amid the murmuring of the other two girls, he could only agree. Seeing them leave, the two girls revealed cunning smiles. At this time, Suchan appeared behind them and asked, "What are you talking about?" On the way, the senior sister wanted to go somewhere else to continue playing. "I'm sorry, I don't really want to go," the senior sister said again. "Do you want to know the secret hidden in your ability? Come with me and I'll tell you." It turned out that those goggles Lin Xiao was wearing were made by her. Afterwards, they came to an empty laboratory. Lin Xiao was already too drunk to stand steady, walking unsteadily. Suddenly, he let out an eye. It turned out the senior sister had pushed him down. Taking advantage of his dazed state, she took off his clothes. Lin Xiao was completely stunned. Not only that, the senior also took out 2 packages of unknown substances. She tore open the packaging with her mouth. "I'm going to take a bit of your jeans." At this time, Suchan also arrived just in time, standing outside the door with a flushed face watching them. "Wait, are you really going to put it in?" "Don't worry, I have a lot of experience." Suchan's eyes were about to pop out. She rushed in with a red face, ready to stop them. It turned out these two were just drawing blood. The tools from earlier were alcohol swabs for disinfection. It turned out that the professors had sent the senior to draw blood. However, the senior also said she was very curious about the transfer student Lin Xiao, then left. On the way back, Suchan was very angry. Lin Xiao had slept with Qianduawa first, and now he was pushed down by the senior. She felt threatened. Taking advantage of the empty dormitory, she wanted to go back alone with Lin Xiao under the pretext of having a meal. But when they bought food and returned to the dormitory, they found it very lively inside. The whole class was having a party there. As soon as Lin Xiao entered, he was pulled away by 2 girls. Suchan's plan to be alone with Lin Xiao was ruined. Meanwhile, Professor Qi had already received Lin Xiao's blood test results. There were indeed dangerous substances in his body, like a top-grade time bomb. For everyone's safety, Professor Lu wanted to report this situation to the higher-ups and isolate Lin Xiao separately. But Professor Qi stopped her. He wanted to resolve Lin Xiao's issue himself. The next day, Professor Qi called Lin Xiao alone to the forest and said that the school considered him a dangerous element. "As the person in charge, I now have to eliminate you." Hearing these words, Lin Xiao felt unbelievable. The scene changes. The white hair brings Shinjian down to the 7th floor underground. They saw the huge centipede from before. It turned out that the centipede had resisted Professor Qi's attack, but was now covered in burns. It couldn't fight for a short time and needed time to recover. Professor Qi would be a major obstacle to the pet shop's development. From now on, they needed to set a bigger trap to take out Professor Qi. While Lin Xiao was still in a daze, Professor Qi activated his ability and struck directly at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao dodged his first attack. Professor Qi's second attack, third attack followed in quick succession. The two fought for several rounds in the forest. Professor Qi directly grabbed Lin Xiao's hand, kicked out, and made him cough up blood. He charged up his ability again, using the move he had used against the giant centipede before. Lin Xiao flew up and narrowly avoided this attack. Professor Qi showed no mercy at all. He put explosives inside stones and threw them at Lin Xiao, directly blasting him away. Then the professor stepped on Lin Xiao on the ground until he coughed up blood. When Lin Xiao was weak and near death, Professor Qi spoke. The teaching assistant said you lost control and went berserk on Black Rock Island. 5 years ago, there was a student in the same situation as you. Do you know what she did? At that time, she killed all her classmates. Because of the berserk state, her ability became unbelievably strong. In the end, I had no choice but to kill my former student. If allowed to continue rampaging, more people would certainly be harmed. You also tried to kill Suchan when you were in the berserk state. As Professor Qi was about to deliver the final blow, Lin Xiao entered the berserk state again and threw a punch. Dean's professors, did you see that? But this time he didn't harm anyone. With his last bit of reason, he bit his own arm hard. The school leader saw this scene on the monitor and decided to cancel the plan to lock Lin Xiu up. Professor Qi had demonstrated his confidence in Lin Xiu to everyone through his actions. Lin Xiu was different from Xin Jian. In the hospital, Professor Lu treated all of Lin Xiu's wounds. At this time, Professor Qi turned to Lin Xiu and said, "From now on, you need to continue training hard. Prove to everyone that you, a transfer student, are not a monster, but a human tougher than monsters." A few days later, in the teaching building, the golden-haired girl burst through the door saying, "Lin Xiu is fighting with that madman locked in prison." Hearing this, Suchan was startled. A few hours earlier, the professor had assigned assignment in class. After the Black Rock Island incident, Professor Qi saw everyone's weaknesses. Targeting these weaknesses, he assigned different assignment to each student. There are attribute restraints between different abilities. Only by constantly making up for weaknesses can they survive in future battles. Qi Wixing's ability was that of a katydid, characterized by both speed and power. But his skills were relatively inadequate, so the professor asked him to cut all the tennis balls that flew at him. Shan Qian'er's ability was that of spotted lanternfly, capable of releasing toxins. But she couldn't fight head-on, so her assignment was to hit Suchan, who had the best combat grades, within 7 days. Xingrunzi had the mole cricket ability, able to dig through the ground, but couldn't dig through concrete. So her task was to train her nails. The big guy was very strong, but moved slowly. His task was to run 100 meters with weights in under 13 seconds. The green-haired girl was good at throwing chain balls, but her body was weak. She needed to train her body. The blonde girl had excellent binding abilities, but the threads she produced were easily broken. She needed to eat more tough, hard-to-break fabrics. Lin Xiu was taken to the school's underground training area. Because he would enter a berserk state when he lost control, he needed to train to control his ability without going berserk. This time's training opponent was his natural enemy, the Mantis Man. As soon as the Mantis Man was released, he became extremely excited upon seeing Lin Xiu. He immediately launched an attack on Lin Xiu. The Mantis Man's severed right arm had been replaced with a prosthetic limb from the research institute. Lin Xiu's life had changed dramatically since encountering the Mantis Man, and in subsequent battles, he had never defeated him. Now facing his natural enemy, he instinctively felt fear. So this assignment was very meaningful and would become a stepping stone for his growth. The Mantis Man's entire exoskeleton had been enhanced by his ability. Lin Xiu couldn't break through his defense at all and could only keep dodging. The small space of the venue also wasn't conducive to him activating his state attack. If he was caught once by Mantis Man, he would be dead. That guy really wanted to eat him. At this point, Lin Xiu raised his hand and asked the professor if he could go to the bathroom. Going to the bathroom in the middle of assignment? Is he too nervous? Actually, he wasn't going to the bathroom, but to borrow equipment. Last time he cut off the Mantis Man's arm, he used a chainsaw. But this time the borrowed equipment didn't suit Lin Xiu at all. Using the chain hammer, he couldn't hit the Mantis Man and only hit himself. The tranquilizer gun couldn't penetrate his defense. Huixing's leg guards, Shizhen's knuckle dusters, none of these could exert their power. Hitting the Mantis Man's forelimbs couldn't cause damage. He had to aim for the face and body. He opened the enhancement switch on his goggles. The dizzying side effect made him unable to fight at all. After all that trouble, he hadn't done much damage to the Mantis Man and was completely dominated. And this assignment had to be completed within the remaining 5 days. He decided to go find help. Lin Xiu came out from the underground training facility. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to complete his individual assignment at all. How could he defeat the Mantis Man? Those weapons didn't work well for him either. He needed to solve the dizzying side effect of the goggles first. At this moment, he saw the senior who had drawn his blood earlier. And this senior was also the one who made his goggles. He hurriedly went to ask for help, wanted to ask the senior to solve the problem of the goggles causing dizziness. But the senior said this problem couldn't be solved. The principle of the goggles is to enhance compound eye performance through compound eye mode lenses, giving him a true dragonfly-like vision. Lin Xiu could only actively adapt to it. So the senior gave Lin Xiu a training method that could solve the problem. It was to put a ring on a tree and tie himself to it with a rope. Then turn on the enhancement switch of the goggles and fly around the tree. After vomiting several times, he found the trick. If he turned at a specific angle, he could solve the dizziness problem. A few days later, on the last day to complete the individual assignment, Lin Xiu came to the underground training area again. If he couldn't beat the Mantis Man today, he would fail the midterm assignment. Before coming, that senior had prepared a gift for Lin Xiu. The Mantis Man still confidently rushed forward. Lin Xiu dodged and immediately counterattacked, throwing a punch that sent him flying. This was the knuckle duster the senior gave him that could break through the Mantis Man's exoskeleton. The Mantis Man, who took one punch, was dizzy and vomited on the ground. Lin Xiu, who had adapted to the goggles, could unleash his maximum speed. The compound eyes could predict the opponent's movements, and the knuckle dusters could effectively break through defenses. At this point, he had completely suppressed the Mantis Man. But facing the next strike, the Mantis Man surprisingly smiled. He didn't dodge and took the hit head-on. Then he seized the opportunity to bite Lin Xiu's hand, preventing him from escaping. Immediately after, the Mantis Man launched an attack, instantly reversing the situation. The Hat Man watching outside panicked, and Suchan also became anxious. The assistant immediately opened the door to stop the Mantis Man. Professor Chi seemed calm, but was actually very worried. But now Lin Xiu started to go berserk. After the Mantis Man knocked off Lin Xiu's goggles, he opened his big mouth prepared to eat. Just when everyone was about to be scared to death, Professor Chi got what he was waiting for. He's going to transform. Green light burst from Lin Xiu's eyes, and he entered the berserk state again. Lin Xiu's strength immediately surged, and with a flick of his hand, he directly threw the Mantis Man away. After a roar, he rushed over and hugged the Mantis Man. With one bite, the Mantis Man's prosthetic limb was bitten off. The Mantis Man directly became prey, scaring the onlookers so much they trembled. Lin Xiu's reason had been swallowed by instinct. To survive, he would certainly eat the enemy in front of him. Once he tasted it, his human life would be over. Was his ability to hold on before just a coincidence? It seems there's no hope. Do you also want to eat my flesh? Let's be peaceful and share it. Suchan kept calling him from outside the door. At this time, Lin Xiu's consciousness was in complete darkness. A voice kept repeating, "Either I eat you or you eat me." The dragonfly he had merged with was slowly devouring him. When he heard Suchan's call, he regained his reason. He counterattacked against the dragonfly in his consciousness. In reality, Lin Xiu also opened his eyes and stopped the desire to eat. He directly knocked out the Mantis Man. He successfully controlled the berserk state. What exactly was that situation just now? Professor Chi told the assistant there was no need to intervene anymore. It was truly incredible. Lin Xiu had successfully passed his individual assignment. On the other side, a group of predators had already appeared around Nest, ready to begin their action. On the hot outdoor training ground, the final check of individual assignments was still going on. At this time, Lin Xiu was lying in the hospital, receiving treatment again. Chi Wixing Qinghua, Suchan, and the others all got good grades. But there are still students who have not completed. And so the midterm exams' individual assignments ended. So Suchan used her free time to ask Lin Xiu to go eat stir-fried rice cakes. She came to the classroom, but found Lin Xiu tied up. It turned out that after everyone saw Lin Xiu go berserk last time, they were all very scared. To be safe, they had tied him up, and Professor Chi came over to tell them. The school had already determined that Lin Xiu was not a dangerous element, and everyone could relax. The berserk state was just a side effect. It would only appear in people with high fusion with insect DNA. For example, Shenjian had also gone berserk before. Mice and humans have over 90% DNA similarity. Even bananas and humans have 50% DNA similarity. Different people have different levels of fusion with insect DNA. People will have differences due to inheriting different insect parts or characteristics. Side effects are completely preventable. There's no need to worry. Shenjian was originally also Professor Chi's student. 5 years ago, she was a good student who was obedient and studious. She consistently ranked first in the entire department every semester. Professor Chi also valued her highly. But because her ability could control others, the surrounding students all isolated and ostracized her. They spread rumors saying she got good grades by brainwashing the professor. Everyone was repulsed by her ability, and even more jealous of her good grades. Once a person is ostracized, they will become miserable. So Professor Chi didn't want Lin Xiu to suffer the same treatment. Hearing that Shenjian's ability went berserk and killed all her classmates, the Hat Man stood up and said, "Isn't that very dangerous? We must lock him up. He doesn't want to attend class with a monster." Suchan and the others were very angry hearing these words. Professor Chi told the Hat Man to suppress the berserk state. Lin Xiu fought against his natural enemy who could kill him at any time for a week. After losing control, he bit himself instead of hurting him, desperately suppressing the side effects. These were all things Xinjiang couldn't do, but he did them. If you're just going to ostracize him because of the berserk state, it would be better to build a good relationship with him who has the potential to win the first place in the department. After class, Lin Xiu was walking on the street. He thought of Professor Qi's defense of him just now, and earlier in the forest when he proved to the school that he wasn't a dangerous element, as well as the individual assignment. Professor Qi had really helped him a lot. But suddenly, there was an explosion in the research building behind him. This location happens to be the professor's office. It was the work of the Predators led by the White Hairs organization. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the building behind Lin Xiu. The place that exploded was exactly the professor's office. The assistant ran in and saw Professor Qi holding an injured man. "Are you all right?" "He's an ordinary insect person brought back from Black Rock Island. He came to the classroom because he wanted to enroll next year." But his body suddenly exploded. And at this moment, a point of light flashed in the opposite teaching building, and with a boom, it exploded again. Could it be them? The command center hurriedly turned on the broadcast, asking all residents and students to quickly evacuate to a safe place. During the evacuation, Lin Xiu saw a horn grow out of a girl's head. She looked very uncomfortable. The next moment, the horn swelled up and exploded. Only one hand was left of the girl after the explosion. This again proved that bombs had been planted in all the people rescued from Black Rock Island. The Predators were constantly detonating them. After the explosions, the school's attention would be focused internally. The security at the entrances and exits would become lax and easy to break through. And the reason they dared to play such a big game was that the consequence of failure was death. From now on, entry and exit are restricted. While the school was checking identities, Xizhen's hat was suddenly taken away, and she didn't even notice any movement. This was a person she had never seen before. She launched an attack against Xizhen. At this time, the guards immediately rushed over to block her. He recognized this was the suspect. To launch an attack so openly, it was too reckless. He requested quick support. After the pink-haired woman's hand was shattered, it revealed the arm inside. She also possessed the mantis ability. On the other side, the assistant was supporting Professor Qi down the stairs. Professor Qi was injured due to the side effects of his ability and the earlier explosion. He needed to be sent for treatment quickly. But a predator blocked their way. "Let's have a chat, you two old guys." The assistant helped the professor to one side and said, "I could handle this small matter." On Xizhen's side, in just a moment, the pink-haired woman had killed all the guards by herself. This is a real monster. And the pink-haired woman's next target was Xizhen and the others. The situation was critical. She had no choice but to fight. But at this moment, a green light flashed and Lin Xiu arrived. Smoke filled the scene, but the man opposite had no reaction. "Do you dare to take off your mask? It looks suffocating. You think I'll take it off just because you said so? How undignified." Seeing the assistant's good ability, the man extended an olive branch. "Why don't you join us?" But the assistant had long decided to stay at the school for life. At the same time, the assistant stopped talking and directly attacked. This guy hasn't used his abilities since just now. The assistant suspected he had ability side effects like Professor Qi. If so, then he had a chance of winning. But things didn't go as he wished. The next second, the opponent's arm lit up red as he used his ability. A violent explosion suddenly occurred on the assistant's right hand. It turned out the man's ability came from the Camponotus saundersii. This type of ant would detonate its abdomen when encountering enemies, spraying lethal chemicals at the enemy. And that man had fused with an entire nest of explosive ants in his body, making his ability even more powerful. He could detonate at will anyone he had touched. He is the main culprit of the terrorist attack on campus. The situation was dangerous. The assistant clutched his hand and quickly retreated. Suddenly, a green light flashed across the sky. It was Lin Xiu rushing to save people. The man also raised his hand to look into the distance. "You're lucky to have met me first. That woman over there is even more powerful than me." On the other side, Lin Xiu arrived just in time and saved Xizhen. It was the two girls who saw the situation wasn't good and notified him. But he still came late. All the guards had been killed by this mantis. And the opponent looked calm after killing people. Her expression angered Lin Xiu so much that he was about to go and punch her, but was held back by Xizhen. The guards had already called for backup. They would be safe if they could just hold out until people arrived. But the mantis didn't give them a chance. She flashed behind Xizhen and swung her blade. Xizhen hurriedly jumped into the air to avoid the attack. While the steel plate Lin Xiu used to block was easily cut through, The mantis wanted to continue her combo. Lin Xiao hurriedly used another steel plate to interrupt her attack. The mantis directly cut the steel plate into several pieces in 2 or 3 moves. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xiao transformed into green light and moved at high speed around her, making it impossible for the opponent to capture his figure. Then he launched an attack against the mantis. But surprisingly, despite such high-speed movement, the mantis girl actually saw through his actions. She counterattacked towards Lin Xiao's neck. In the critical moment, Lin Xiao suddenly fell backwards. It was Shinny who saved him with a thread. While the mantis was stunned, the green-haired girl threw a fire extinguisher at her like a chain ball. But the mantis instantly cut it in half. The next moment, Lin Xiao flew at high speed, using the thread to tie up the mantis. Suchan seized the opportunity to jump high to the ceiling, using all her strength to kick off the wall. Her whole body shot out like a missile, crashing into the mantis. The extremely violent shock wave shattered the ground. With such a terrifying move, everyone thought that mantis would definitely die. And Suchan's legs were also bloodied by the recoil. But for her ability, this was a small matter. However, at the moment when everyone's guard was at its lowest, the mantis stood up and activated her state. She swung her arms at high speed in a rotating motion, her blade passing through Suchan's neck. I told you look prettier without the hat. In Lin Xiao's despairing gaze, the hat flew off. This insect is called an orchid mantis. If you don't look carefully, you might think it's an orchid. It masquerades as an orchid to attack prey. Don't be tempted by its beautiful appearance. Like other mantises, the orchid mantis is also a top predator in the food chain. After the mantis slashed Suchan's neck with her sharp blade, she turned to look for the next prey. But suddenly her neck was grabbed. It was actually Suchan who had just been beheaded. She kicked with both feet, swung her blade again, and cut off Suchan's arm. After she landed steadily. What's going on? I clearly cut her neck. She saw that the cut neck and arm were slowly healing. The mantis could hardly believe it. She rushed toward Suchan again, and waved her sharp blades wildly in the air. Suchan saw that her momentum was strong, but not fast enough. Suchan found the right moment to concentrate her strength in her fist and threw a punch. Seeing the powerful shockwave, the mantis did a backflip and directly attacked Suchan from behind. At the critical moment, Lin Xiao initiated his hunting rifle state. He charged towards the mantis at light speed. With a loud bang, the mantis was thrown against the wall. He had used his fastest speed to attack. Under normal circumstances, the opponent would have fainted. However, the mantis immediately stood up in the distance, her eyes full of killing intent. Then she raised her blade again and charged toward Suchan. Lin Xiao saw this and shouted, "Suchan, dodge quickly." But Suchan not only didn't dodge, she instead grabbed the mantis's large blade with both hands. The result was predictable. In everyone's shocked gaze, Suchan's hands were cut off again. But the next moment, the mantis's small face was covered by a hand and firmly pressed to the ground. She was stunned again. Suchan's hands that had just been cut off were completely restored. She was about to punch the mantis. The strong pressure made the mantis realize the danger. She hooked her left leg around Suchan's waist, kicked Suchan's head with her right leg, and successfully broke free again. Such tenacious vitality and strength. The mantis knew this was an ability only cockroaches had. But she hadn't heard that even a severed head could be reattached. It turned out that after Suchan's resurrection that time, Professor Liu had taken her to the lab for genetic testing. The test results showed that about 1,000 cockroaches had fused in her body. Originally, multiple insects couldn't fuse in one human body. But if jungle juice was used on a group of individuals, there would be an extremely small chance of successful fusion. Originally, Suchan only displayed part of her power. But when assigning individual assignment, Professor Qi had her fully utilize this power. The vitality of 1,000 cockroaches could survive even an atomic bomb explosion. Although this insect makes people feel disgusted, now they can only rely on it. The mantis knew that being entangled by an individual with special abilities would be useless to continue. So she contacted her teacher, then walked towards the rolling door, swung her arms, and directly broke open the gate to escape. To prevent her from attacking others, Lin Xiao hurriedly chased after her. When Suchan was about to send the injured to the emergency room, she found that Huixing and the others who should have come to support long ago still hadn't arrived. At the same time, Huixing and Daohua were blocked by a yellow-haired woman in the teaching building. She had broken a big man and was carrying him on her shoulder. The big man was groaning in pain. Daohua told her to put him down quickly, otherwise the man would die. The yellow-haired woman readily agreed. But the next second, she used force again, completely killing the man. Then she casually threw him, and the man was heavily smashed on the ground. I put him down, is this okay? Seeing this clearly hostile action, the hot-tempered Dahua could no longer contain her anger. She immediately swung her fist and leaped up, wanting to give her a taste of her heavy punch. But the next moment, the yellow-haired woman easily caught Dahua's punch. I heard your specialty is having great strength. Actually, I'm not bad either. Let's have a competition. This enemy's ability is to detonate any target they've touched at will. Because the opponent was always wearing a mask and had a terrifying explosion ability. The assistant's poison mist had no effect on him at all, and he was beaten badly. If he didn't use his ability, he really couldn't win against him. The man looked at the assistant and said, "Since you can't move anymore, I'll start my task now." After saying this, he walked to Professor Chi and raised his hand, about to kill him. At the critical moment, the assistant rushed over to block in front of Professor Chi, using his body to take a hit. At this point, he finally knew that these intruders' main purpose for coming to the school was to kill Professor Chi. And this must be instigated by Xinjiang. After all, only that woman was determined to kill the professor. He rushed towards the man, but the man with the explosion ability just raised his hand. Before the assistant could get close, an explosion occurred on his body. The man said disdainfully, "Don't waste your effort. You can't do anything." Seeing such a strong intruder, with smoke ineffective against him, the assistant knew he had no choice left. He slowly reached into his pocket and took out a special cigarette. Professor Chi had forbidden him from using this type of cigarette. He had warned that if he used it again, he would be stripped of his teaching assistant position. But now he had no other option. At this time, the man didn't plan to give him a chance to attack. He raised his arm and began to use his ability. 15 light spots instantly appeared all over the assistant's body. These were all soldier ants that had been attached due to touching the opponent. The longer they were attached, the more powerful they became. Now the soldier ant's power was enough to blow off the assistant's limbs. The teaching assistant, who was smoking, ignored the ants. In his mind, he recalled his student days when he always had a cigarette in his mouth. Because of his ability, he was always smoking. The poisonous smoke made people not dare to approach him. He wasn't well liked. Even his proposal to set up a smoking area in the classroom was rejected. Only Professor Chi didn't distance himself, guiding him step by step onto the right path. With this debt of gratitude, he was determined to protect Professor Chi to the death. The man clenched his fist, detonating all the bombs. All the bright spots on the assistant's body lit up brightly like fireworks and exploded, continuing to burn. The glasses that fell out of the fire only had cracks left. At the same time, Lin Xiu, who was chasing the mantis, kept looking around in the air. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of fire shot up into the sky. As the fire faded, he realized the explosion point was quite far from him. The explosion on the assistant's body hadn't stopped yet. But the man's expression was calm, because no one could survive in such high temperatures. The next step was to deal with Professor Chi. As he turned around, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped him. The cigarette of the assistant contained 50% nicotine. This would put the body in an excited state, which is extremely harmful to the body. If it weren't for a catastrophic crisis, Professor Chi forbade him from using this cigarette. Although this thing had strong side effects, it could put the assistant into a new state of the tobacco hawk moth, the black devil state. At this time, the assistant emitted a terrifying aura. With a swipe of his claws, deep gashes appeared on the man's hand. The situation was dangerous. The man activated his ability again, causing an explosion. The assistant was blasted away by the explosion. The man could see that the assistant was definitely injured. But in the explosion, the assistant kept swinging his claws like a madman. Enduring the pain of burning flames, he charged towards him to kill. Then a black shadow flashed by, leaving several deep cuts on the man's face. The mask on his face was torn and fell to the ground. In this state, even Professor Chi couldn't defeat him. It's time to end. At this critical moment, the mantis suddenly appeared, jumping onto the assistant and stabbing him deeply. The assistant was severely injured, spitting out a large amount of blood. "You came at just the right time, Meiwa." Then the man kicked the assistant hard, sending him flying. Faced with more and more enemies, the assistant now didn't even have the strength to move. "I'll kill Professor, you handle that kid." After saying this, the two of them walked towards their respective targets. However, the two waiting for death on the ground weren't going to die so easily. At this moment, the assistant looked up, It turned out that Lin Xiu, who was chasing the mantis, had arrived. The man looked at the dragonfly opposite him and realized. This was the dragonfly that the keeper wanted to catch and bring back. Hearing the words keeper, Lin Xiu became even angrier. It's the keeper causing trouble again. At this time, the assistant said, "These people are too dangerous. You first-year students can't handle them." Lin Xiu saw the burns on the assistant's body and guessed. Could it be that today's explosion was caused by this guy? The man proudly told him, "That's right, I did it. I planted the seeds of explosion in those individuals." Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Quite spectacular, wasn't it? Hearing this, Lin Xiu silently lowered his head. Recalling the female classmate who had begged him for help, his entire face darkened. The next moment he charged towards a man. The mantis on the side, having experienced his speed before, immediately took a fighting stance to meet him. But Lin Xiu slipped past her, his entire body leaping into the air, clenching his fist. He launched an attack towards the man who had raised his arm. But the man remained unfazed. Just as the two made physical contact, the man manipulated the explosive ants to blast Lin Xiu far away. But Lin Xiu landed steadily, uninjured. The man was somewhat puzzled. Theoretically, Lin Xiu's arm should have been blown off. He looked carefully. At this time, Lin Xiu's arm was already numb with pain. It was the boxing gloves on his hands that had protected him. Lin Xiu recalled the situation just now. That man just said he touched him. Could it be that touching his arm would cause an explosion? And Lin Xiu's advantage was speed. As long as he didn't touch the man's arm, he should be able to win. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed by the assistant. He stepped forward, pulled Lin Xiu behind him, and said with a stern face, "I'll handle this. You take Professor Qi and leave first. Although I'm injured, I can still fight. I'm telling you to leave not because you're weak, but because I'm afraid you'll go berserk again. There are residential areas all around. If you go berserk and can't control it, they'll all die. This is real combat. Not the time for you to train to control your berserk state. Your actions are related to the lives of the people around." Hearing the assistant's explanation, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, picked up Professor Qi, and flew away at full speed. The enemy could only stand there and watch. The assistant remembered Shen Jian's berserk incident. This must not be allowed to happen again. Although Professor Qi told him to trust Lin Xiu, he couldn't guarantee that Lin Xiu would definitely be able to control himself. The man looked at the assistant puzzled. "Where did you get the confidence to fight two of us?" The mantis reminded him not to waste words. Quickly finish him off before the support team arrives. But the man disagreed. There are still many explosive individuals here. If we detonate them all, the support team won't be able to attend to this side. You'll see. But it was still quiet in the distance, without the expected explosion sound. The man activated his ability again. "What's going on?" But the assistant on the side laughed. He had been on speakerphone during the battle earlier. The guards had already heard the conversation content. So Professor Ma had the guards distribute to various places and take action. They removed the bombs from the bodies of the Black Rock Island individuals. "Don't underestimate us. You can't kill anyone anymore." However, the enemy wasn't in a hurry. It's just a pity that the soldier ants have been used up, but our target is Professor Qi. And right now, there's only a wounded bug here, so it's not a big deal. The two charged towards the assistant again. At the critical moment, Lin Xiu, who had returned, activated his state. The places he stepped on were rippled by the recoil force. Lin Xiu used his compound eyes to lock onto the man from all angles and activated the hunting rifle state. He hit the man with lightning speed, giving him a heavy blow. Lin Xiu landed steadily beside the assistant. "Here, this is the cigarette I took from the office. In case I go berserk again, use smoke to make me unconscious. This way you can trust me, right?" This scene reminded him of when he smoked in Professor Qi's office. It was similar to this scene now. Professor Qi knew his smoke was dangerous, but still chose to trust him. Now Lin Xiu was like his former self, needing to be trusted. Thinking of this, the assistant grinned and lit a cigarette. "These guys are very strong. Don't die in their hands. I'm actually letting a first-year student fight. I'll probably get fired. These two women are competing to see who's stronger." Soon they had fought several rounds. The yellow hair's armor caused a great obstacle for Daohua. All of her attacks were blocked by the opponent's armor, unable to cause damage. The two were evenly matched. Even if the yellow hair was hit by Daohua, she could use her armor to block the damage, while Daohua would be injured if hit by the yellow hair. Feeling the situation was not good, Huixing rushed over to support. He used his ability against the yellow hair, a long-handled scythe. It hit the yellow hair, but still couldn't cause damage to her. Her armor was even more solid than steel. It turned out her ability came from the armored cricket, with hard exoskeletons on the shoulders. When encountering enemies, it can be used to protect the body and reflect the damage received. Such a powerful ability probably resulted from extensive feeding training. Seeing this, Daohua also became serious. She activated her ability and concentrated it in her arms. She raised her fist, delivering a blow with 50% of her Emperor Scorpion ability concentrated on the yellow hair. This strike actually made a hole in the yellow hair's armor. But just as Daohua was rejoicing, the yellow hair also revealed a sinister smile. The next moment, in her armored cricket state, a large amount of blood sprayed from the cracks in the armor onto Daohua. This blood, containing acidic chemical substances, entered Daohua's eyes. Although the acidity wasn't strong enough to cause serious injury, it was enough to temporarily blind her during this period. Don't think I'm despicable. Closing the enemy's vision is a common strategy in the wild. Although this will only cause temporary blindness, you'll be my punching bag for the next while. A storm-like attack fell on Daohua. As she attacked, she taunted, "You're such a disappointment. I also grew up in a nursery. That place is a garbage dump that does anything for money. I really feel sorry for my old friend Li Jinheng. In this world of survival of the fittest, he was abandoned by the organization in order to protecting you. And you coward, almost killed Li Jinheng, who had always protected you." These words broke Daohua's psychological defense. Taking this opportunity, the yellow hair sent her flying with an uppercut. "You always pretend to be strong, but you always drag down your companions at critical moments. In fact, you're just a useless piece of trash." She reached out again towards Daohua, who had lost her fighting spirit. At this moment, Huixing came up and blocked her with a kick. He had plenty of experience when it came to dragging down companions. "Daohua, don't make a big deal out of a small injury. Being blind is nothing. Dragging down companions is nothing. Companions are meant to drag each other down, aren't they?" Hearing this, Daohua looked at him motionlessly, then grinned. "Not bad, fool." She stood up and attacked the yellow hair again. Although it was dodged, but her attack direction was extremely accurate. This time she didn't use her eyes, but used vibration sensing to determine the direction. Then another uppercut, which the yellow hair dodged again. Daohua's tail caught the yellow hair off guard and inserted into the crack in her armor. The yellow hair thought that the Emperor Scorpion was almost non-venomous, so it shouldn't be a problem. But the next moment her face changed dramatically. A large amount of blood sprayed onto the ground. What's going on? Why is the toxicity so strong? Indeed, the Emperor Scorpion has a strong physique as a weapon, so it doesn't need a venomous sting to hunt, which is why its venom is weak. However, Daohua had fallen victim to poison twice before. Professor Chi's homework for her was to ingest other people's toxins and overcome the poisoning reaction. After mixing multiple toxins, her ability finally evolved to have a highly toxic capability. By ingesting large amounts of other people's toxins, Daohua not only gained a strong physical resistance, but also allowed her original Emperor Scorpion ability to evolve, gaining a highly toxic capability. Catching her off guard, Daohua rushed forward again and swung his tail like a long. Her tail hit the yellow hair hard. The intense attack caused the poison in her body to spread, and her face showed an expression of pain. Daohua grabbed her collar and pulled her over. Getting anxious? This isn't over yet. Then she delivered another 30% strength iron glove punch to her face. The yellow hair was sent flying. Huixing seized the opportunity to charge from behind and unleash his long-handled scythe. If she gets hit, her head will be gone. In desperation, the yellow hair sprayed blood again, trying to blind Huixing. But the distance was too close for Huixing to dodge. At the critical moment, a hand pulled Huixing away. It was Daohua who came up to block this attack. The yellow hair was completely stunned. What? She actually blocked it for him? Although Daohua's eyes were temporarily blind, she could sense the direction of the yellow hair's attack through vibration sensing. Then she charged towards the yellow hair at high speed again. The collision between the two produced a strong shockwave. The scattered dust made Huixing unable to open his eyes. But the result of the attack was unexpected. The poisoned yellow hair was standing, while Daohua was kneeling on the ground. What comes next is not hunting, but fighting. Then she attacked Daohua frantically again. Her entire speed increased to a new level. Originally, the yellow hair's armored cricket ability was very slow, but to survive in the former hell, she frantically devoured the weak to evolve herself and overcome her weaknesses. Then a blue flash appeared, and the yellow hare's entire body was covered in armor. You creatures trained in classrooms. How could you possibly compare to us individuals who survived death trials? It turned out she hadn't used her full strength at the beginning of the battle. The scene shifts back to Lin Xiao. At this time, the mantis was giving Lin Xiao special attention. The surrounding space was already covered with dense blade lights. Lin Xiao could only keep dodging, he shouted. Assistant, quickly use the smoke to knock them out. The assistant on the side took a hard drag on his cigarette, instantly reducing it by half. Then the poisonous smoke with hypnotic ability formed a circle and moved towards the mantis girl. The mantis girl coldly glanced at it. Then her whole body started spinning like a large fan. She rotated, dispersing all the poisonous smoke around her. This outrageous move left Lin Xiao stunned. In this moment of vulnerability was seized by the man. The next second, a strong explosion occurred between the two. Then, these explosions sounded around Lin Xiao's body. The impact generated during this period prevented him from moving at high speed again. This move was very good, creating an opportunity for the mantis. She swung a knife at Lin Xiao. But there was a close call. It only tore his clothes. But then he was straddled by the mantis, directly attacking his neck. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was wearing gloves and could still use his hands to grab the knife and resist. It turned out they had received orders to capture Lin Xiao, dead or alive. You look delicious. At this time, the assistant was also held up by the man. The cigarette from earlier had too strong an after effect. His body was already struggling to withstand the backlash of his ability. Now the only way to break the deadlock was to let Lin Xiao go berserk, and then fight 1 against 2. Otherwise, they and Professor Qi would all end up dead. If he were to harm residents, the assistant could still use the smoke to knock him out. Lin Xiao recalled the dragonfly in his consciousness that wanted to eat him, thinking, I've come to find you again. The next moment, his entire consciousness sank into darkness, and it was surprisingly empty. Just as he was confused, the assistant woke him up. The knife had already cut his neck. The berserk state failed. Am I dying? At the critical moment, there was another violent explosion. A familiar voice sounded. If going berserk was so easy to control, there wouldn't have been a need for training back then. Don't die so easily. You're the student I have high hopes for. Professor Qi had finally woken up. This man activated his ability as soon as he appeared. Strong explosions directly burned a sea of fire between both sides. Seeing Professor Qi stand up, the assistant breathed a sigh of relief. You've done your best. Take a rest. I'll handle this. Then Professor Qi turned around. His whole body emitted a terrifying aura. He slowly opened his mouth. Which one should I burn first? The mantis was confident in her skills and immediately charged forward. Amidst Lin Xiao's exclamation, she disappeared. She approached Professor Qi at high-speed rotation, intending to cut off his head with her knife. But Professor Qi just glanced at her calmly and caught her arm. Then he slammed the mantis' head hard on the ground. He picked her up again and threw her like a missile to a distant wall. The man kept sweating. Professor Qi had defeated Meihua barehanded. But the next second he was also caught. Professor Qi directly twisted his arm. The man's veins bulged with pain, and he immediately activated his ability, using bombs to blast the two apart for some distance. After landing, the man covered his hand, but his face wore a smile. At the moment of contact just now, he had already planted soldier ant bombs all over Professor Qi's body. He clenched his fist, intending to detonate the bombs and end the battle. There were indeed many light spots protruding on Professor Qi's body, but his expression remained calm. You won't be leaving here alive today, because you've crossed a line you shouldn't have. Compared to the current danger, the professor's mind was filled with thoughts of those injured students. Professor Qi activated his state, and flames filled with anger soared into the sky. Then a heat wave came. All the ants on his body were evaporated by the high temperature. The next second, in the man's widened eyes, Professor Qi slowly threw a punch. Flames and light enveloped the man. No one around could open their eyes under this attack. After the intense light dissipated, only a sea of fire remained in front of Professor Qi. The professor had KO'd the man with one hit. You, a bomb user, you can't even withstand this temperature. Lin Xiao was so shocked his jaw dropped, as expected of the professor. But the professor, with his back to him, was now coughing and covering his hand, a wisp of black smoke rising from his hand. The assistant came over and said, Professor Qi barely woke up and ignited his ability like this. It seems he's reached his limit. ever since the professor experienced a battle 5 years ago. The side effects of his ability have caused his physical condition to be consistently poor. As the number of times he uses his ability increases, his physical condition has been gradually deteriorating. Lin Xiu recalled that his senior had also said something similar before. The professor has been overusing his ability these past few months. He can't continue like this. After saying this, the assistant collapsed on the ground. Professor Qi turned around to see this scene, and also guessed that he had used that cigarette. But this time he didn't blame the assistant. He activated his ability again. If someone has to die, let it be me alone. I can't involve others anymore. Then he charged towards the mantis girl, but was knocked away halfway by someone. Professor Qi was incredulous to see that the man was still alive. The man kicked the professor away. The mantis came around behind him, giving the professor 2 deep cuts. Faced with this fierce assault, the professor punched the ground, trying to use the explosion's impact to gain a moment's respite. But the mantis didn't give him a chance, charging up again and stabbing the professor's hand. This time, her blade hand was attached with the man's ants. A violent explosion sounded between the two. Lin Xiu wanted to support, but the man detonated bombs in the ceiling above him. A large amount of steel and concrete fell from above, pinning Lin Xiu down. You just watch quietly. The mantis came to her senses, saying her arm had lost all feeling. But for them, trading one arm for Professor Qi's life was totally worth it. Lin Xiu was still struggling at this point when he suddenly heard the professor say, "Student Lin Xiu, the following enhanced course is specially prepared for you. I will demonstrate to you the essence of the insect state. Watch carefully." At this time, Shizhen was running frantically, finally arriving at this building. Shizhen looked at the access card in her hand and said, "It's done." Time went back 30 minutes. In the safe zone, Shizhen saw that all residents and injured personnel were safe. She hurriedly set off to help Lin Xiu and the others. Suddenly, that guard from earlier called out to her. "I have a favor to ask you here. This is the key to the principal's house. The principal isn't in the school now. He likes nature, so he lives in the mountains. And he doesn't use a mobile phone, so he definitely doesn't know about the current situation. I know it's a bit much to ask a first-year student to do this, but we don't have anyone here who can leave immediately. Please help us find the principal. The principal is the most important person to protect in the school." The scene changes. Professor Qi slowly stands up, clenching his fist. The next moment his fist opens, a strong pain shoots through his left hand. The pain makes his whole body curl up, letting out a low growl. This scene greatly worries Lin Xiu, but he's pinned under the stone slab, and his hand is pierced by rebar, unable to help. The man, however, sees that Professor Qi's body has reached its limit, but still wants to show off in front of the students. This is the side effect of the ability. It should be caused by resisting the ability. The thing that affects abilities the most is the thoughts in our brains. If we resist the ability in our consciousness, the ability will also resist the body, causing damage. For example, if I think I'm a normal person and not a monster, this kind of thought will have side effects on the body. And Professor Qi subconsciously thinks the same way. Indeed, in the past he was very foolish, believing that abilities were dangerous and must be eliminated. So he took on the role of professor with this mindset. At that time, everyone had just acquired abilities and research on them was still insufficient. Naturally, they didn't know that this kind of thinking would have adverse effects on the body. So Professor Qi required students to reduce the use of their abilities. Apart from safety considerations, another reason was to prevent students from suffering due to turning into monsters. And if you refuse to become a monster, insisting on turning back into a normal person, such severe side effects will occur. This fact is quite interesting, isn't it? It shows that we are actually monsters. Your method of raising flowers in a greenhouse won't work. For people like us, the external environment is most important. If a person is in an environment so cruel that they must abandon their humanity, they will definitely abandon their weakness. Our goal is not to eradicate you completely, but to make you live together in the new environment created by the breeders. To achieve this goal, high-level combat forces like you must die. The villains want to create a world of survival of the fittest. Professor Qi, who has high-level combat power, must die. This way they can bring all ability users to the new environment. Unrestrained, growing freely. Indeed, Professor Qi also thought he was too cowardice in the past. Shenjian's rampage might have been a backlash caused by him making students suppress their abilities. Although he tried his best to stop Shenjian's rampage, He caused severe side effects due to unfamiliarity with abilities. And because of his cowardice, he caused the death of students. The environment created by his cowardice eliminated Shinjian. But that was also a past thought. At this moment, Professor Chi's entire body burst into terrifying flames. The wind pressure from the heat wave directly forced the two enemies back. I found evidence that the environment doesn't determine everything. In the same environment, different people will have different results. I have two students who are the evidence. The first is Pioxizan. She can be said to be the most unfortunate person I know, whether it's her life or her emotional relationships with family. Despite this, she still maintains upright conduct and outstanding abilities. The other is Lin Xiu, who faces the same situation as Shinjian, the same side effects. They are both shunned and disliked by those around them. But even when Lin Xiu goes berserk, he doesn't attack his companions. My students are not cowardice at all. They are constantly honing and improving their own strength. And the school is the place to protect them. The man, however, was unimpressed. You're about to die, and you're still so arrogant. Let me show you the true power born from a cruel environment. The power of species origin. His entire body began to transform, with poisonous spikes growing on his hands. An armor grew to cover half of his body. Flames erupted from the gaps in his armor. The flames brought an incredible burst of speed as he charged towards Professor Chi. Facing the enemy's confident strike, Professor Chi grinned. Lin Xiu, watch closely what true insect state ability power is. This is the last extracurricular tutoring session, my student. The next second, the ultimate form of the Phoropsophis occipitali exploded. This move is called nuclear explosion. With one punch, anyone with functioning eyes in the school city saw a dazzling pillar of fire shooting into the sky. How powerful can abilities from insect fusion become? What is the true power of insect state abilities? The next moment, Professor Chi slammed his fist, named Nuclear Explosion, into the ground. A terrifying pillar of light burst from this punch, instantly piercing the sky. The pillar of light, carrying high temperature and heat waves, continued to rise. This energy eventually formed a mushroom cloud in the sky above the academy, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion. Everyone in the academy witnessed this terrifying strike. After it ended, a large sea of fire remained on the ground. But Professor Chi frowned. You're lucky, fellow. If your companion hadn't saved you, you'd be a pile of ashes by now. And right in front, the mantis girl was still standing in the sea of fire. But her entire body had undergone significant changes, with no part left unscathed. Lin Xiu, pinned to the ground, was unaffected by the nuclear blast power. He looked at the scene ahead in shock. The enemy, he and the assistant had struggled to fight earlier. Professor Chi had defeated them with just one move. The mantis girl was kicked away by her companion, only grazed by the explosion. But her body was already covered in wounds. Is this the essence of insect state abilities? If Professor Chi could use his abilities freely without backlash, probably no one would be his match. Professor Chi raised his hand again. Do you surrender, or do you want to be burned to death? At this moment, the mantis girl in front had lost all fighting spirit in her eyes. She contacted her teacher through her earpiece. The opponent is too strong, what should I do? But this man wearing a coat in summer only coldly said one sentence. Don't forget what happens to you if you fail. Hearing this, the mantis girl slowly widened her eyes, recalling past events. Then she hugged her head, muttering repeatedly, I don't want to be alone anymore. When she raised her head again, her eyes had completely changed. Seeing that the opponent still wanted to resist, Professor Chi raised his fist again to finish her off. The severely injured mantis girl should not have been able to block this punch, but she actually blocked it. In this desperate situation, the mantis girl broke through some kind of barrier. She unleashed a power called species origin. Not only were all her injuries healed, but she also regained her peak combat ability. The ability to recover from severe injury to peak condition is exactly the same as Shizhan's. So the species origin power on her body can borrow abilities from insects similar to her own ability. Cockroaches and mantises are similar, so she borrowed that power. The villain has become the protagonist, it's too absurd. The next moment, the mantis girl jumped into the air to attack. Professor Chi, due to ability backlash, was already exhausted. On the other side, in the school's emergency area, Professor Liu saw the towering flames and knew Professor Chi was in trouble. She ignored her colleagues' attempts to stop her and rushed towards the explosion site. Such a violent explosion must mean Professor Chi had overexerted himself again. With her healing ability, she might still be able to save him if she hurried. But suddenly, someone appeared behind her. The man grinned. Finally found you. The next moment, Professor Liu, not skilled in combat, was slashed by his blade. Blood splattered. Then her body slowly collapsed to the ground, powerless. The man snatched her work badge before she hit the ground. He was on a mission from his teacher to get the work badge. With this, he could freely enter all facilities and destroy them at will. What a hassle. It would be easier to just kill and eat her. At this time, Professor Liu was still struggling desperately. She used her remaining strength to raise her head and ask about the person's purpose. But he didn't tell her. He told the professor to worry more about herself, as she would be dead in a few minutes. Indeed, Professor Liu lost too much blood and lay on the ground again. Her eyes were slowly losing color, her mind still worried about Professor Chi's condition. The Mantis Girl, in extreme circumstances, broke through her limits and unleashed the power of species origin. She borrowed the cockroach ability, instantly recovering to her peak state. At full health, she didn't plan to give Professor Chi any chance. The professor, having just used his ultimate move, was now suffering from ability backlash, his physical condition already precarious. The Mantis Girl, taking advantage of her restored peak physical condition, launched attacks recklessly. Bright red blade lights enveloped Professor Chi. Faced with this situation, Professor Chi could only defend passively. He retreated step by step, his back slashed with multiple wounds, blood splattering. Now her attacks, in Professor Chi's eyes, were still full of flaws. Professor Chi seized the flaws in her attack, preparing to counterattack with his ability. But something seemed wrong. An unprecedented pain came from his left hand, another ability backlash. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't use his ability. What should have been a moment to seize the opponent's flaw turned into Professor Chi's vulnerability. Amidst Lin Xiu's screams, the mantis directly cut off Professor Chi's left hand. Then she turned sideways to finish Professor Chi. Although Professor Chi could see through all of the Mantis Girl's movements, his terrible physical condition didn't allow him to react. On the brink of death, the professor thought of Xinjiang. If he died, she would probably be the most satisfied. The next moment, the Mantis Girl's blade stabbed through the professor without hesitation. Mission complete. Then with a flick of her blade, she threw the fatally wounded Professor Chi far away. It's finally over. She turned her head, about to leave. But at this moment, someone spoke. You want to leave? A violent green light shot into the sky. All teammates dead. Lin Xiu finally remembered he was still alive. As Lin Xiu's ability erupted, the man who had earlier knocked down Professor Liu and stolen her work badge was walking around inside the school, seemingly searching for something. Professor Liu's daily work was all done in the laboratory, and her work badge could open almost all the security doors. In the laboratory, a series of similar-looking glass doors gave the man a headache. He hated doing this kind of thing and complained. So many doors, who knows how long it'll take to find. After saying this, he opened another door. This time, the things inside seemed a bit different. Inside were robotic arms and some large machines with unclear purposes. Different from the previous small gadgets, this should be where cutting-edge equipment is stored. While looking around, the man stepped on a red line. Urgent warnings immediately sounded in the laboratory. The next moment, a drone carrying a machine gun flew behind the man. A mechanical voice sounded. Illegal living entity intrusion detected, initiating security. Then the drone flashed red lights and aimed its machine gun at the man to shoot. But such things were destined to be no match for ability users. The man leapt into the air and took out the drone with one kick. However, the entire laboratory was then forcibly powered down. The electric switch on the wall buzzed with electrical currents. It was pitch black everywhere, impossible to see anything. He couldn't see where to go next at all. The man sighed. Things were getting more and more troublesome. But after entering here, machine guards appeared. He also understood that he had probably found the right place. After wandering in the darkness for a while, the man saw a lit tablet on a table ahead. He grabbed it and looked carefully. It actually displayed Lin Xiu's ability gene test results. His dragonfly ability obtained through jungle juice had different characteristics from ordinary dragonflies. The dragonfly that gave him his ability was the largest existing species of dragonfly in K country. Its huge body shape could easily be mistaken for a drone by those seeing it for the first time. This dragonfly is at the absolute top of the food chain among all current flying insects. This is the so-called king of dragonflies, the aerial hunter, the Anotogaster seboldii. It turned out that when the mantis girl restored to her peak state, Lin Xiao had already seen with his compound eyes that Professor Qi was gradually losing ground. He recalled the assistant's words. Since Professor Qi's great battle with Xinjiang 5 years ago, his left arm has been affected by side effects, and his physical condition has been very poor. And as the number of times he used his ability increased, his physical condition gradually worsened. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao truly began to worry in his heart, wanting to go forward and help. But his arm was pierced by a rebar, firmly pinning him in place. Before he could make the next move, Professor Qi was stabbed through by the mantis girl's handblade. This unbelievable scene filled Lin Xiao's heart with endless regret. He believed all of this was his fault. Continuous fragments of memory emerged from his mind. His senior had also reminded him to let Professor Qi restrain himself and not use his ability again. But in his first battle against the Mantis Man, when Lin Xiao was in danger, it was Professor Qi who activated his ability to save him. In the second battle against the breeder, Lin Xiao was again on the brink of death. It was also Professor Qi who used his ability to save him. Later, Lin Xiao was almost locked up by the school because of his berserk state. It was still Professor Qi who used his ability to fight him, proving he wasn't dangerous and persuading the school not to lock Lin Xiao up. Lin Xiao knew it was to save him that Professor Qi had repeatedly used his ability. That's why his body had been backlashed to this condition. He had pushed Professor Qi into the abyss step by step. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's goggles slowly cracked. Then a violent green light exploded on the spot. Hearing the noise, the mantis girl looked back, her pupils contracting in shock. Because Lin Xiao was rushing towards her at an extremely fast speed, Lin Xiao took off his cracked goggles, and 2 green electric lights shot out from his eyes. Endless regret drove Lin Xiao into a berserk state again. In this state, he fights without morals. He opened his mouth and bit towards the mantis girl. Hurt by the bite, she kicked Lin Xiao away. The mantis girl was dubious. He actually tried to eat me just now, and her hand had actually been bitten off a section. The next moment, Lin Xiao attacked again. His eyes flashing with electricity, he fiercely attacked the mantis girl in a berserk state. In an instant, they exchanged several moves in midair. Lin Xiao, with absolute speed and power, was pressing the mantis girl. Then he kicked out fiercely again, a strong shockwave spreading from where they made contact. The mantis girl was kicked into a distant building. She knew she was no match for him now, and might die if the fight continued. But she found that Lin Xiao's current state was the same as the individuals in the breeding farm who received feeding training. He had lost his reason, become a beast, unable to distinguish friend from foe, biting anyone he saw. If that's the case, it's easier to deal with. The mantis girl rushed into a group of students, grabbing a girl as bait. As long as Lin Xiao bites the bait and shows a weakness, she would seize the opportunity and eat him. But the next moment, Lin Xiao didn't harm the girl. Instead, he forcefully pressed the mantis girl's head to the ground. The severely injured mantis girl was very confused. How can he still maintain his rationality? He clearly has the same instincts as the individuals who receive feeding training. Lin Xiao slowly landed and said, "I'm not the same as you monsters." He was now in a hunter state, maintaining rationality and power after the ability rampage. This man is already in a state of berserk, but he hadn't lost his reason. Now he was in a hunter state with both rationality and power. Lin Xiao, surrounded by electricity, slowly descended. The mantis girl still couldn't believe what she was seeing. This man's previous actions were as violent as those who had undergone feeding training, but he could still maintain his rationality. Lin Xiao came directly in front of the mantis girl. He raised his fist glowing with green light and struck fiercely at the mantis girl. This hit was so powerful that she was sent flying without any chance to resist. See the enemy that was knocked away? Lin Xiao didn't intend to give her a chance to breathe. He crashed through the wall, instantly catching up to the mantis girl, and pinned her against another wall. At this point, the mantis girl, being beaten one-sidedly, couldn't take it anymore. If she doesn't find a way to fight back, she'll be dead. So the mantis girl raised her hand, swung her hand blade, creating rapid flashes of light. But this level of attack no longer posed a threat in Lin Xiao's eyes. He flashed behind her and threw another punch. The lightning burst from his ability filled the entire house. The mantis girl flew backward like a deflating balloon. As the dust settled, she could be seen trembling in pain on the spot. But she hadn't given up yet. She threw 2 pieces of rubble at the ordinary students nearby to buy herself some breathing time. What is going on? Lin Xiao's performance was completely different from before. Both his strength and speed had increased dramatically. He evolved just like us in the blink of an eye. Having experienced evolution herself, she knew what this meant. Instant evolution doesn't exist in this world, unless the source of power comes from within the person themselves. The mantis girl stood up shakily. She remembered what her teacher had said. The power borrowed from cockroaches through species origin is indeed strong. But if used continuously to heal severe injuries, it will cause physical exhaustion. You could die at any time. Of course, as long as you don't encounter a nuclear explosion like Professor Cheese. Your physical won't be exhausted. So now she had no time left. She had to end this quickly. Then she entered a frenzied state, fighting with Lin Xiao from indoors to outdoors, from the ground to the air. At this moment, the mantis girl accelerated, stomping on the ground and rushing into the air. Even though Lin Xiao was flying high, she managed to get close to him. The mantis girl said with a twisted face, "I got you this time." But just as she was about to attack, her arm was grabbed. "No matter who it is, the air is my territory." Lin Xiao hit her with another heavy punch, sending her falling faster than she had jumped up. At this moment, Lin Xiao unleashed his ability and chased after her. He transformed into countless green lights, attacking incessantly from all directions in the air. The mantis girl was beaten so badly her form became unclear. Finally, Lin Xiao assumed the stance of a hunting rifle. He grabbed the mantis girl like a meteor and rushed towards the ground. The exhausted mantis girl had no strength to resist. The potential energy brought by the extreme speed and height creates a terrifying explosion after it hits the ground. Looking at everything before him, Lin Xiao remained silent in the air for a moment. Then he slowly descended beside the mantis girl. "Stop now. You'll die if you continue fighting in this state." Originally a delicate girl, now beaten to this state. Lin Xiao, who caused all this, slowly landed. "Give up. You'll die if we continue fighting." But the mantis girl stood up shakily again. "I will never give up. If it were you, would you be willing to give up? Would you be willing to return to that unfortunate past? Rather than that, I'd rather die." Then she used her ultimate move against Lin Xiao, 1 point red. With a flash of green light, the mantis girl was once again beaten with blood splashing. "I don't want to kill people casually like you. But if someone hurts the people I cherish, then don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying this, he raised his fist glowing with green light again, aiming at the mantis girl lying on the ground. Suddenly, a huge burst of energy exploded around the mantis girl, knocking Lin Xiao back 10 meters. At this moment, a man's voice came from the air. "I didn't expect there to be an individual who could control berserk abilities in the school. It's truly surprising." Lin Xiao looked up and saw a masked man. The masked man helped the mantis girl up. "Nice to meet you. I'm these people's teacher, and the one who ordered Professor Chi's death." So this person was the planner of the whole incident. Lin Xiao's eyes blazed with anger. "You damned bastard." The next moment, a green light flashed across the teaching building. The strong impact caused an explosion where the masked man was standing. Then a voice came from the ground. "Such fast speed. Your ability is indeed extraordinary." It was the masked man. He had somehow avoided the previous attack. Then the masked man gently put the mantis girl on the ground. "You've worked hard, Mei Hua. You successfully completed the hunt. I'll take care of the rest." After saying this, he stood up. "Although the breeder told me not to reveal my ability for now, as a teacher, I should properly wrap things up for my disciple." Then a sword glowing with red light extended from his hand. "You people, do you take killing so lightly?" The next moment, Lin Xiao disappeared from his spot. He instantly appeared in front of the masked man, swinging his fist. A heavy blow landed directly on the masked man's face, sending him flying into the air. Taking advantage of his speed, Lin Xiao pinned the masked man in midair and continuously attacked. The masked man was sent flying again to a distance. Then Lin Xiao chased to his front. He clenched both fists and delivered an unparalleled strike. Green electricity enveloped the masked man as he crashed into the teaching building. The wall crumbled, and the masked man fell heavily to the ground. This person's power is so strong. No wonder Mei Hua lost to him. The masked man exclaimed. "He must die." The next moment, he turned into a golden light and disappeared from the spot. Lin Xiao sensed danger and immediately activated a Notigaster Seaboldi eye state. But there was nothing in front of him. The masked man had vanished. Just as Lin Xiu was puzzled, the masked man appeared behind him. So he can fly too. Before Lin Xiu could react, the masked man's sword had pierced his waist. Lin Xiu turned and punched the masked man, knocking him to the ground again. Then he covered his wound with both hands. The wound hurt, but it was just a minor injury below his ribs. He could still fight. So Lin Xiu launched another attack. At this moment, the masked man spoke. The darkest place without a glimmer of light is perfect. Then he instantly disappeared into the darkness. Lin Xiu couldn't find a trace of him. He was flying around just a moment ago. And while Lin Xiu was searching, the masked man launched a sneak attack from behind. The masked man appeared and disappeared like a ghost in the darkness. Lin Xiu took quite a few hits from his sword as a result. Unable to counter the opponent's attacks, he decided to leave the dark area. But just then a sharp pain struck him. The masked man had stabbed him from behind. This sword pierced right through Lin Xiu's body, pinning him in midair. You know what? Predators can maintain rationality after feeding training. But to survive, they have to accept the feeding training. So it only takes a short time to train them from being afraid to kill to killing indiscriminately. After saying this, he lifted Lin Xiu high and then slammed him hard onto the ground. He stepped on the immobilized Lin Xiu with his left foot. Pointing his long sword at Lin Xiu, he said, "Go to hell." The man had been fighting for too long. He lay on the ground, unable to move. The masked man had already raised his sword and stepped on his back, slowly saying, "Go to hell." But just as the masked man was about to finish Lin Xiu off, he heard the sound of a sword being drawn from behind. The masked man quickly jumped up, narrowly avoiding the attack. Seeing Lin Xiu lying motionless there, Suchan ran over, sadly caressing Lin Xiu's face. "I'm so glad you're okay." But Lin Xiu nervously grabbed Suchan's hand, telling her to leave quickly. "This guy is extremely dangerous. You can't stay here. Those people have done something to Professor Qi." Before he could finish, someone nearby spoke. "What did they do to Qi-jun?" Lin Xiu thought another enemy had arrived. But in fact, that person was invited by Suchan. This white-haired old man was the school's dean. Lin Xiu saw the dean limping towards the masked man, and he shouted, "It's dangerous over there." The dean stopped, stuck his sword in the ground, and sighed. "I'm really useless. Everything's in chaos here, and I was sleeping. Time really waits for no one." Then he turned his head and spoke to the masked man. "Sir, I see your sword is quite impressive." The dean slowly drew his sword. "How about we compare our swords?" The dean gripped his sword, the dust on the ground swirling around him with his emanating aura. His target was the masked man above. The masked man looked at the dean below, recalling what the breeder had told him. Their main goal this time is to eliminate one of their strongest fighters, Qi-jun. Now that he's in poor health, the predators have a good chance of winning. However, there are still a few forces we need to be wary of. The first is Professor Qi's teaching assistant, who has the tobacco hornworm ability. As long as we find a way to counter the smoke, defeating him shouldn't be difficult. The second force is the team formed by the top students from all departments in the higher grades. But they're not at school right now, so we shouldn't encounter them. Lastly, we need to be careful of the school's dean. We have the least information about him. As the masked man was thinking, the dean had already swung his sword at him. A bright flash of sword light cut through the air. Although the speed was fast, the masked man had plenty of time to react. Is this old man swinging his sword recklessly the one the breeder said we need to be wary of? He was greatly disappointed. The dean below slowly sheathed his sword. "It seems I'm getting old. I originally wanted to cut off your neck." The next moment, the darkness enveloping the masked man was torn open, revealing the bright night sky. It was an invisible sword energy that had grazed his head. The dean spoke again. "By the way, you're quite strong." He had actually been injured on the face by the opponent. This round of probing made the masked man realize they couldn't quickly determine a winner. He said to the dean, who was preparing to attack again below, "Why don't we call it quits here? You've caused such a big mess. And now you say let's call it quits? Am I, this old man, scaring you?" The masked man pointed at Lin Xiu and said, "Continuing will do no good for anyone. We'll only lose more." These words made the dean fall silent. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as agreement." He picked up the injured mantis girl and issued an order to all predators. "Everyone retreat." Then he flapped his wings, preparing to fly away. Lin Xiu didn't want to let them leave like this. He covered his wound with one hand and supported himself on the ground with the other, trying to chase after them. But he was stopped by the dean, who pressed his cane on his hand. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even if you catch up, it will only lead to more pointless killing. But at this moment, how could Lin Xiu listen to the dean's words? He struggled hard, wanting to go and avenge Professor Qi. But the dean didn't let him continue this reckless behavior. He lifted his cane and struck Lin Xiu's neck, knocking him unconscious. You've done your best. Leave the rest to the adults to handle. After saying this, the dean turned and left. This time, we've suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, Yellow Hair also received the retreat message. She felt a bit annoyed as she hadn't had enough fun yet. My task was to divert attention, but I only lured these few people. She threw Daohua onto Huixing, wanting to finish them off before retreating. She picked up a stair step from the ground and threw it at the two of them. Just then, Liz Hunheng arrived and shot poisonous hair at her. Yellow Hair's arm was hit by the poisonous hair, forcing her to drop the step. Seeing the new helper arrive, Yellow Hair, though reluctant, left wisely. The school was bombed, and after the attack, the school suffered heavy losses. A total of 34 people lost their lives, and 50 were injured. 15 facilities were destroyed, and the experimental facilities were completely shut down. Most importantly, the place for making the antidote was also destroyed. Those people took away even the last glimmer of hope. In the hospital corridor, nurses were rushing to push Professor Qi to the operating room. At this time, Suchan heard the voices of other nurses. Stop, you can't move now. She looked in the direction of the sound. It was Lin Xiu rushing out of the ward, ignoring the nurses' attempts to stop him. He wanted to see Professor Qi's condition with his own eyes. Seeing Professor Qi wearing an oxygen mask, his life in danger. Lin Xiu's eyes were full of tears. He was helpless, only able to watch as Professor Qi was taken into the emergency room. The doctors immediately began aggressive resuscitation. Lin Xiu and Suchan waited outside, silently praying. After what seemed like an eternity, the operating room door opened. They anxiously asked the doctor about Professor Qi's condition. The doctor told them that Professor Qi had fallen into a coma. He had severe damage to multiple internal organs. The side effects of his ability had left his entire body in a terrible state. If Professor Lu's healing ability were available, there might be a glimmer of hope. But Professor Lu had also been attacked and was affected by an unknown neurotoxin. Although her self-healing ability had saved her life, her neural tissue was also damaged, and she was currently undergoing treatment. Professor Qi's life was temporarily saved, but the chances of him regaining consciousness were extremely slim. After the attack, the practical insect combat class was suspended, but everyone still came to the classroom. Everyone's emotions were complex. They all hoped Professor Qi could return to the classroom again. When they learned of Professor Qi's condition, the hot-tempered Daohua immediately flew into a rage, wanting to go deal with those people. Other students who heard the news were also very upset. Will we never see Professor Qi again? Others began to discuss. I heard the antidote production facilities were completely destroyed. Most importantly, all the data on antidote production was burned, and even the backup hard drives are missing. This was their only hope of returning to normal. The man before them had fallen into a coma, with severe damage to multiple internal organs. The side effects of his ability had left his entire body in a terrible state. At this moment, Suchan stood in front of Professor Qi's hospital room. Looking at the words in front of her, she didn't enter. At this time, she recalled when she was once alone and homeless. It was Professor Qi who gave her hope and brought her to the school. At this moment, her senior walked over. Your classmates are all in the classroom. Aren't you going? I just visited Professor Lu. The ability she was affected by still needs further investigation. By the way, why hasn't your ambiguous guy come? I thought you came together, that's why I talked to you. Suchan immediately became nervous. Ambiguous? It's not like that. I know you're worried about Professor Qi, but you should start preparing too. Suchan looked confused. What's going on? The senior said smugly. It's okay if you don't know now. You'll understand when the time comes. Meanwhile, why did everyone come today? We're still in the suspension period. The one who came was the teaching assistant. After seeing the teaching assistant, everyone immediately asked about his health. The teaching assistant said he was fine. The doctor just told him to quit smoking for now. The next moment, the teaching assistant looked up at the students below. While everyone is here, there are a few things I need to announce. First, the practical insect combat class will resume soon. Currently, Professor Qi is unable to teach, so the school has invited a guest professor. The specific details are still unclear. Second, there will be an additional student attending classes from now on. On the day of the predator's attack from the pet shop, all school facilities were shut down. After the power outage, all detention facility doors opened. It was Liz Heng who subdued all the individuals who escaped from the detention facilities and locked them back up. His actions received high praise from the dean. So he was granted special release and now has the same rights as residents. He will be a student at the school from now on. After class, Lin Xiu went to the rooftop. It was raining at the time. Too many things had happened recently. Even the professor had changed. He clenched his fists, feeling very angry. He resented himself for not being strong enough to protect those he cared about. Liz Heng also came up, saying he understood Lin Xiu's feelings. From now on, those people will only become more reckless. There will be more victims. I have a proposal. When I was detained, I heard about a secret base of the pet shop. I'm planning to raid it. If we go together, we can definitely give the breeder a hard blow. Do you want to join me? The man actually knew about other secret bases of the pet shop. It turns out that on the day those predators attacked, the prison facilities lost power, and the individuals inside escaped, wanting to return to the breeder. But Liz Heng stopped them and locked them up again. Because if they escaped, more children would suffer misfortune. Moreover, Liz Heng was no longer the breeder's subordinate, so he had no reason to help them. Those individuals kept shouting to open the door, while Liz Heng simply ignored them and walked out of the prison. There were no guards. What on earth had happened outside? The next moment, a voice came. It was the predators. Liz Heng immediately assumed a fighting stance. Are you Liz Heng? I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. But now the red dragonfly was still in a detained state and couldn't launch an attack. The school is currently under attack by predators. Those guys are all special individuals personally cultivated by the breeder in the breeding farm. Their main function is assassination and launching large-scale terrorist attacks. Hearing this, Liz Heng thought to himself that Dawa was in danger. He must leave here to support her. The red dragonfly saw Liz Heng was about to leave. Wait! In S-Town. The breeder's home is in J District, S-Town. It turned out that the red dragonfly wasn't the breeder's subordinate either. He hadn't undergone feeding training. Previously, he was just an insect person who loved fighting and wandered around. Later, the red dragonfly met Shenjian and became her subordinate. Shenjian was the first person to defeat the red dragonfly. He who liked strong women decided to follow Shenjian. Liz Heng stepped forward and grabbed the red dragonfly's collar, his poisonous hair aimed at his neck. I don't want to know whose subordinate you are. Why are you telling me the breeder's secret base? At this moment, the red dragonfly gritted his teeth and said, Because I don't like him. I'm not interested in all that talk about changing the world. As long as I live comfortably, I don't care which side I'm on. And the breeder always acts like he's the boss. It's really annoying. He uses us and then abandons us. He knew we were locked up here, but didn't come to rescue us. So don't blame me for turning against him. The red dragonfly didn't say these things during the interrogation, because there are spies among the school staff. At this moment, Lin Xiu suspected that what the red dragonfly said was a trap. Liz Heng also initially thought it was a trap, but after hearing the red dragonfly say there were spies among the staff, no wonder the predators launched an attack when the school's senior students were away. And they even knew the location of Professor Chi's office. He believed what the red dragonfly said. That spy might have already taken control of the entire school. If our plan is discovered by them, it will also fail. So if our plan isn't discovered by the staff, we can definitely give the breeder a heavy blow. What are you going to do? Do you want to join? At this moment, Lin Xiu was still doubtful. If everything the red dragonfly said was true, this might be a chance for revenge. But could he trust someone who once tried to kill him? Suddenly, they heard a voice. I'm in. They turned around to find it was Dao Hua and Huixing. We certainly can't sit idly by. We felt you two were up to something, so we followed you, and sure enough, you're planning something big. Liz Heng asked Dao Hua, Do you believe what I say? To be honest, I'm half skeptical. I'm still angry about you lying to me. But I've decided to trust you one more time. After all, we're friends. At this moment, Liz Heng was touched and gripped Dao Hua's hand tightly. Now Huixing is too embarrassed to visit Professor Chi. He received so much training, but in the end, he was just beaten up, completely useless. So this time there's no choice. We must strike back. Lin Xiu remembered Professor Chi, saying his students weren't cowards. All right, just for that, let's show them whose students we are. It turned out that everything they said had been transmitted to Shizhen through Dao Hua's phone. Shizhen, you can't back out either. At this moment, these people were planning something big. They were going to the pet shop's secret base. Currently, due to the attack incident, the school doesn't allow students to go out. If they go out randomly, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the school spy. Huixing had stirred up a few classmates who could solve this problem. The people who came were Zhang and the others. The next moment, Daohua immediately grabbed Huixing's collar, ready to beat him up. Why didn't you find someone else to help instead of Lekingson? Well, the classmates came one after another, happily agreeing to help. Because the people at the pet store not only prevented them from getting the antidote, but also harmed Professor Qi. Now they were furious too. So what's the solution? How can we get out without arousing the spy's suspicion? At this moment, Lekingson said, I heard the destination is S-Town. I have a brilliant method. We just need to prepare one thing. Xinya, bring my swimsuit for me. As soon as he said this, Lin Xiu and the others were stunned. Is this really reliable? Plan A was to use Run Ji's mole cricket ability to dig an underground tunnel to secretly escape. They thought only the entrance was heavily guarded, so this plan should have been foolproof. But they didn't expect the security outside the school to be far more stringent than they imagined. Plan A failed. They were chased by the Hornet Squad. The Hornet Squad directly took out weapons and shot at Ji Huan's back. He fell down and immediately swelled up. It seems we can only use the other method. Then Lin Xiu told everyone to stop running. They had already been exposed. Whether they're caught or escape, they'll be punished in the end. In the end, they still had to use Zhang method. Negotiate with the school. Initiate Plan B. Scene change. The Hornet Squad brought Lin Xiu and the others to Professor Ma's office. I heard this unauthorized exit was led by you too. Why did you do this? We were just going for team building. Shizhen's response left Professor Ma speechless. That's right. This disguise of going for team building was Zhang idea. Even if they were caught, no one would suspect Lin Xiu and the others were going to raid the pet shop's den. Shizhen continued to explain. The recent attack has left everyone on edge. So we wanted to go for team building to adjust our mindset. The school is on break anyway, so we have plenty of time. We thought the school wouldn't allow it, so we acted secretly. Professor Ma said sternly. That's not allowed either. The current situation is unprecedentedly urgent. No one would allow you to go for team building now. At this moment, the dean walked over. I allow it by the dean's authority. I allow students to go out for the purpose of team building. Professor Ma immediately stood up. But dean, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the dean. Team building is a right students should enjoy. After Professor Qi's accident, many students were very upset. At times like this, the school should pay attention to the students' mental state. Just send some security personnel with them, and it'll be fine. Hearing this, Professor Ma could only reluctantly approve the team building. The location and accommodation will be decided by the school. Lin Xiu and the others immediately thanked Professor Ma. Seeing the dean leave, Lin Xiu chased after him and called out to the dean. He bowed again to thank the dean. The dean said Qi Jun was his most trusted professor, and Lin Xiu was Qi Jun's favorite student, so he naturally trusted Lin Xiu as well. If you don't have fun while you are young, when will you? I wish you a happy team building. Professor Ma was in deep thought. It's come to this, there's no other way. We can only give them the most comprehensive protection, teaching assistant one. The next day, these students were preparing to take the bus for team building. When they were caught, they were still worried about how to end this. Unexpectedly, the school approved the team building and didn't pursue their unauthorized exit. But there was still a problem unsolved. The guest house set by the school was far from S-Town, and they had sent people to monitor them. Now, they could only think of how to avoid the monitors and go to S-Town. Otherwise, if they were discovered, it would be reported to the school. Then their plan would reach the spy's ears. If the breeder becomes aware of the raid plan, it's really over. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly a frightening head stretched out in front of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. I'm sorry I scared you. This person was teaching assistant Wen Xing, who was sent by the professor to protect them during the team building. On the way to the team building, Shizhen introduced teaching assistant Wen to her classmates. She's Professor Ma's person. Teaching assistant Wen's ability comes from the Curculio davitifermare. The characteristic is that her neck can stretch very long. She can use her neck to collect information. Her eyes and ears can teleport to any position and are very sensitive. As long as students cheat or make small movements, she can catch them all. She can even invigilate several classrooms at the same time by herself. In terms of combat power, she's also stronger than their teaching assistant. At this moment, Lin Xiu said. He had an idea, but it's a bit dangerous. In front of them was a whole villa with a swimming pool rented by the school. It seems the school was quite generous this time. In a place like this, they didn't need to hide their tails either. Watching these girls frolicking in the water, the boys' faces were all red. Calm down, young man. Just as they were watching intently. You're being a bit too unrestrained. Exposing the body with insect characteristics. Play to your heart's content, but be careful. After all, we're outside the school now. Lin Xiu could only nod in agreement. At this time, Junheng had already sneaked behind teaching assistant Wen. He was about to use his ability to her unable to fight back. That's right, this was Lin Xiu's idea. First pretend to play happily to make teaching assistant Wen lower her guard. Then secretly inject poison into her from behind. Lin Xiu had been poisoned by Junheng before and didn't wake up until the next day. As long as they can make her pass out for a night like that time, it would be enough for them to go to and return from S-Town. Step by step approaching. Now! The next moment, teaching assistant Wen's high heel stepped on Junheng's foot. It looked very painful. They had underestimated a teacher at the assistant level. The plan failed. At this time, teaching assistant Wen even blamed Junheng. Please watch where you are walking. Who can treat the student? No choice. Junheng was a little careless and underestimated the enemy. The assistant was indeed not easy to deal with. Next plan, play with water guns. The water inside has been added with a trace of formic acid. As long as it touches the eyes, it will cause blindness for an hour. The next second, Daohua aimed at her and shouted. Teaching assistant Wen, look here. At this time, teaching assistant Wen hadn't reacted yet. Just as she was about to be hit, she directly stretched her neck to avoid it. Then she snatched Daohua's water gun and fired wildly at them. They scattered in all directions to dodge. Seeing Shizhen about to be hit by the water gun, Lin Xiu immediately flew over and used his back to block it. Are you okay? The plan failed again. Later, they tried various methods. Digging a trap to bury her failed. Tying her up while she was asleep failed. Trying to get her drunk failed. She effortlessly thwarted all these plans. By now, it was almost dark. If this continues, the team building will be over. Teaching assistant Wen had no weak points at all. Just as everyone was about to give up, Shizhen suddenly stood up and said, if this were me at the beginning of the school year, this might have been the end. But during this time, Professor Qi has been working hard for us. He analyzed each person's shortcomings and assigned different assignment to each person targeting these weaknesses. I think it's time to show the results of our learning. There's one last idea. This is it. This time it must work. At this time, teaching assistant Wen had seen through these kids' strange behavior from the beginning. Always doing some weird things. Just as she was considering whether to report to the school, Shizhen came over with a bottle of champagne. If you haven't had enough to drink, here's another bottle. Teaching assistant Wen thought to herself, they probably put sleeping pills in the champagne this time. But it doesn't matter. She has resistance to ordinary poisons and sleeping pills. She had just smelled it, hadn't started drinking yet, but the glass had already fallen to the ground. This time's plan finally had an effect. Teaching assistant Wen's whole body was shaking. This was Siener's masterpiece. The ability of the spotted lanternfly, erotic dream hypnosis, changed the aphrodisiac effect of cantharidin into a hypnotic effect. It worked, although it's a bit unethical. From now on, no matter what happens, she won't remember. These students actually hypnotize this teacher. No matter what they do, she won't remember. The group prepared to set off for S-Town to give the pet shop a sudden attack. We must return before tomorrow morning. Although teaching assistant Wen has been hypnotized and fallen asleep, we need to wake her up by tomorrow morning at the latest. This way, she won't become suspicious. Assistant Wen will be taken care of tonight by them. At this time, Duoyun and Xinya said they wanted to go with Lin Xiu and the others. It should be known that these are all dangerous people, but they've also become much stronger under Professor Qi's guidance, so they wanted to help as support. At this time, Lin Xiu just remembered it was too late. The buses had all stopped running. How to get to the pet shop? At this moment, Junheng had already prepared a car, shouting, "Get in the car quickly." It turned out that Junheng got his driver's license when the breeder had him work at the nursery before. He needed to drive the children from the nursery to the breeding farm. Junheng continued, "You must be mentally prepared. This destination is one of the places personally managed by the breeder. We don't have any information right now, but the security should be very tight. One wrong move, and we could lose our lives. If we're caught, we might even be forced to undergo feeding training." But Junheng still believed they could win. That's why he asked Lin Xiao to act together. He used to think power determined everything. That's why he was deceived by the breeder. After losing to Lin Xiao that day, he realized power doesn't determine everything. Zhuanheng believed that this time Lin Xiao would also show something that transcends the law of the jungle. Scene changed, the man is video calling with the breeder. Recently cultivated individuals have been destroying buildings in the breeding farm everywhere. But now they've all been anesthetized and calmed down. The man with severe burns can only be constantly injected with painkillers to relieve the pain. The breeder can only temporarily leave the man to him. At this time, he remembered the Cinderella on the desktop and asked the breeder how to deal with it. The breeder said they don't need it, just burn it. When it was about to fall into the furnace, a hand flew over and grabbed his neck. He even vomited stomach acid. Then Lin Xiao pinned him to the ground and beat him violently. "Who are you?" Short Hair shouted. "Come quick, catch him. Whoever catches him gets to eat him." At this moment, a group of individuals who had undergone feeding rushed towards Lin Xiao. The next moment, Huixing and Daohua also rushed out from the window. Then the two of them both used their insect state to attack, knocking the feeding individual away. "Daohua, how many more people are in this building?" Then she used vibration sensing. The movement and the sound were all gathered in one place and did not move. It should be individuals locked up for feeding training. Since they're locked up, we don't need to worry about them. Lin Xiao beside them impatiently pressed down on Short Hair. "Tell me, where are the breeder and the predators?" Short Hair said, "The breeder isn't here. Let me go and I'll tell you their location." But just as he was about to secretly press the alarm button, Suchan quickly kicked him unconscious. "No need to trouble you. This should be the antidote research data that went missing from the school, right?" At this time, Huixing also found a box of jungle juice. This trip was really fruitful. The next moment, Daohua was startled by the vibration sound of an alarm clock. The screen displayed, "Inject painkiller," directly injecting it into the man lying on the bed. Suddenly, he opened eyes and woke up. At the same time, the two supports were sitting in a daze. Suddenly, an explosion occurred above. Dazzling heat energy came at them. The ceiling was about to collapse, but it happened too fast for them to dodge. Lin Xiao hurriedly grabbed one in each hand and threw them out. He turned his head to urge Suchan to get out quickly. At the critical moment, Suchan was still planning to save that staff member, because he knew where the breeder was. By the time she picked up the man, the ceiling above had already collapsed. But Lin Xiao and Zhuanheng were using both hands to hold it up. "Quickly take him out," Suchan responded. "Wait a moment, I'll come help you after taking this man out. 2 people are not enough, we need 1 more. The next second, Zhuanheng used his poisonous hair to knock Lin Xiao away. "Listen, there should be special individuals in the basement of this building. Only you can defeat them. I'm leaving the rest to you." Lin Xiao, after saying this, he ran out of strength and was directly buried under the collapsing ceiling. While Lin Xiao was still shouting Zhuanheng's name, the next moment a violent explosion occurred on his face. He flew back covered in blood. Then a foot stepped on Lin Xiao's wounded face. "You're that damn professor's student, right? The professor who made me look like this." Meanwhile, Suchan ran out and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Everyone said they just had some minor injuries. Suchan handed the man over to them, then turned and ran back to save Lin Xiao and the others. Suchan looked at the person in front of her and called out Lin Xiao's name. That person immediately attacked her. She looked closely and saw it was an individual who had undergone feeding. Suddenly, a group of fed individuals escaped and rushed towards them. Then a glowing red stone flew in front of Suchan, causing another violent explosion. At this time, Huixing and the others were very worried about Suchan. "Damn, I didn't control my strength well. Embarrassing for a predator." Daohua with a grin said, "So it's you, the one who bombed our school and beat up Professor Qi." After saying this, she rushed straight at him. "Are you going to attack your friend?" Then Daohua stopped abruptly. Lin Xiao was being held hostage by them. At this time, the man had already planted a bomb on Lin Xiao's body. If they made any rash moves, he would detonate the bomb. "You're so despicable." The man knew they were Professor Qi's students. Ever since he was blown up by Professor Qi that day, his burns couldn't heal, and he was in excruciating pain every day. Only killing the professor's students could make him feel better. Suchan with a grim face said, "Try it if you dare." It seems the explosion just now was too weak. The next second, he flashed over and directly grabbed Suchan's neck. "As you wish. I'll kill you." Her neck was crushed like an egg. "Who should I kill next?" Suddenly, Suchan appeared behind him. The man gritted his teeth and again unleashed a powerful explosion. The nearby forest was set on fire. Under the impact of the fire and heat energy, everyone's eyes couldn't open. This explosion caused his arm to be seriously injured again. Suddenly, he heard a voice. "What are you dazed for? Come kill me." The man widened his eyes, looking incredulously at Suchan in front of him. What's the situation with someone who can't be killed? Suchan has been blown up several times, but her wounds can heal. Even if her neck is crushed, she's still fine. The man's pupils dilated. He could only trigger another explosion. The next second, Suchan's wounds healed immediately. She rushed forward, delivering a powerful strike. The strong impact made the unprepared man step back half a foot. He looked surprised. The wound healed so quickly? In that case, the man directly used the explosive ant-state sparkler. At this time, Suchan's body was experiencing continuous explosions. While Daohua attacked from behind the man, little did she know he had already planted bombs underground. This man was quite cautious. He would plant soldier ants wherever he went. At this moment, the ground they are stepping on is full of landmines, and they have all been detonated. Screams were everywhere. As expected, a useless teacher can only teach useless students. The next moment, his arm was grabbed by Suchan, who leaped up. It turned out that after the teaching assistant had fought with the predator with explosion ability before, he found the remote explosion ability incredible. After understanding, he learned the principle. It turned out that the predator detonated bombs by releasing information to soldier ants. So there must be a detonation device on him that sends signals. At this time, Suchan had already discovered that the detonation device was his arm. She shouted, "Huisheng, if we break his arm, we can win." Huisheng accelerated towards them, passing by Daohua, jumping to avoid the landmines. The man saw this and directly detonated the soldier ants. The impact of the explosion caused Huisheng's attack to deviate, slashing the man's face. The man saw the fed individuals swarming over, turned and secretly escaped towards the forest. How can one mess up something that is already a sure win? Suchan left the remaining individuals to Daohua and the others. Suchan chased after the man, directly using her state. Falling flower, flowing water. Another strong explosion was triggered. After the thick smoke cleared, Suchan had underestimated him too much. She alone couldn't defeat a severely injured predator. Although Suchan had strong self-healing abilities, her fighting skills were very monotonous. Suddenly, the man's blood-red pupils dilated. Even the strongest self-healing ability has its limits. As long as he continued to fight with Suchan and implant soldier ants in her, he would definitely win. Suddenly, Suchan appeared above the man's head with a chainsaw, attacking his arm. The next second, the man's arm fell to his side. Now he has no way to detonate it. The man was still stubborn. "You think I fled because I had no way out? I left that place because of you. The fed individuals I summoned are just food for that monster." At the same time, Daohua sensed danger and her expression changed. She shouted loudly for everyone to run. The ground was shaking. It seemed something very dangerous was about to appear. At this time, Suchan still didn't know what was happening. The next moment, a monster directly burrowed out, while Linxiu regained consciousness amidst a loud noise. It turned out to be a giant centipede, appearing in front of everyone. Linxiu, who had just woken up, was still confused. What happened during this time? At this time, a voice was heard. "Impressive. I didn't expect you to find a breeding farm. This high and mighty tone must be the breeder. Several freshmen secretly do things without telling the school. Without Professor Chi to manage you, have you completely lost control?" Every time the breeder's plan deviated, Linxiu's shadow was always there. Initially, he wanted to claim Linxiu for himself, but now it seems they were destined to be opponents. The breeder directly issued an order to the giant centipede. "Eat them all, don't leave a single one." The strong pressure made everyone's face change. The giant centipede just moved its body slightly, and everyone was nearly injured. Just as the giant centipede was about to catch up with Huisheng, who couldn't dodge in time, it suddenly stopped. It turned around and saw that it was Daohua who was holding its feet. Daohua said to Huisheng, "Since it's too late to escape, quickly use your kick attack." Huisheng seized this opportunity and immediately jumped onto the giant centipede. Before it could react, Huisheng directly used his state, long-handled scythe, slashing at the giant centipede's chest. When he thought this strike would inflict a fatal wound on the giant centipede, he found only a scratch on the giant centipede's chest. The giant centipede just turned its body, and the huge force almost made Daohua lose her grip on its leg. The next moment, the giant centipede swung its tail. Lin Xiu shouted, "Watch out." The giant centipede slapped towards Daohua. In the face of absolute power, any small trick was useless. With Lin Xiu and the other's current strength, they could do nothing and would only become its food. This is the law of the jungle, the unchanging truth of the world. Lin Xiu couldn't get close to its body at all. He could only fly into the air. Of course, the giant centipede couldn't reach such a high place either. As it turned around again, preparing to eat Daohua and the others, the Ordgarius sexpinosis activated her insect state. She directly applied a sticky liquid to her spider silk, catching prey like fishing. She used the spider silk to rescue Daohua and the others from in front of the centipede. The next second, an unexpected tail appeared in front of her. Duoyun was violently struck and sent flying into the air. Just as the giant centipede was about to catch her, a green light flashed by. Lin Xiu successfully saved her and landed safely. At this moment, Duoyun was already severely injured in multiple places. This thing is so fierce. Doesn't it get tired? How long will it keep chasing? It turned out that the giant centipede was very hungry now. It would stop chasing after eating them. Centipedes only eat moving food. Those individuals that Suchan and the others killed were originally the giant centipede's food. Now that there's no food, the giant centipede keeps chasing them. And the urban area is just ahead. If it continues to rampage, it could be even more dangerous. Everyone's here now. We can only stop it here. Lin Xiu looked up at the giant centipede. I've thought of a battle plan. Do you want to hear it? At this time, the Invisible Man received orders from the breeder and was leading a group of fed individuals to rush over. Lin Xiu's plan was to use himself as bait to lure away the giant centipede, while the others prepared according to Lin Xiu's plan. This centipede is no ordinary monster. Ordinary methods definitely won't work against it. Lizhan Heng told Lin Xiu when he saved him that there would be a centipede here. He also said that killing it would definitely deal a heavy blow to the breeder. Lizhan Heng brought them here to take down that monster. So this time it's do or die. Lin Xiu took the lead as bait, luring the giant centipede to follow him. At this time he turned his head, then charged a green energy into his fist. One punch directly made the giant centipede's face blur. At this moment, Lin Xiu was using the hunter state, while the giant centipede was still dazed. Huixing jumped off the cliff, then activated his state, directly slicing through the black mountain stone, splitting it in two. The next moment, Daohua used her state, iron gloves, and smashed the black mountain stone. At the same time, Suchan and the others arrived at the Buddhist temple. In the broadcast room, they announced, due to heavy rainfall 2 days ago, a landslide has occurred in this area. For safety reasons, please evacuate immediately. Hearing this, the crowd saw a series of rumbling sounds coming from the mountain next to them and immediately prepared to go down the mountain. Seeing that they had all evacuated, the task was completed. The recent heavy rainfall had made the soil very moist. When water seeps underground, landslides easily occur. The huge rocks rolled down and crashed onto the giant centipede. It seemed their plan was about to succeed. Then the centipede let out a ferocious beast-like roar and burst out of the ground. The plan Lin Xiu had racked his brains to come up with turned out to be useless, but it did have some effect. The next second, the giant centipede suddenly collapsed. No matter how powerful the monster was, that blow just now must have seriously injured it. It was already injured by Professor Qi, and now fighting on an empty stomach. It must have consumed a lot of energy. But this amount of energy consumption can be restored after feeding. Lin Xiu once again baited the giant centipede and continued to chase him, all the way to the bottom of the giant Buddha statue. And having chased all the way here, it had also encountered landslides. Its energy should be nearly depleted. At this time, Lin Xiu thought they should be able to win if they acted now. To end it here, he saw his companions rushing over, wanting to finish off the giant centipede here. Suchan rushed over carrying Xinya with one hand. After Lin Xiu fought with the giant centipede for several rounds, just as its giant claw was about to stab Lin Xiu, Xinya directly activated her state, using ropes to tightly wrap around the giant centipede's body. Because the opponent's strength was too great, she was struggling and couldn't hold on for long. Seeing the opportunity had come, Suchan jumped onto the giant centipede, taking out a chainsaw and cutting down on it. The next moment, the giant centipede let out a scream. Then Lin Xiu's fist hit the centipede's face again, directly sending it flying. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Don't stop attacking. When it was Huixing's turn to attack, Lin Xiao discovered through the wireless earpiece that Huixing and the others had already been surrounded by a group of fed individuals. And these fed individuals were even harder to deal with than the previous ones. It turned out that the previous ones were just food for the giant centipede. While these were the real combat individuals, they were not on the same level. The Invisible Man didn't expect they could still deliberately cause a landslide. He should have let Qiandawa undergo feeding training back then. Too bad, she's about to die here now. While Lin Xiao was calling Huixing, the giant centipede continued to chase after them. The centipede was restrained again. The next second Suchan lost her balance and fell. Lin Xiao and the others were fighting well together. But these attacks were far from enough to damage the giant centipede's outer shell. The breeder continued. In the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. You brought this upon yourselves because you only wanted to become a normal person. You voluntarily chose the path of becoming weak. What's wrong with becoming ordinary humans again? Do we have to live like beasts like you to be good? The human world and the animal world are no different. They both follow the jungle law of survival of the fittest. The breeder was once a weak person in the human world too. The survival of the fittest in the human world is far dirtier and uglier than in the animal world. The strong ones at the top of the food chain even take the grass that herbivores eat, destined to have an unfair life from birth, discriminated against and excluded due to some systemic defects or unreasonable reasons. What the breeder wants to do is destroy it and rebuild it. Rebuild a society defined by pure strength rather than money or power. He said if Lin Xiao was willing to join, he could spare his life. Looking at the scene before him, how would Lin Xiao choose? At this time, Lin Xiao recalled what Professor Qi had said before. Keep honing yourself. Tell the world you're not a monster, but a human more vicious than monsters. Keep inspiring fighting spirit, no matter how ugly or cowardly. Overcome it, conquer it, and ultimately achieve growth. This is what it means to be human. Suchan and the others restrained the giant centipede again. Then Lin Xiao activated the state. Hunting rifle, air rifle. This time his target wasn't the centipede, but the Buddha's head. The next second the Buddha's head fell down, delivering a heavy blow that severely injured the giant centipede. Watch as this giant centipede is directly hit by the Buddha's head, severely injured and on the verge of death. Just as it was about to die, its eyes suddenly opened wide, letting out a roar and charging towards Lin Xiao. This time Lin Xiao urgently flew upwards to avoid the danger. Even with its body crushed, it's still so tenacious. The prey disappeared. Then it turned and charged towards Suchan and the others, while Xinya fled while shouting for help. At this time Lin Xiao flew towards them shouting, "Grab my hands tightly." Xinya hugged Lin Xiao's hand like a lifeline. At this moment, Suchan knew the centipede's body had been severed. It should just be the final struggle before death. She picked up the chainsaw on the ground and started cutting at the centipede's feet. Suddenly Suchan's foot was bitten by the centipede, causing her to scream in pain. While Lin Xiao could only fly towards the centipede again. The centipede excitedly rushed towards him. Just as its claw was about to grab Lin Xiao, it was suddenly cut off. Then blood splattered all over its body. The person who came was teaching assistant 1, who also saved Suchan. No wonder Professor Ma had her be the safety officer. How could she appear here when she should still be in a hypnotized state? It turned out the hypnosis effect had worn off in the morning. When she woke up and found Lin Xiao and the others missing, she interrogated a few students. During the interrogation, she received a request for support and rushed over. The support request was sent by Daohua. There were too many fed individuals, and they were fighting hard. She kept finding opportunities, grabbing one fed individual with each hand and tearing off their feet. These thick-skinned fellows were too tough. No matter how much they hit them, it wasn't enough. And they even knew how to cooperate with each other. Suddenly, a dense mass of poisonous hair shot out from behind Daohua. The fed individuals let out miserable cries when hit. It was Zhuanheng. It took him a long time to climb out because the debris was too heavy. The Invisible Man looked at him strangely and said, "You're actually still alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, the poisonous hair shot towards him, but the Invisible Man escaped. There were too many individuals, but Zhuanheng already had a solution. Then he released a huge amount of poisonous hair, forming several poison dragons, biting indiscriminately at the fed individuals. These poisonous hairs contained toxins sufficient to kill the fed individuals, finishing them in one move. On the other side, Lin Xiao looked at the giant centipede. The next moment, he continuously activated his dragonfly state. Constantly changing direction in midair, to attack the centipede. Then his whole body crashed into it at maximum speed like a bullet. At this time, blood spurted from the centipede's mouth. It was the individual the breeder had put the most effort into cultivating, yet it couldn't defeat a few mere freshmen. Lin Xiao, in his hunter state, had a determined look in his eyes as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Green electricity continuously gathered in his fist. Hunting rifle double strike. The terrifying fist instantly destroyed the centipede before him. The giant centipede immediately fell down, lifeless. They finally succeeded in defeating it, just as Lin Xiao and the others let their guard down. A chunk of meat flew up from the air. Before he could react, the invisible man flew over and forcibly fed him. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The man before them was forcibly fed by someone else. Suchan immediately stepped forward to stop it, shouting, "Lin Xiao, it's not too late to spit it out now." The invisible man nearby floated over and said, "He swallowed it. It's already been ingested. The meat is probably being absorbed by the stomach lining now." The breeder continued speaking through the phone. From this moment on, his body will extremely crave absorption. How many minutes until the humanity in his body completely disappears? At this time, Lin Xiao smelled an indescribable special scent. He looked at Suchan. It was a scent that made him want to eat uncontrollably. Lin Xiao hadn't lost his rationality yet. He could still resist. As soon as she finished speaking, the next moment he directly opened his mouth to bite Suchan's neck. Teaching assistant when hurriedly restrained Lin Xiao, pinning him to the ground. While Suchan told the assistant to release Lin Xiao. "If we release him now, he'll bite your neck the next second." At this moment, everyone looked like prey in Lin Xiao's eyes. The breeder's voice came from somewhere. "Things have become interesting. Isn't protecting students the school's belief? He just underwent some absorption, and you're already beating him. You people always talk about your beliefs. But as soon as something happens, you're like this. Isn't this belief too weak? Will Lin Xiao become addicted to absorption and eat his companions? Or will this group of insects from the school deal with Lin Xiao first?" Because of this scent, Lin Xiao was gradually driven by instinct. The next moment, he forcefully broke free from restraint, grabbed teaching assistant Wen's neck, and punched her flying. He let out a beast-like roar, rushing quickly towards Xinya in front of him. Fortunately, Suchan blocked him. She shouted, "Wake up! You can't be like this!" The sweet scent made Lin Xiao directly bite Suchan's shoulder. The scene was too cruel. Xinya covered her face, not daring to look. On the other side, Daohua still didn't know what had happened. Contact Suchan with wireless headset. Junheng thought to himself, if absorption had already occurred, there was no way to turn back. He would completely become an individual who had undergone feeding training under the breeder. "What are you going to do, Lin Xiao?" While teaching assistant Wen saw there was no hope, she could only deal with him. She kicked Lin Xiao to the ground, stepping on his neck. She couldn't watch students being eaten and do nothing. Just as she was about to use a sharp knife to finish Lin Xiao, a spray of blood flew out. It turned out Suchan had blocked this strike with her back. Teaching assistant Wen looked at her strangely. Because Suchan's wounds would automatically heal due to her ability, she wasn't afraid of being injured. Suchan blamed herself. "I'm also a complete monster. So Lin Xiao, let's find a way to become human together. You're not alone." Lin Xiao broke free from restraint again and flew into the air. He looked at Daohua and the others rushing over. "It's the scent of enemies." He punched the invisible man hiding beside Daohua, sending him flying. It turned out the invisible man also wanted to forcibly feed Daohua, but Lin Xiao had smelled him. Lin Xiao had regained consciousness, able to suppress his predatory instincts after absorption. Watch, this man under the influence of absorption could sense the enemy's location. The breeder ordered through the phone, "Fair, you leave here first." Suddenly, a purple light startled him. The next moment, Junheng activated his state, Black Mamba, biting Feier's neck in one bite. Then he immediately collapsed to the ground. Junheng had felt they would win before coming. While Lin Xiao knelt on the ground again, biting his own arm to suppress himself. The breeder's voice continued coming from the phone on the ground. "I didn't expect you to win so thoroughly, far exceeding my expectations. You won this time. Everything was beyond my expectations. Your endurance will eventually reach its limit. You are now relying entirely on pain to stay rational. Do you think you can still become an ordinary person after today?" Lin Xiao responded, "No need for useless talk. No matter what you say, I will become an ordinary person again. I will become the top of the entire department. Get Cinderella to prove you wrong. You just need to open your eyes wide and watched carefully. At this time, Lin Xiu saw their scent would make him unable to resist. He shouted for them not to come over. Lin Xiu was indeed affected by the absorption. He was already struggling to resist the urge to eat them, and ordinary tools couldn't restrain him at all. At this moment, several school helicopters were circling above everyone. A person walked out of the helicopter. It was Professor Ma. He directed the Hornet Squad to control the scene, making sure no ordinary citizens could enter the area. The Ant Squad was responsible for cleaning up the scene. He understood the whole situation through teaching assistant Wen's mobile phone. Lin Xiu really did suppress his feeding urge after absorption. Professor Ma asked, "Are you mentally prepared? Even if you go back to school, everyone may look at you through colored glasses, seeing you as a monster again. Even so, do you still want to go back and compete for the top of the entire department?" Lin Xiu said firmly yes. Then Professor Ma injected Lin Xiu's neck. This is a special drug developed by the Research Institute to control individuals who have undergone feeding training, pumpkin carriage. It contains a tiny amount of Cinderella chips. These chips will enter the nervous system to block the insect people's sense of smell and suppress their appetite. This drug is still in the experimental stage and may have side effects, and it's only effective for individuals who still have rationality. If this drug wasn't used, Lin Xiu would have to be locked up in the underground facility. It was Professor Ma who saved Lin Xiu. Now he could no longer smell that scent and could see people clearly. Then Suchan happily opened her arms and tightly embraced Lin Xiu. The companions came up to play with him. Professor Ma let Lin Xiu off temporarily since he had resisted absorption. But this incident would not end with a simple punishment. The specifics would be discussed back at school. After all, his body still needed to be examined, although Professor Ma spoke so severely. Fortunately, they didn't receive any punishment, and they even found a hard drive in the breeder's hideout. With it, the school could produce Cinderella again, making up for their wrongdoing. And at the report meeting, all the department professors were shocked to hear they had found the predators and the giant centipede. After returning, Lin Xiu was immediately taken to the Research Institute, but he was quickly released because his body showed no abnormalities, although the Ant Squad had repaired most of the destroyed facilities. Lin Xiu and the others still felt guilty, so they revisited the temple to pay their respects. The group paid their respects briefly and then left. A few days later, the class suspension ended. Wherever the group went, they were gossiped about. "That's the one who ingested. How could he eat human flesh? He's still our classmate. Doesn't that mean he's one of those pet shop people?" Hearing these words made Dao Hua very upset. The hot-tempered girl immediately flared up, ready to fight. The group of cowards saw this and ran away scared. News spread so quickly, it must be the spy planted by the breeder causing trouble, intending to shake Lin Xiu's resolve. But Suchan and the others expressed that they still stood by Lin Xiu's side. They would soon be second-year students. They should focus their energy on getting the top spot in the department. The next moment, a spherical object rushed towards Lin Xiu. At the critical moment, Lin Xiu dodged it. Then two more people walked over. "Are you Lin Xiu?" The school actually admitted such a dishonorable new student. They were the top students from the upper grades of various departments, all members of a club called Propolis. As soon as they returned, they heard Lin Xiu had defeated the giant centipede and undergone absorption. "Let's see how powerful you are after absorption." There was a special club within the school called Propolis. This club gathered the top students from various departments and grades, only open to second-year students and above. Propolis, composed of top students from various fields, was considered the school's core combat strength, responsible for solving all difficult and dangerous matters occurring outside the school. They were actually the most influential figures in the school. Lin Xiu asked, "Why should I fight you here? Why should I listen to you?" The spherical person ignored his words and directly crashed into him. The next moment, Dawa immediately stepped forward to block with both hands. Don't they know fighting is prohibited on campus? What are they trying to do? Unprovoked? It turned out that School Rule 18 allowed Propolis members to use abilities for educational purposes. At this time, Dawa was about to be overwhelmed and was directly sent flying the next moment. The companions were shocked by this sight. Dawa lost in a contest of strength. Then, Dawa got excited, finally finding the right opponent for a good match. Suddenly, several classmates were tied up by them. "If you don't want to see your friends hurt, the rest of you don't interfere. We only fight with Lin Xiu. We don't think someone like you deserves to be nominated for top of the department. We need to see your strength. If you could defeat Wai Yujian, we'll release your classmates." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiu directly flew up. As long as he was in the air, Lin Xiu thought they couldn't attack him. Then he observed the situation below from the air to find a chance to attack. Suddenly, Wei Yujian directly rolled up the outer wall to Lin Xiu's face. Just as he was about to be hit, Lin Xiu prepared to use his state. Suddenly, Wei Yujian accelerated and sent Lin Xiu flying down. Lin Xiu opened his eyes on the ground and found himself covered by a shell. While the enemy didn't continue to attack, Wei Yujian said softly, "Don't make a sound, pretend to be unconscious." While outside, the clan leader Hazang played along saying, "What's this so weak? And we thought individuals who underwent absorption would be as strong as monsters." But he lost so quickly. Seeing this, everyone expressed that rumors were just rumors. They couldn't be believed. Lin Xiu lost too quickly. They said he ingested the giant centipede's flesh. It seems that was fake too. Are they doing this to make others let their guard down? Hazang turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and said, "I heard there are strong contenders for top of the department among you. There's not much time left until next semester. We'll meet again when you become second year's freshman." Scene changed to the classroom. Shizhen asked Lin Xiu concernedly if he really didn't need to go to the infirmary. Lin Xiu said he wasn't injured. At this time, he still didn't know who those people were. He hadn't seen them before. Shizhen answered Lin Xiu. Propolis is a club composed of top students from upper grades. It was originally a social club created by a group of top students. Later, it became an official club. They were on missions outside during the second semester. At the same time, at the club, leader Hazang sighed. "As soon as we return, we have to clean up after the first-year freshman." After he finished speaking, Wei Yujian contradicted him. "Tough exterior but soft interior. Weren't you the one who first proposed to help?" At this time, Hazang discovered Wei Yujian's shell had cracks. He didn't know when it had become like this. Then Hong Yuxiang started treating him. "Very good, I've decided. The next Propolis Club member will be him." This man's subordinates have all been arrested by the school. Yet he was so leisurely, soaking in a hot spring. A woman appeared behind him, preparing to join him in the bath and comfort him. He turned his head and said that wasn't necessary, and asked, "Is it done? The task the breeder gave has been completed. Just don't know why we're doing this. Since we're capturing a mere ordinary person, the chief of J District." The breeder responded to her, "Because what we want to overthrow isn't the school, but the entire human society. We need to arrange puppets outside. The current preparatory work is nearing completion." Although that dragonfly ruined the breeder's plan, he's used to leaving himself a backup plan no matter what he does. The pet shop still exists now. If those novices interfere with the plan again, the breeder has already arranged suitable candidates. The ones who defeated the man were first-year students from the school. Although the breeder arranged for them to deal with those people, the school is currently in a state of high alert. They still need to wait for the right opportunity, might as well rest for a while. At this time, the mantis girl was still thinking about what the dragonfly said. But the mantis girl swore she would definitely eat him next time. The spy planted by the breeder in the school brought good news. That Professor Chi had become a vegetative person. Scene changed to the treatment room. The school has used the best doctors and equipment, but Professor Chi still showed no signs of waking up. Nothing could be done. They could only wait for him to wake up. It would take time to invite temporary lecturers, and there were reportedly spies from the pet shop among the staff. The current situation was not suitable for continuing classes. This semester's courses ended here. At the same time, Lin Xiu and the others were having a party, celebrating the success of their raid. While Zhuanheng saw on his phone that someone had uploaded recent news about the children from the nursery on social media, Zhuanheng also invited Daohua to go see together. It was Lin Xiu who told Zhuanheng the social media account of the new nursery where the children went. Huixing looked at Zhuanheng and Daohua's closeness jealously. By the way, where did Lin Xiu and Shizhen go? On the other side, they were on a date. It turned out Shizhen had previously arranged with Lin Xiu to drink alone together, but she didn't expect him to directly pull her away from the drinking table today. And Lin Xiu even said he wanted to drink in Shizhen's room. Was he going to confess? Suddenly, Lin Xiu's words interrupted Shizhen's imagination. Actually, the effects of absorption were still continuing in Lin Xiu's body. Professor Ma's medicine had calmed him down a lot, but he could still smell a little bit of the scent. There were too many people at the party just now. He was afraid he would lose rationality if he stayed, so he pulled Shizhen out. After the holiday, they would become second-year students. Could he continue staying at school like this? Before he could finish speaking, Shizhen inserted her finger into Lin Xiu's mouth. At this time, Lin Xiao was confused. Shijin said, "If you can't resist, you can bite me. These small wounds will heal quickly." She told Lin Xiao not to worry. He could stay at school. Everyone has secrets they don't want others to know. Once a secret is known, it's no different from exposing one's weakness. The next moment, Lin Xiao embraced Shijin. He said he could bear it, but only when weaknesses are exposed can they become stronger. In the blink of an eye, a new semester began. This was the Propolis Club. The leader was getting impatient. Suddenly, there was a voice at the door. It was Shijin, who ranked first last year, and Lin Xiao, who ranked second, reporting in. Then the Propolis members stood up saying they finally came. Both of them set the best record in the history of the first grade. "First, have a drink. How about it? Then let's chat." The man's name is Lin Xiao, because he used an insecticide called jungle juice. His DNA mixed with that of a dragonfly, turning him into an insect people. The endless loneliness made him want to die. Later, in order to become an ordinary person, he was brought to Nest, a school for insect people, by Pioxazin, who was also an insect people. The school had a potion called Cinderella. It could return him to a normal human life. But the condition for obtaining it is to become the first in the whole department. Lin Xiao studied hard to learn various insect knowledge for this. In subsequent studies, he learned about an organization called the Pet Shop. He accidentally discovered that one of the organization's breeding grounds secretly turned children into insect people. Its leader, the breeder, always wanted to change the world into an ideal land of only insect people. Their power came from eating insect people. The process was even given an elegant name, absorption. However, this absorption would cause insect people to go berserk. The pet shop was looking for high-level insect people who could maintain rationality after absorption. Subsequently, the pet shop launched an attack on their only obstacle, Nest. This directly resulted in Lin Xiao's teacher, Professor Qijun, becoming a vegetative patient. Lin Xiao decided to take revenge on the pet shop. After planning, they completely destroyed a branch of the pet shop. One night after that, Lin Xiao thought he had broken into the girls' dormitory. Unexpectedly, there was a corpse not far away, and his hands were covered in blood. Lin Xiao couldn't be sure if he had done it, because he was forcibly absorbed when destroying the breeding ground, although he injected the pumpkin carriage potion to suppress the rampage. But after that, he would occasionally experience blackouts. In his hazy consciousness, he would see that nightmarish figure, the water spider breeder. He tried to struggle, tried to attack, but it was all in vain. Obviously, a seed of fear had already taken root in his heart. Not long ago, Lin Xiao started his sophomore year. Jianyuan Dao Donghai City. Mucus was everywhere. Obviously, it was the work of insect people. Emperor Scorpion Qiandawawa sensed vibrations 100 meters to the north. The target was found to be a boy wearing a hoodie. The next second, appearing in front of the hoodie boy was the Gamsiclies usuriensis composite, Chiwixing. The culprit turned out to be a velvet worm. It could spray sticky glue from its body to entangle and hunt prey. The ejected protein not only had a wide range, but also immobilized whatever it stuck to. "Leave it to me." Two people appeared in the sky. The one being carried was the cockroach composite Pioxazin. The one carrying her to sea goldfish was the Enotogaster Seaboldii composite Lin Xiao. "Damn it. I'm running on the ground while you're flying in the sky. Isn't this a blatant dimensional reduction attack?" Just as the worm man was about to use his old trick again, he was given a love suplex by Shijin, who descended from the sky. Although he still got a face full of protein, they eventually subdued the worm man. While waiting for the bus, Lin Xiao encountered his former crush, Meishi. Meishi's expression upon seeing him was as horrified as if she had eaten excrement. Shijin was very concerned about his condition, but when she saw Lin Xiao's indifferent expression, she realized that Lin Xiao's desire to return to being human was just fear of loneliness. But in Nest, you're no longer alone. Later, the worm man was tricked by jewel beetle composite Lephiodon into joining Nest. That night, the scene from the beginning occurred. If nothing unexpected happens, the unexpected will come. Seeing Shijin suddenly appear, every part of Lin Xiao's body except his mouth went soft. Such a grown man still playing with tomato juice. The cricket door manager said, "I was called here by the screenwriter." She appeared at the door. Then of course she did what extras do, roar on the spot. Maybe the security team was waiting outside. The next second they appeared outside the window. "We are Nest Guardian personnel, the WASP team." A corpse was found in the dormitory. The suspect, a student from the beneficial insect department. According to school rules, you will now be transferred to prison to operate a sewing machine. Shijin, and the others raised banners with their classmates. Don't arrest people recklessly. Release Lin Xiu if there's no evidence. At this moment, Professor Ma walked up from behind. He had a recording showing a green light, resembling a dragonfly, rushing into the worm man's room. And there was the testimony of Suchan, who went up to check the situation and broke the window. Currently, the probability of Lin Xiu being the culprit is very high. Professor Ma had thought the pumpkin carriage could help him regain his rationality. It seems its effect is not enough to completely prevent him from being affected by absorption. Huixing anxiously said, "This is all the breeder's fault. Lin Xiu should be sent to the hospital, not prison. This matter isn't that simple. The subsequent handling will have a huge impact on the Nest community. Nest is a society of insect people. Everyone has dangerous wild instincts and powers hidden within them. Transparent, thorough management is needed to accumulate trust and unite them. If this matter is left unresolved, the seeds of distrust will eventually cause this balance to collapse." The young man avenged his teacher, but was forcibly fed insect people flesh. Not only did he not receive the expected cheers, but he was also thrown into prison, just because they are all insect people with wild instincts and powers. Lin Xiu stepped into his cell one step at a time, hearing Suchan's voice from afar. When can Lin Xiu be released? He clenched his fists. Something must be wrong. Suchan said. Lin Xiu said he could control the effects of absorption, but Professor Ma didn't think so. Just because there were several examples in the past proving that absorption would eventually make insect people lose their rationality. Suchan always believed Lin Xiu didn't kill anyone. Huixing and Daohua saw this and desperately pulled her away. She called Lin Xiu's name over and over, pushing Lin Xiu's emotions to the brink of collapse. "Are you filming a TV drama? You're making me want to cry." Lin Xiu heard this voice. It was the red dragonfly from Black Rock Island. The red dragonfly said, "It's impossible to stay conscious after absorption. Everything will develop according to the breeder's expectations. Look around you. Most of those in prison here are the breeder's training subjects. They've all been affected by absorption. In other words, they're your future. I really want to see what you look like when you become a monster." Before he knew it, Lin Xiu had been in prison for a week. He didn't know if it was because of insomnia. He hadn't experienced any blackouts this week, except for people coming to visit him being refused. Only the provocation of the red dragonfly is left in his ears. Lin Xiu felt he was gradually losing everything, freedom and friends. By the third week, he slowly became numb. What is everyone doing? Maybe they've already forgotten about me. Today, these feeding individuals seemed particularly noisy compared to usual. A wave of dizziness hit him, a long-absent blackout. In his daze, he saw a dragonfly glaring at him. Although he didn't know why, he felt this dragonfly was angry. "Damn it, I should be the one who's angry. This is all your fault. Go tell them, it was all you." The scene froze on the moment of the worm man's dying with eyes open. He suddenly woke up. He also felt that he was lonely again. Just then, the ground cracked inch by inch. An arm extended from underground. "Don't panic, Lin Xiu. I'm here to rescue you." Outside, Suchan and others were refused again. Suddenly, alarms blared, detecting an intruder. Daohua's Emperor Scorpion instinct told her. The vibrations came from Lin Xiu's cell. "Come with me. You're no longer alone." The guards also arrived, but the distorted walls had squeezed the door out of shape, making it impossible to open. "Break it open." The next moment, a crack extended from the ground. It should be noted that the walls of this prison had all been reinforced. Something must have been done to them. Suchan, who rushed into the prison, felt Lin Xiu's room was right beneath her feet. Combat insect fighting technique, drying underwear under flowers. As her fist made contact, she felt a smooth sensation. Suchan was caught by the ankle with a somersault and thrown out of the cell. During the fight, the mysterious person revealed their true face. It turned out to be a girl wearing a Nest school uniform. She said calmly, "Quickly decide, are you coming or not?" Suchan's voice came from afar. "Don't listen to that woman." She had been impaled through the abdomen by a protruding steel plate. At the same time, the distorted door was forcefully broken open. A burly guard appeared before them. Discovering Lin Xiu attempting to escape and an unidentified insect person began to suppress them. The mysterious woman shouted at the crack, "Buy me some time." Another mysterious person appeared, also wearing a conical hat, with golden liquid on their hands. The next second, the liquid rose up, forming a wall. The guard roared angrily. "Why is it another damn wall? The mysterious person urgently said. The propolis wall won't hold for long, hurry. The mysterious woman knew that if they tunneled underground, Ness would have a hard time tracking their direction, even with 1,000 methods. At this moment, Lin Xiao shook off the mysterious woman's hand. You're from the pet shop, aren't you? The mysterious woman didn't explain. She just told Lin Xiao to choose between staying at Nest, spending the rest of his life in prison, or going with them, becoming their companion, and regaining freedom. Lin Xiao knew the mysterious woman was right. Staying here would only mean continuing to operate a sewing machine. He knew he had killed someone and could never be released. The sound of the propolis wall cracking seemed to help him make up his mind. He absolutely couldn't stay here and wait for death. There must be a way to overcome the effects of absorption and clear the suspicion of murder. I'll go with you. Suchan lunged forward, but was blocked by the mysterious person's net-like propolis. She said desperately, Lin Xiao, don't go. That lonely figure turned back. I will definitely return. The propolis wall cracked, and Lin Xiao escaped. The Nest faculty members had a headache, leaving only that sorrowful silhouette behind. The young man was deemed to be an eater like the pet shop because he ate human flesh. Today, a group of people helped the young man successfully break out of prison. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Lin Xiao. My name is Calicook. People here call me Captain. Lin Xiao smelled a familiar and nauseating odor from him. Because everyone here was an insect person affected by absorption. They had experienced the same blackouts and had the same strange dreams. They emitted the same smell as the breeder's training subjects. They knew how to suppress the effects and maintain rationality. Therefore, Ness considered them part of the pet shop. But in reality, they weren't. They were composed of homeless people. They called themselves the Wanderers. Lin Xiao, do you want to know how to suppress absorption? This was undoubtedly an incredibly tempting condition for Lin Xiao. But were they telling the truth? And were these people trustworthy? If it could really be done, he might be able to prove his innocence. He still remembered his promise to Suchan. Give me some time, I will definitely come back. So the only option before him was not because of trust. As long as he could return to Nest, Lin Xiao was willing to do anything, even if it meant risking his life. The Wanderer's base was an old school building. In this old, dilapidated classroom was Lin Xiao's room. Everyone put desks together and laid blankets on top to use as beds. This was vastly different from life at Nest. Thinking of Suchan and the others, Lin Xiao's heart was deeply pained. The girl who saved him was named by Chan. Chan asked Lin Xiao, that black-haired girl in the prison just now, she's your girlfriend, right? This made Lin Xiao's face turn as red as a monkey's butt. But Chan wanted Lin Xiao to know, if Nest treated the captain as an enemy, the time for you to fight would be in the morning, not at night. Just then, the red-haired man said to the two, it's here. I heard this one's not small in scale. Quickly bring the newbie out. Lin Xiao was completely confused. Where are we going? Hunting. Nest faculty meeting room. The atmosphere was dead silent. Because based on the abilities of those who helped Lin Xiao escape and their escape route, no matter how you look at it, Lin Xiao was determined to have joined the pet shop. Professor Ma believed he would be the second Shenjian. Not only absorbing but also killing, he had crossed the bottom line of being human. Due to frequent attacks by the pet shop recently, the strength of Nest faculty was being questioned. So the board wouldn't ignore this incident, because Professor Ma had already located those guys. When Lin Xiao was injected with the pumpkin carriage, he was also injected with a chip containing GPS. In other words, letting Lin Xiao go might not be a bad thing. Get ready. Ambush them. Tear them apart. The ambush team has already been selected. In the Propolis Club, Suchan was asked if the badge in her hand was the one Lin Xiao forgot to take. Suchan clenched her fist, yes. I plan to return it to him when we meet. Wait for me, Lin Xiao. I will definitely come to save you, even if I have to risk my life. At this moment, Lin Xiao was completely confused. In front of him was a large group of breeding training products. What were these people going to do? But the Wanderers seemed to not take them seriously at all. For Lin Xiao, this number was already beyond his ability. Jing Yiqing bent down and lowered his head. The next second, he used his legs to launch himself like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The training subjects in front of him all did a Thomas flare and took off on the spot. At the same time, Quankamin took a deep drag on his cigarette. The training subjects surrounding him all spontaneously combusted. The crazy man who rescued Lin Xiao from prison, named Lihanqing, had a cold glint in his eyes. How many people has the pet shop transformed? The training subjects were approaching, but Nanami was still casually applying makeup. but some unknown force blasted all the training subjects away. In Lin Xiu's eyes, these people were like gods. "This is the pet shop's feed factory," Baichun said. "They're all hidden in sparsely populated mountains. We need to find and destroy them one by one. If we need to give a reason for this behavior, it's that completely eliminating the pet shop is the captain's long-cherished wish." At this moment, a rumbling sound came from under Nami's feet. A giant beetle burst out of the ground. Just as she was panicking, a green flash of light passed by. It directly smashed the giant beetle's face into its butt. "Oh, the newbie's posture is really comfortable. Quantum inside, quite capable. A Notigaster Seaboldi state, hunter mode." It was as if a green net had been woven in the sky. Jiang Yicheng, this man is so fast. Before long, all training subjects were under control. The Wanderers would move them elsewhere and let Nest discover them, because the Wanderers were dirt poor and didn't have so many places to hold them. Just as Baichun was about to report to the captain, Jiang Yicheng said, "Isn't there still one more?" Jiang Yicheng turned into a blur, directly charging towards Lin Xiu. The force was so strong that it caused air waves to burst from Lin Xiu's body as he retreated. Now is the perfect opportunity. Pretend to be attacked by those monsters, then kill you. The Wanderers are a group of insect people with tragic lives. However, Lin Xiu, who came from Nest, naturally became a thorn in some people's eyes. But we're all in the same boat. Who can say whether mental or physical pain hurts more? Or which is more painful? In a villa somewhere in the mountains. Recently, 4 breeding grounds have been destroyed. We've lost many training subjects in feed. Judging by their butts, they don't seem to be Nest people. Nest girls don't have such big butts. It should be insect people from a third party. No matter what their purpose is, daring to touch my things, kill them all. The speaker was the pet shop's boss, the breeder. But he had many things to deal with. He asked the person reporting, "Can you handle it?" The black figure nodded in agreement. The surveillance footage was showing the scene of Jiang Yicheng charging towards Lin Xiu. Jiang Yicheng pretended to be a car, making a do-do-do sound, and charged at Lin Xiu again. Lin Xiu barely dodged. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been turned into meat paste. He shouted loudly, "Why are you suddenly attacking me?" Jiang Yicheng's eyes were sharp. "Because I don't like you." The Wanderers are made up of unfortunate people. Some have undergone various human experiments in the pet shop. Some were raised as feed training subjects. Here, everyone has experienced happiness, only misfortune. We struggle with all our might to survive. But what about you? Staying here is just a return to your happy life at Nest. His mouth was spewing shit like an anus nonstop. You're not suitable to be a wanderer. If you hate being a monster so much, then I'll send you to your death now. Although Lin Xiu dodged the flying tree trunk, he couldn't dodge the one held in hand. Maybe this is how Jiang Yicheng usually swats flies. Landing a hit, he felt the sensation was pretty good. Jiang Yicheng, 5-horned rhinoceros beetle composite. His physical condition is the ceiling among the Wanderers. But here, no one will help you. What will you do, Lin Xiu? If you can't even handle this level, you won't survive in the future. Because we are Wanderers. Jiang Yicheng taunted. You're too weak, kid. Turns out the captain's eye for talent isn't that great. Get out of the Wanderers now. I'll tell the captain your brain couldn't control your legs, and you ran away scared. Just as Jiang Yicheng turned around, a green light leapt into the air. Who said I was going to run? Lin Xiu's punch made Jiang Yicheng's head tilt. But it didn't hurt him at all, only making him step back half a step. A Notigaster Seaboldi state, rabbit chasing. Lin Xiu's figure turned into afterimages. Everyone could only see flashes of green light. Nami exclaimed, "So fast. Not only cute, but also strong." Jiang Yicheng was also angry. "You're as annoying as a fly. 5-horned rhinoceros beetle state, 5 guns." His feet could instantly elongate. Lin Xiu was skewered on Jiang Yicheng's foot like meat on a barbecue skewer. Jiang Yicheng forcefully threw him towards the ground, creating a deep crater. At the same time, his state is also terminated. For him now, using the state twice a day was still a bit strenuous. Before he could come to his senses, he was kicked flying again. This isn't a garbage dump. We don't accept trash like you. You have a choice, but you despise being a monster. What about us? If you give up struggling, just continue living as a monster. Lin Xiu neither dodged nor evaded, taking the punch head on. At that moment, it was as if something inside Lin Xiu was about to explode. Don't joke around. I will definitely turn back into a human. Find the ordinary college life that you look down on. Then I wish you success. But in your next life, 5 guns, I don't know why you hate me, but I absolutely will not give up. Catching the 5 guns barehanded made Lin Xiu's hands numb and painful. But he told himself, he absolutely cannot lose to this person who looks down on him. A Notigaster Seaboldi State, rifle. I will definitely return to nest. 5-horned rhinoceros beetle state, 5 guns. Bai Chun and others came forward to see who had won. In the rolling smoke, they vaguely saw 2 figures, one standing and one lying down. Did Lin Xiu lose? Jiang Yicheng was also confused. He seemed to have passed out before the attack. I'll send you to your death now. If the mind and body reach their limits, it's easy to experience blackouts due to absorption and lose rationality. A young man weighing 100 pounds, 99 pounds of bone, against a 200-pound man with 199 pounds of muscle. Not only wasn't he crushed, but he even tore the muscular man apart, only because he experienced a blackout that occurs after insect people ingest. And this kind of blackout, called berserk by nest, the wanderers can teach him how to control it. Bai Chun urgently called Lin Xiu's name. She was familiar with this change in insect people. Lin Xiu's pitch-black eyes also confirmed her guess. He had blacked out. Jiang Yicheng, with his horns broken, roared angrily, pretending to be dead. How despicable. Watch me turn you into a barbecue skewer. 4. Gun. Attack. Although he had 1 less horn than before, his overall strength and speed had clearly improved. He was fast, but Lin Xiu was faster. Suddenly, he had already appeared behind him. Immediately after, another horn broke off with a sharp pain. But it was clear that Jiang Yicheng was also a battle-hardened warrior. He immediately turned and grabbed Lin Xiu's neck. With his immense strength, he wanted to choke Lin Xiu until he stopped breathing. Unexpectedly, in this state, Lin Xiu was not only faster than him, but also stronger. A murderous aura enveloped dozens of meters around. In the darkness, only those soul-stirring eyes remained. Blackouts do enhance insect people, but Lin Xiu's enhancement was comprehensive. Unlike Jiang Yicheng's current frenzy, even when thrown, Lin Xiu's face showed only 2 words, calmness. A calmness that was terrifying. In Lin Xiu's mind, there was only one thought: kill him. Bai Chun had never seen such a violent person. This is Lin Xiu's blackout. Insect people affected by absorption all experience blackouts. She had thought Lin Xiu would simply lose rationality, with his body's control taken over by the insect DNA. The captain had said, to overcome blackouts, you must regain control of your body. But the thing inside Lin Xiu's body looks troublesome. Jiang Yicheng said, I give up, I was wrong so. But before he could finish, that broken horn was thrust towards his head. The captain watching the monitor immediately spoke. That's enough. The next second, strings of propolis wrapped around Lin Xiu's hands and feet. His calm, yet terrifying gaze turned to the person behind him. Captain Callie has given the order. The farce should end. The one who acted was the B composite Lihanqing. The propolis was torn apart by Lin Xiu with one hand. His attack target also turned to Lihanqing. He slowly said, blackouts make us lose control of our bodies while gaining powerful strength. But I have already overcome and successfully harnessed this power. Propolis kept flowing from his hands. After absorption, an insect person's DNA changes, using the power contained within to produce new abilities. We call it blackout control, imitating the Oriumines decoratus. The Oriumines decoratus belongs to the wasp family, known for building gourd-like nests. This gourd-like nest can be used to store and capture prey. Prey caught by it absolutely cannot escape. You just sleep in there obediently. I'll let you out when you regain your rationality. Lin Xiu, your journey is only truly beginning now. Who knows how long it had been? Lin Xiu suddenly woke up. He found himself lying in bed. Beside him was the captain asking if he wanted some tea to clear his mind. The captain told the confused Lin Xiu, you were completely in a blackout, but don't worry. Yu Chong, who was beaten by you to the point he can't take care of himself, has finished treatment and is recovering. It turns out Jiang Yicheng's attack was instructed by Captain Callie. From Jiang Yicheng acting as an assassin to others watching on the side. It was all his arrangement. Lin Xiu just didn't understand. Shouldn't this be a test before joining? This was just a confirmation of your blackout situation before entering training. Special training that must be undergone to eliminate the effects of absorption. These words made Lin Xiu's heart skip a beat. Control blackouts. Originally, the captain planned to test if Lin Xiu had the ability to endure the training. Now it seems there's no need for that. He said seriously, from now on, what awaits you will be training more dangerous than nest courses. If you really want to eliminate the effects of absorption, you must perfectly complete each of my instructions. Are you prepared? Lin Xiu showed a determined look. Of course. Pet shop breeding ground, Jiangling branch. Truckload after truckload of insect people were brought in. A fat man told everyone, no matter what kind of life you lived outside. Here, you're all just feed. You're just pigs waiting to be slaughtered in the abattoir. See that meat grinder over there? From today on, someone will go in there every day. Suddenly a green light descended from the sky. Alarm sounded. Jiangling breeding ground. Requesting support. We can't hold on. Hey, breeder respond. With a bang, the door was thrown open. So you're the person in charge here. The newcomer was Lin Xiu, who had started receiving training. I also want to see the results of these 2 months of training. A man eating bugs voraciously, hitting rocks underwater, all to train his body to be able to withstand the negative effects of blackouts. Going back in time to 2 months ago, this was the first day of training. The captain and Lin Xiu came to the rooftop of the dilapidated school building. The more you ingest, the stronger the craving becomes. Eventually, you'll gradually lose your humanity. So the first method to overcome the desire for absorption is a bunch of unknown small bugs appeared in Calicook's hand. Eat these bugs. Lin Xiu's sphincter tightened immediately. You're not making an international joke, are you? The reason absorption numbs rationality is because the insect DNA in the body mutates, causing people to be attracted by other insects' information or smell. Eating bugs can have a slight alleviating effect, similar to how smokers chew nicotine gum to quit. Who hasn't accidentally eaten a bug or two? It's just that now Lin Xiu is feeding himself. After he finished eating, the captain said calmly, I heard you were injected with pumpkin carriage when you were at Nest. So this method is useless for you. I just wanted you to have a taste. Guard against day and night. It is difficult to guard against house thieves. Just then, Bai Chun appeared with a bag. Why make such a fuss over a few bugs? It turns out she was called by the captain to help train Lin Xiu. The second type of training to control blackouts is physical exercise. Blackouts often occur when the mind and body reach their limits. So to control it, you must have a tough physical body. From now on, Bai Chun will be your coach. She'll help you build a tough body. Bai Chun said slowly. Let me be clear up front, the training will make you want to die. If you want to give up, do it now. It's just physical training. How tiring can it be? Then Lin Xiu regretted it. I'm going to die. He had 800 kilograms sandbags attached to his hands, constantly sinking in the water. An hour ago, Bai Chun told him, if you can break the rock in front of you, that means your body is already capable of bearing the negative emotions of a blackout. Lin Xiu thought this was too simple. He had even taken down a Peruvian giant centipede, let alone a mere rock. But the next second, the rock was kicked into the lake by Bai Chun. Huh? What's going on? Idiot, you're not hitting it here, but underwater. Lin Xiu's titanium alloy dog eyes widened. This means he can't use his wings to generate force. In the water, he not only can't breathe, but will also be hindered by the water, making movement slow. Everyone has their own method of physical training. This is Bai Chun's unique approach. If you can't break the rock underwater, then pack your bags and get lost early. Damn it, I can't use my wings and I'm carrying sandbags. How can I break the rock like this? Try first. The resistance took away 90% of his punching power. As expected, it's impossible to break the rock. At the same time, he had reached his limit for holding his breath, and the weighted sandbags pulled him to the bottom of the water. As he lost consciousness, he was pulled out of the water by Bai Chun like a little chicken. Useless, you almost drowned after just a few minutes underwater. Have you never swum before? Lin Xiu had started to doubt his insect life. Can't hold breath. Punches extremely slow. Can this kind of training really overcome the effects of absorption? Bai Chun said while wringing out her clothes. The duration of this training varies from person to person. Some people took several years to succeed. Damn, it takes that long? When will I be able to return to Nest? By then everyone will have graduated, getting Cinderella before me and turning back into normal humans. Then I'll become alone again. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's emotions of unwillingness surged up again. Bai Chun glanced at him. The earlier failure was indeed because you couldn't use your wings underwater. But more importantly, your punching power wasn't enough. You've never properly learned martial arts, have you? She looked arrogantly in another direction. Get up. I'll teach you how to punch underwater. If you follow my method, it won't take long. So don't worry unnecessarily. Success depends on the individual, but the journey depends on the coach. A mysterious person was watching this scene from afar. Training day 2. A punching bag with a red and swollen face collapsed on the ground. It was Lin Xiao, unrecognizable even to his mother. You've only taken a few hits, don't play dead. Bai Chun performed a lotus pose and Lin Xiao screamed, Mom. Punching can only be learned through physical practice. Carefully observe how I control my movements and power. Lin Xiao felt. Why is my life so bitter? If I could do it, I'd already be the top of the class. Training day 3. In front of Lin Xiao was a mountain of food. Bai Chun kept adding steaks to his plate. This is your protein for today. Muscle building is also important. Even Quankamin had trouble eating his meal. Training day 5. Bai Chun told Lin Xiao someone would help with his training today. It was the fierce-looking Jiang Yicheng. Who could have imagined that the next second he would bow 90 degrees? I'm so sorry. I offended you last time. This was because although he was following the captain's instructions, Jiang Yicheng felt that what he said was too much. He felt bad about it, which is why he offered to help train Lin Xiao. But what Lin Xiao cared about was that this big, burly guy was actually a year younger than him. Jiang Yicheng, age 20. After this, Lin Xiao trained hard day after day. Although the training was exhausting, Bai Chun taught wholeheartedly. Lin Xiao also learned with all his heart. Finally one day, all the effort paid off. Lin Xiao's body was successfully reshaped. The scene changes, a figure leaps through the jungle. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao was found so quickly. She just wanted to report back to Nest as soon as possible. This person was the Propolis Club's 9th-ranked Muskai Composite Min's Hengwa. Through investigation, she learned Lin Xiao hadn't turned into a monster due to absorption. He was receiving training to overcome absorption. Shijin should be very happy to know this news. Just as she connected to Nest's phone to report finding Lin Xiao. Bang! She was shot in the head. The shooter said, involving Nest now would make things very complicated. So you must die. The mysterious person said it was unexpected, unrelated to the breeder's orders. Training to overcome absorption's effects. Things are starting to get interesting. His name is Lin Xiao, right? I should keep a close eye on him. What did you say? Jinhua is dead? She was investigating the combat area, and after a loud noise, the call was cut off. Before the communication was cut, she mentioned a name. Could it be the killer's name? What was it? Lin Xiao. The young man just punched the rock, and unexpectedly a high-quality stone burst out. And this stone contained the power of ancient insects from hundreds of millions of years ago. At this time, Lin Xiao was still happily punching stones. He didn't understand why after practicing for so long, he only made a crack. At this rate, it really would take several years. The sense of defeat made him deeply doubt if this practice was really effective. Logically speaking, breaking a rock wouldn't change anything. Just then, a glimmer of light shone through the crack. There's something inside the rock. Could this not be an ordinary stone? Upon touching it, it felt as if something was seeping into Lin Xiao's body. The strange feeling brought a surge of power, making him feel that if he struck now, he could definitely shatter the rock before him. Sure enough, the rock shattered instantly. Something was glittering among the stone fragments. A gleaming gem appeared before his eyes. Was this where the light came from earlier? The scene changes. The captain congratulates Lin Xiao on successfully breaking the rock. It means your body has been reshaped. Lin Xiao wasn't sure if he was the one who did it. Strange light seeped into his body, and his strength suddenly increased. The captain explained, conductivity is high underwater, so you absorbed it very well. Is there a glowing gem in the stone? Lin Xiao was surprised. Is this what you mean? It turns out this thing is called amber, containing ancient insects from tens of thousands of years ago, quite mysterious. And the light Lin Xiao absorbed was the DNA of the ancient insect in the amber. Lin Xiao was curious about what effect the ancient insect would have. The captain paused and said, this DNA can be used to make drugs that turn people into insect people. That is the raw material for jungle juice. In the far north, there's an ocean that divides the land in two. One day, a huge sinkhole appeared, containing a large amount of amber. And the mysterious insects in these ambers are all ancient creatures, non-existent in the world, unknown to man. The first discoverer of the amber accidentally learned that the DNA of these insects contained powerful, mysterious forces. So he bought the mining rights and monopolized these ambers, and then used these ambers to create jungle juice. Lin Xiao was very excited, finding it hard to believe. Just because Nest told them the origin of jungle juice was still unclear, and such important information, he didn't believe someone would just casually mention it. The captain narrowed his eyes. Nest indeed concealed something. He was just stating a fact. A gem containing ancient insects from tens of thousands of years ago? If this amber is the raw material for jungle juice, can it also be used to mass-produce Cinderella? If Captain Callie was telling the truth, why would Nest hide the truth? A series of questions troubled Lin Xiao. As he was lost in thought, Bai Chun had somehow already stood behind him. Come with me, it's time to train. Isn't the training over? Lin Xiao didn't want to fall back into that miserable life. Bai Chun didn't respond, just calmly said, "Take off your clothes." Lin Xiao's tongue was tied. "I'm very reserved, this isn't appropriate." It turned out Bai Chun just didn't want his wings to be uncomfortable and specially brought clothes for him. It was a Nest school uniform with a cross on the school badge. Bai Chun said although Nest isn't great, their technology is still quite impressive. Bai Chun also gave Lin Xiao a photo. It was a photo of Lin Xiao and He Jin together. The photo was taken while monitoring Lin Xiao's activities outside. Obviously, his existence had long been noticed by the Wanderers. But he didn't care about being monitored. Now he was more grateful to Bai Chun. Bai Chun did this because Lin Xiao said he missed his friends. Looking at the photo could ease that. But for Lin Xiao, this was an incredibly precious gift. "Thank you, Chunner. All right, old dog, stop crying. Overcome the effects of absorption quickly, and you can see your friends again." Lin Xiao seemed to have boundless strength. "What are we practicing?" Bai Chun said Lin Xiao absorbed the insect DNA from the amber. "From now on, try your best to resist memory blackouts." Inside Shimu Villa, the breeder's voice came from a dark room. "Have you found those guys who ambushed us?" The mysterious person said, following the scent of the feed factories. "They've roughly located their position, although there was a small incident with Nest along the way. It's been dealt with. This time he sent subordinates over there. At this moment, that place should already be in chaos." Bai Chun turned her head trembling. There were two intruders. The blistered dichronocephalus man asked, "It's them, right?" The dichronocephalus man discovered that one of them seemed to be a flying insect. Better kill him before he flies away. Although ambushed, Bai Chun wouldn't just surrender. But in terms of speed, the blistered dichronocephalus man seemed faster. A numbing sensation spread throughout Bai Chun's body. "This is poison." Lin Xiao immediately wanted to go rescue her, but was entangled by the dichronocephalus man. Relying on his speed that produced afterimages, he barely dodged the dichronocephalus man's attack. Just then, something floated in front of the blister dichronocephalus man. It was the photo Bai Chun gave to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shouted urgently, "Give it back to me." Lin Xiao's urgent behavior at this time wasn't wise. "Sorry, my hand slipped, huh?" Then the blister dichronocephalus man said, "If you're angry, come down here." A rage rose in Lin Xiao's DNA. Bai Chun shouted tremblingly, "Stay calm, Lin Xiao." But Lin Xiao couldn't hear anything now. "Stick it up, you bastard." The young man's mere glance frightened the two intruders. Because during the long battle, he finally couldn't suppress the memory blackout brought on by absorption. At this moment, the breeder curiously asked, "Your subordinates' names seem to be called masks?" Because he had also heard their abilities were outstanding, surpassing all training subjects who had undergone feeding. The mysterious person proudly accepted, saying, "If I have to say their flaw, it's that they have a rather serious sadistic tendency." Blister Beetle Composite, codename Technician. Blister beetle can secrete large amounts of highly toxic cantharidin. After contact with skin, it not only has an aphrodisiac effect, but also leaves a burning pain. No matter how strong the opponent, they can only be defeated miserably in the face of the blister beetle's ability. But the technician doesn't like using poison in battle. He's only interested in people being tortured and interrogated. And this personality of his didn't come from the changes after absorption, but because he originally liked hearing people scream miserably. Lin Xiao also felt this person was extremely dangerous. Just getting a little closer would result in a rain-like attack. But Lin Xiao was only fixated on the enemy in front of him, completely forgetting there was another enemy. Caught off guard, he was injured by the other's antennae. Dichronocephalus Composite, codename Undertaker. The dichronocephalus has a hard body wall, long forelegs, and is a powerful fighting weapon. This person was originally an illegal foreign resident. Before becoming an insect people, he joined a small gang organization. He was born with an extraordinary physique. used to using violence to seize money, women, and anything he wanted. After becoming an insect people, his preference was still young, slender, beautiful women. At this moment, Lin Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. The surging power made him forcefully break open the dichronocephalous man's antennae. The dichronocephalous man was shocked. This strength is... The blistered dichronocephalous man cursed. How could you let him escape? That's right, Lin Xiao was about to lose control of his blackout. Bai Chun had told him before. In the past, someone might have stopped you during a blackout. But now you have to suppress it yourself. If you stay in a blackout for too long, you might permanently lose your rationality. You'll end up like the feed training subjects. Fighting while suppressing the blackout put him in a perilous situation. Just then he finally found an opportunity. The next second, Lin Xiao appeared behind the dichronocephalous man. A notogaster see-boldy-eye state. Suddenly, a dizziness came from his brain. In his daze, he was hit by the dichronocephalous man who had come to his senses. Kid, you haven't mastered your ability yet, have you? I was planning to use this woman as a hostage to gain an advantage. Looks like there's no need. Sharp antennae attacked Lin Xiao again. Dichronocephalous state, chaotic axe chop. The blade edges slashed towards Lin Xiao densely and chaotically. Damn, suppressing the memory blackout is hard enough. How can I focus on fighting? In his distraction, he was pierced through the abdomen by the dichronocephalous man who seized the opportunity. Black and white eyes indicated Lin Xiao's current anger. His great strength also surprised the dichronocephalous man. Lin Xiao threw him hard, and the dichronocephalous man flew out like a kite with a broken string. The pain and smell of blood stimulated his rationality. 10 sharp fingers came from behind. About to black out, his senses were extremely sensitive. The blistered dichronocephalous man sneered. Pretty quick reaction. But you know what? Blister beetle's poison takes effect with just a touch. Under suppression, Lin Xiao's black pupils turned back to white. The blistered dichronocephalous man also realized why his opponent's movements were so strange. Trying hard not to pass out. Let's see how long you can hold out under our pincer attack. Just then, Bai Chun slowly crawled up, seeing a horrifying scene. Lin Xiao was stomped under the blistered dichronocephalous man's foot, passed out. As expected, only beetles can resist my poison. Little flying bug, just consider yourself unlucky. Just as the two were about to release their bloodthirsty intent as thick protein onto Bai Chun, suddenly the dichronocephalous man's antennae disappeared. Bai Chun, who struggled to get up again, knew Lin Xiao wasn't unconscious, but had failed to suppress the blackout. The sudden change angered the duo. Just as the dichronocephalous man was about to kill Lin Xiao, a powerful force with impact hit his head. He was shocked and bewildered, because he had no idea what hit him. The next second, a pulling sensation came. Lin Xiao grabbed his tie and launched a fierce attack. This bloody scene chilled the blistered dichronocephalous man. How did this kid suddenly change into a different person? No, he turned into a monster. Even a piece of toilet paper or a rotten cloth has its use. Lin Xiao successfully defeated the duo. Unexpectedly, the location of the old school building was exposed. In his daze, Lin Xiao came to a similar dream again. The difference was that this time, the dragonfly disappeared. In his hesitation, he found his right hand had turned into a dragonfly's barb. His heart skipped a beat involuntarily. Why did my arm become like this? At this moment, Lin Xiao also felt his body was being devoured. Not long ago, the captain entrusted Bai Chun with something. Because he felt Lin Xiao's memory blackouts were very different from others' absorption effects. He hoped Bai Chun could stay by Lin Xiao's side to help watch over him. If he could control it himself, that would be fine. If not, you must step in to stop him. But now, Bai Chun's body couldn't move at all. Lin Xiao, watch out behind you, the blistered dichronocephalous man mocked. You really don't guard yourself at all. Now he was going to inject Lin Xiao with toxins. Its toxicity was 3 times that of ordinary cantharidin. Blister beetle state, death touch. This poison will definitely make you die 100%. Just then, the sharp fingertips were blocked barehanded by Lin Xiao. The hardness also made the blistered dichronocephalous man's fingers twist. But what he cared more about was that the poison had no effect on Lin Xiao. He touched it directly with his hand. How is this possible? The blistered dichronocephalous man broke down. This was his only trump card against enemies. The same move can't be used twice against a saint. The blistered dichronocephalous man was punched and flew 9 feet away. He crashed through several trees before stopping. The force of this punch was so great that it made him spit blood nonstop. But before he could catch his breath, Death had already walked up to him. Only now did he think. Escape? At the beginning of the mission, he still remembered the mysterious person's instructions. Don't underestimate the enemy's combat power. The restrictions on the attributes of abilities may be a variable. If you really can't win, even if one of you two has to be sacrificed, you must capture them. The blistered dichronocephalous man shouted. Boss ordered, even if we sacrifice an arm, we must complete the mission. He tore off the dichronocephalous man's arm and devoured it. Baichun was shocked. It's absorption. He's eating his companion's arm. The effects after absorption vary for different individuals. The blistered dichronocephalous man's severed arm was rapidly regenerating. It was also his first time ingesting a feed training subject. The bulging muscles represented that he gained powerful strength. He also had absolute confidence in killing the person before him. Leaving one alive to extract information is enough. As for you, you'll be my food. Blister beetle state, poison arrow. The next second, in the blink of an eye, the blistered dichronocephalous man was up in the sky, singing, I want to fly higher. The sound of flapping wings was like his death knell. In the air, he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. After special training, Lin Xiu's memory blackout power was stronger. Baichun was shocked. Is this Lin Xiu's memory blackout? Just then, her pupils contracted, because that terrifying figure appeared behind her. You know what? Even me? She turned her head to see a large, pale, green hand. But the large hand just gently rested on her shoulder. Are you okay? Are you badly hurt? Baichun was confused. Did he regain consciousness on his own? In the dilapidated school building, that lonely figure looked somewhat desolate. Training for so long, in the end I still lost to the memory blackout. Those two from the pet shop were badly beaten up, torn to pieces, and it was done by him. If this continues, I might really turn into a monster. At this moment, Baichun suddenly sat down beside him. She came to thank Lin Xiu for saving her life, and also to tell Lin Xiu not to overthink and drive himself to a mental breakdown. Emotional agitation makes it easier to have memory blackouts. Here, everyone is actually the same. The most senior veteran Li Hanqing also took over a year to overcome it. Jiang Yicheng, who fought with you, also succeeded only recently. Before joining the Wanderers, she was kept in a pet shop breeding ground undergoing feeding training, barely maintaining her remaining rationality. Also desperately waiting for the day she would turn into a monster. At that time, Captain Callie's appearance saved her. Rescuing poor insect people who are gradually turning into monsters is Captain Callie's purpose for creating the Wanderers. To help the captain, and also to overcome the effects of absorption, she joined the Wanderers. Now, all she can do is follow in the captain's footsteps. Don't you also have a reason you must succeed? Baichun handed Lin Xiu the repaired photo. So don't worry too much, you'll definitely be able to overcome it. In a dark room, the two enemy agents were firmly stuck with Propolis. The captain said, the pet shop came faster than we expected, constantly ambushing breeding grounds. This was also within expectations. Li Hanqing asked, do we need to relocate our base next? No need. Lin Xiu and the others were targeted outside the abandoned school, which means the pet shop still doesn't know our exact location. Let's formulate our next strategy. No one noticed that the dichronocephalous man's eyes were now an infrared camera, connected to the screen in front of the mysterious person. Behind him were the other 4 members of the masks. The mysterious person wiped a bullet, saying, these 2 useless fools lost even in a 2-on-1 fight. Seems they don't deserve to wear the masks anymore. The 4 immediately agreed, flattering him, because they all believed the duo were the lowest quality among the masks. If any of them had been sent, the mission would definitely have been completed. The mysterious person said, even a piece of toilet paper or a rotten cloth has its use. Sacrificing just 2 pieces of trash, we found this group's base. Formulating countermeasures? You don't have time anymore. From this moment, eliminate everyone in the school building. The man was originally a biological researcher. The research project was precisely the drug to turn into insect people. An accident completely changed the trajectory of his life. At this moment, the mysterious person slowly loaded the bullet. These people didn't even realize their base was exposed. Only knowing to be content with the status quo, extremely foolish. Although I have no grudge against you, but this will be your burial place. The bullet tore through the night sky, shooting towards the blurred figure behind the window. But after waiting for a long time, the mysterious person still didn't see any panic in the school building, because his bullet was caught by someone. Calicook, Real name Callie Davidson. 10 years ago, he was a senior researcher at a certain research institute. The project was precisely the drug called jungle juice. At that time, he was used to the huge, painful side effects the drug brought to the human body. Also used to hearing humans constantly wailing and screaming in the lab. These so-called anti-human and immoral experiments, he felt no guilt, because he was just following orders. To put it bluntly, humans are such creatures. If it doesn't concern them, they don't care. On the day the new drug reached a milestone, he received a call for help from his daughter at home. "Dad, come home quickly, my body feels strange." At this moment, Callie's soul seemed to be emptied. His superior gave him a bottle of modified jungle juice. He temporarily left it at home. It was this bottle of medicine that his daughter accidentally broke. He cried out in anguish, "Don't worry, Dad will definitely cure you." From then on, his research direction changed. After painstaking efforts, he finally developed a drug that could turn people back to normal. Cinderella. Thinking of his daughter, worriedly asking him what would happen to her, Callie firmly told her, "Don't worry, you'll return to your former self soon, just like your favorite fairy tale character, Snow White, who ate the poisoned apple." However, everything became an illusion. It wasn't until then that Callie suddenly realized this was all retribution, all because of those anti-human and immoral things he did in the past. He was being punished by heaven. Afterwards, he left that evil research institute, decided to seek out people suffering because of jungle juice, to atone for his sins, and also to prevent his tragedy from repeating, and to become a guide for those who have lost their way. The scene changes, Callie staring intently into the distant darkness. The mysterious person was surprised he could catch the bullet barehanded. "But this is underestimating my bullet too much." The bullet suddenly bulged on both sides. Callie didn't dare to be careless and immediately threw it into the air. The next second, the bullet exploded violently, stirring up a gale that swept the surrounding trees. The towering flames also alerted the wanderers. Enemies have invaded the school building. The mysterious person slowly spoke. "Not bad power. The Predator Man's exploding ant ability. Although only one was copied, it's enough. The gunshot has sounded, it's time to act." Shadows flitted through the dense forest. It was the 4 members of the masks. Flying in the lead was the Vespa velutina nigrithorax composite, codename Flower Snake. Rising from the water surface was the Water Mantis composite, codename Priest. Hidden in the grass was the Wolf Spider composite, codename Pursuer. Walking in a straight line, cutting any obstacles in half was the Polyergus Samurai composite, codename Knight. The mysterious person's voice echoed through the continuous mountain valley. "Occupy the abandoned school, kill everyone, leave no survivors. They are already trapped." At this moment, the captain also realized there must have been tracking devices on those 2 masks. "But did you think I wouldn't have any precautions against this?" B. Propolis formed a gourd shape attacking Flower Snake. The attacker was of course the honey bee composite Lahanching. The calm reeds suddenly burst into flames, trapping the priest firmly in the water. "Burn, Hellfire." Peter's composite, Quankamin. The wind blew through the grass, making a slight rustling sound. "Found you. 5 guns. I was just bored, you came at the right time, little brats." 5-horned rhinoceros beetle composite, Jiang Yicheng. A blade of wind passed by, nearly cutting the knight in half. He opened his mouth to ask, "Are you also individuals who underwent feeding training in breeding grounds?" "Don't lump me in with you guys. I wasn't brainwashed by absorption." Gray butterfly composite, Nanamii. The mysterious person sitting on top of the truck didn't expect this group to react so quickly. This was because over the years, the captain had prepared for various crises. To not lose anyone again. "Come on, pet shop. Let's see what you've got." The wanderers faced off against the masks. Unexpectedly, the ordinary abilities were countered so effectively. The wanderers who overcame memory blackouts, it's time to show your real skills. At this time, Flower Snake had a shocked expression. "This is B. Propolis?" Lahanching said, "My high-concentration B. Propolis is harder than concrete. You just wait to be buried alive." Flower Snake seemed unable to move. But the next second, a pink light shot out from inside the B. Propolis. Then the B. Propolis shattered. Flower Snake playfully opened her mouth, releasing so much B. Propolis. What a waste. Lahanching was shocked. The high-concentration B. Propolis was broken by her casual strike. In Flower Snake's view, no matter how hard the bee propolis is, it's just fat used by bees to build hives. Seeing the opponent dive down, Lehanching's right hand condensed another bee propolis wall. He knew that relying on abilities alone wasn't enough now. Black scales began to cover his face, while the eyes turned bright gold. Memory blackout. However, the bee propolis wall was still broken with one strike. Its speed was so fast that it directly interrupted Lehanching's process of entering the blackout. The Vespa velutina nigrithorax of the Hymenoptera vespidi family is one of the most common predators of honeybees. They often attack beehives alone, capturing and tearing apart bees in the hive, very ferocious. Lehanching just wanted to buy time to enter the blackout state. Honeybee state stinger. As expected, it still couldn't pose a threat to the opponent. With just a light pinch, the stinger turned to ash. Is there really only death for any honeybee when facing a Vespa velutina nigrithorax? On another battlefield, Nenamii fell to the ground. The knight had already taken out her 2 bodyguards and was walking towards her. Your ability is to brainwash people, right? These should all be individuals who underwent feeding training in the pet shop. Monsters who only know how to eat meat, actually showing behavior of protecting you. A gray butterfly spread its wings in the darkness. You found out, but it's too late. Nenamii embraced the knight with both arms. Circles of pheromone scent emanated from Nenamii's body. Your pheromone scent is that of ants, right? So, old man, you're one of my people now. Gray butterflies from the larval stage emit specific sounds and pheromones, disguising themselves as ant queens to drive ants to protect them. The fragrant pheromones made people relax both physically and mentally. The old man took off his mask. Join us. Suddenly the knight broke free from Nenamii's arms. Taking off his mask, he said, "How the fragrance smells? I don't know because I don't have a nose." The burning reed marsh was split in 2 by a fire snake. This came from Quankamin's ability. The priest was forced to keep retreating. You can actually use hellfire, you devil. Under pursuit, Quankamin was also lured to the water's edge. This made his hellfire useless. Suddenly a sickle hooked onto his ankle. The fish is hooked, you evil son of Satan. The flames on Quankamin's hands quickly disappeared. Today, the water mantis's sickle will be the blade to judge you. Under the bridge in the open area, 2 figures violently collided. 5-horned rhinoceros beetle state, 5 guns. The pursuer curled up into a ball, nimbly dodging in the air. Each time it passed Jiang Yichang, it left deep cuts on his body. This damn beast, its movements are so fast. Not only is it small, but it also crawls close to the ground. What's worse is that the grass cover makes it impossible to see its position clearly. Wolf spider, a type of hunting spider. They don't weave webs, but wander alone in the grass looking for prey. Compared to ordinary spiders that rely on webs to ambush, wolf spiders have keener senses and more agile movements, and are more aggressive. Jiang Yichang cursed himself for being useless. He couldn't be powerless to fight back and wait to die like before. The big, burly man wanted to show his brothers and sisters that he was also a key player who could handle things on his own. The mysterious person watching the current battle situation from afar said, "It seems the outcome is decided." 2 people were poisoned by the blister beetle, already losing their fighting ability. Their quick reaction was a bit unexpected, but men fear being too fast. You're still just a bunch of rabble. For the masks who have undergone systematic physical and mental training, you're just toys with a better hitting feel. The bullet shot at Callie suddenly changed direction strangely. He slowly opened his mouth. Is that really so? Just then, a series of antennae shot out from Jiang Yichang's body. I didn't want to use this move, memory blackout control. It's really embarrassing for people to see, because I've turned into a thin dog. Imitation, Heteropida venatoria. Each eye on the pursuer's head contracted. An unknown dangerous ability must be eliminated quickly. With speed enhancement, he still chose to attack Jiang Yichang's back. Suddenly, the attack target disappeared from his sight. You've always blindly believed in your speed to sneak attack from behind. You probably haven't fought someone faster than you before. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yichang had already appeared behind him. The Heteropida venatoria is a type of giant spider with a huge body. At the same time, it also possesses terrifying speed. The funny thing is that Jiang Yichang's imitation inherited the speed, but the body size didn't get the true inheritance. He, with blood seeping from his nose and mouth, didn't expect that imitating other ingested insect people would put such a great burden on the body. Obviously, this extreme speed is not something he can bear now. But no matter what, he proved that he didn't drop the ball at the crucial moment. The mysterious person exclaimed in surprise. The wolf spider actually lost? Callie responded. Don't rush. The good show is yet to come. Under the mysterious person's murderous gaze, Flower Snake was pressed to the ground by a hand. The blister beetle's poison couldn't make you lose your ability to move. Callie calmly opened his mouth. The real battle is just beginning. The Vespa velutina nigrithrax indeed has almost no natural enemies among insects. It's also a predator at the top of the food chain among flying insects. But among its extremely rare natural enemies, there is one of the most terrifying predators, dragonfly. The confused young man feared falling into a blackout and losing his rationality. But repeated exchanges with the wasp-hornet woman made him realize he couldn't defeat his opponent without entering a blackout. At this moment, he folded his dragonfly wings in the high sky, plummeting down, just because he wanted to stimulate his potential. Consciously complete blackout control. Just now, Lin Xiao pinned Flower Snake to the ground. Just as he was about to strike with his fist, Lehanqing shouted urgently, "Idiot! Watch out below!" As a member of the family Hymenoptera, he is well aware of the attack methods of bee insects. Golden gas emanated from Lin Xiao's wound. This is poison. The sting of a wasp is the most poisonous. The heart of a woman is the most poisonous. But Flower Snake also admitted, as expected of a dragonfly, the reaction speed was quite fast. Fighting with you is much more interesting than that little honeybee. Lin Xiao moved left and right, pushing his speed to the extreme. But in Flower Snake's eyes, he was just fast. His attack methods were very naive. Vespa velutina nigrithrax state entanglement. The faster his previous speed, the harder he crashed into the rock. Lehanqing had a dumbfounded expression. Lin Xiao's actions compared to before became very mechanical. And he wasn't using his state at all. Is it because of the blister beetle's poison? Or is it because he's afraid of falling into a memory blackout, so he can't fight wholeheartedly? Flower Snake seemed to sense it too. From the beginning, this kid's mind wasn't on the fight. But she overlooked that dragonflies are hornets' natural enemies, which is better for her. Lin Xiao, who was smashed into the wall, appeared behind Flower Snake the next second. But he still failed to hit the opponent. Lin Xiao, who took a heavy hit, was also puzzled. He specifically targeted the blind spots in her field of vision to attack. But why were they all blocked? It's as if her eyes were all around her. Before becoming an insect man, the Flower Snake was a vicious liar, using her attractive appearance to lure one batch of unsuspecting people after another. As long as it was a man, he was her target. The camera lens allowed people to connect with each other. But these people all became souls under her blade. And her purpose was simply for money. With the spread on social media, accomplishing all this seemed effortless. So carrying cameras with her had become a habit. And this was her secret to perceiving Lin Xiao's movements. No matter how fast the opponent moved, the cameras would slow down the movements several times and transmit them to her brain. While avoiding enemy attacks, she could also find the enemy's weaknesses. Vespa velutina nigrithrax state, beeswax sword. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Lehanqing also became anxious. He was now deeply poisoned. So this battle must be resolved by Lin Xiao himself. Listen carefully, 25%. Let 25% of your body enter the blackout state. Focus your attention on a certain part of your body. Consciously, slowly enter the memory blackout. Lin Xiao repeated this sentence. Is this really possible? Because the captain had said, memory blackouts occur when the body and mind reach their limits. He stood silently on the mountaintop, because Lehanqing's words made him perplexed. But Flower Snake wouldn't give him time to think. Damn it, let's give it a try. A dragonfly's flying speed is not something a wasp can keep up with. Seeing the distance widening so much. Does he want to escape? No, he wants to. At this moment, the wings on Lin Xiao's back were actually retracting. What followed was a sense of weightlessness. Flower Snake was shocked. What is he doing? Seeking death? Unlike the scene from that time, this fall was not for death, but for survival. The impact force formed a red air current above his head. But only the flow of air could be felt, without hearing any collision sound. A pair of pale green wings spread out from the dust. Lin Xiao completed his first conscious 25% memory blackout control. This feeling was very strange, as if part of his body wasn't his own. Flower Snake also felt she couldn't drag this on. But the next second, Lin Xiao had already appeared in front of her. The distant captain vaguely sensed. If he could truly succeed in controlling the memory blackout, then he could imitate the abilities of the insects he had ingested. I'm very curious. Anotogaster Seaboldi state. Hunting rifle. Lead bullet. Can you change the breeder's curse by yourself? The man is clearly an insect people with extreme speed, yet he insists on acting like a cripple. And today, the pet shop's target is precisely this inconspicuous cripple. At this moment, Callie Cook limped forward, because in the distant forest, a faint light was flickering. Pet shop, I don't know what you're planning, but coming here was your mistake. The mysterious person calmly said, do you think you've won? Before the mission is completed, this battle won't end. All right, I understand your persistence. Callie's cane thumped on the ground. The next second, he appeared in front of the mysterious person. Then let me end this battle myself. Under the mysterious person's shocked gaze, Callie was dismantling his cane. This was clearly his weapon. The crimes committed by the pet shop using jungle juice are too numerous to list. Today I will make you pay the price you deserve. The mysterious person said disdainfully. First, I'm not the breeder's subordinate. We're just in a business partnership. Second, you coming here is the mistake. The scene changes. Lin Xiu hurriedly ran towards Lihanqing. Lihanqing said he was fine, just some residual poison in his body. At the same time, he congratulated Lin Xiu on completing blackout control and taking down the Hornet Woman with one strike. Lin Xiu was overjoyed. Does this mean the effects of absorption have disappeared too? Lihanqing was speechless. Look at your cowardly appearance. If it was really that easy to overcome, Nest wouldn't have locked you up in prison. You've only achieved 25% now. There's still a risk of turning into a monster. Lin Xiu lowered his head dejectedly. Let's lock up the person first. Then we'll go help the others. Just then, Lin Xiu found the Hornet Woman was gone. Such strange situations occurred on every battlefield. The calm water surface rippled. Quankaman slowly crawled ashore. That damn fake priest. Just now he looked like he was about to kill me. How did he suddenly run away? The wind howled through the forest. The night disappeared after dealing with. The pursuer in front of Jiang Yicheng falls to his knees. The scanner on his head tells him, the target is stronger than expected. He decisively pulls out his gun, surprisingly aiming it at his own head. Jiang Yicheng is shocked. What are you trying to do? The pursuer slowly says, use medication, because the expected purpose of the mask has been achieved. So there's no need to stay here anymore. The pursuer's speed increases significantly after injecting the drug, just as Jiang Yicheng struggles to reach the bridge. His pupil's contract. What's that? Meanwhile, a battle between the leaders of both sides is also unfolding in the distant forest. The mysterious person, who seems to have left their back vulnerable, immediately turns the gun barrel, aiming at Callie behind him. At the critical moment, Callie's figure instantly disappears and reappears in the distance. Again, is your special ability teleportation? I think I mentioned that I move quite fast. Callie's insect-like legs now become colorful. The mysterious person remarks that there's such a strong individual outside Nest. But why are you against the pet shop? Callie approaches with ghost-like movements. You monsters don't need to know the reason. Wanderer Team Captain Calicook, Chinese tiger beetle composite. Chinese tiger beetle are carnivorous insects of the order Coleoptera. Their speed is listed in the Guinness World Records. Chinese tiger beetle often pause to observe their surroundings while running. This is because their brains can't keep up with their extreme speed. Just as Callie attacks, the mysterious person's back again. The mysterious person unexpectedly shows a strange smile. It seems our purpose can be achieved. All the bullets that just hit the tree trunk emit a red glow. Water spider bullets, marionette. Callie is shocked. Spider silk shoots out from the bullets. It doesn't matter if you're hit or not. This is a trap set specifically to catch you. I think I also mentioned that coming here was a mistake for you. The spider silk instantly weaves into a large web, tightly entangling the prey. Danger approaches silently. It was fun fighting with you just now. Too bad we couldn't determine a winner. Probably won't have this chance again. Then let's decide the winner right now. World's widest wingspan moth, White Witch Moth. The confused young man opens his eyes. Before him is a girl waiting for him to wipe her body. Because after the battle with the mask, only he remains unharmed. So the task of helping the girl bathe falls on him. World's widest wingspan moth, White Witch Moth, is actually one of the special individuals trained by the pet shop leader, the breeder. Fortunately, its task this time is just to take the mask away. Under the mysterious person's interest in the Wanderer's training to overcome intake, and after diverting attention, to take away the huge amber from Captain Callie's office. He decided on his own to spare this former research institute comrade. Who exactly is this mysterious person? Give my regards to your daughter, Callie Davidson. In the abandoned school building, sure enough, the amber and documents were all gone. Lahanching and Nanamiai are both seriously injured, still unconscious. Only 4 people from the entire Wanderer team can still move. It can be said that in this confrontation, they lost completely. At first, the other side was just luring everyone away. Their target was the things inside the school building. Suddenly, Lin Xiu breaks out in a cold sweat. They infiltrated the school, isn't Chunner? Jiang Yicheng says. Sister Chunner is fine. Those people only cared about the amber. At the same time, he asks if they should prepare to relocate since the base has been discovered. Unexpectedly, the captain immediately rejects the idea, because now is not the time to relocate. The pet shop possesses such monsters, and they also took away the azure amber containing the most mysterious power. What does the pet shop, which wants to turn everyone into insect people, plan to do with it? It must be to mass-produce jungle juice. The problem now is we don't know where these people are. Suddenly, Lin Xiu says, I have a way to find their secret base. Yang Yicheng curiously asks, how to find it? We could just ask the 2 masks we captured. Unfortunately, all they saw were 2 corpses. At this moment, Callie remembered that the mysterious person's 2 shots weren't aimed at him at all. To be able to precisely kill 2 captured subordinates from such a distance. This person is both dangerous and ruthless. The captain didn't pay much attention, because even if the 2 were alive, they wouldn't willingly confess. To express his apologies for not being able to help much, Lin Xiu says, I'll take tonight's watch. Unexpectedly, the captain says, you don't need to keep watch either. Why don't you do something else? A big question mark appears on Lin Xiu's face. The atmosphere is gloomy not only among the Wanderers, but also at Nest at this time. Professor Ma says solemnly, the insect ability theory class ends today. I have a few things to announce to everyone. First, starting tomorrow, practical insect combat techniques will be taught by a special guest lecturer. Second, an official investigating Lin Xiu has died. Who the killer is, I don't need to say. You should all know by now. I advise everyone not to contact Lin Xiu privately. If anyone violates this, it won't be settled with a simple punishment. As the door closes, Qianhuahua looks indifferent. Talking about prohibiting contact, there's no evidence proving Lin Xiu did it. Qi Wixing says, trying to rescue him won't be easy. Since the last team-building event, we've been under stricter surveillance. Leaving school? Don't even think about it. Gorilla Talpity Composite Zengrunzi also says, isn't Professor Ma going a bit too far? After all, he was once a student. Now he's treating him like a monster. Silkworm Moth Composite Fangxianya is very worried about Shizhen's current mood. Shizhen tightly grips Lin Xiu's badge. The one suffering the most right now should be Lin Xiu himself. Qi Wixing sighs. Who knows how that guy is doing now? Probably tormented in loneliness again. At this moment, Lin Xiu's eyes turn white. Among the Wanderers, only he is safe and sound. So the task the captain gave him is to help Baichun take a bath. Is it really appropriate to give him this task? Lin Xiu doesn't dare make a sound at all, because Baichun calls him Nanamiai. It seems that under the influence of the poison, Chun mistook Lin Xiu for Nanamiai. Lin Xiu closes his eyes, not daring to breathe, going along with the mistake. If she discovers it, things will become extremely awkward between them. The sweat on Baichun's body makes the clear water increasingly sticky. If not cleaned in time, it will accumulate on her body. What insect composite is she exactly? Lin Xiu keeps thinking of other things to distract himself. The way is the only way. The heart is the only doctrine. Emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. However, he overlooked one thing. The poison Baichun was affected by is the same as the spotted lanternfly, called cantharidin. Lin Xiu thinks it should be about done washing. The next second, Baichun turns around and says, now wash the front. Cantharidin has a strong aphrodisiac effect. Baichun grabs his hand. Hurry up. The following 10,000 words are omitted. The girl says to the boy, hurry, I'm soaked all over. Because the girl is poisoned with cantharidin, which has a strong aphrodisiac effect. Is the boy about to lose control? However, he doesn't, because another girl lives in his mind. It's the one he can't stop thinking about. If he gives up his first time here, how could he face Shizhen when he goes back? Don't do anything, hold back. At this moment, her body can't take it anymore and she faints. Lin Xiu, as if granted amnesty, flees in panic. Nest Propolis Club. Shizhen angrily asks, why can't we go find Lin Xiu? Hazang, ranked second in the Propolis Club, says, This is the professor's decision to temporarily suspend the search mission. Suchan doesn't understand. The person has been found, so why stop now? This is all because of a photo taken by other members in the combat area. It proves that near the forest park where Lin Xiao is hiding, a creature more dangerous than the Peruvian giant centipede has appeared. It's very dangerous to go to that area blindly without knowing anything about the unknown creature. Suchan doesn't believe this monster is in league with Lin Xiao. It also shows that he is in danger right now. She can't give up on the rescue. She just can't. However, Zhang pokes at Suchan's most painful spot. When he was captured back then, weren't you also helpless? Moreover, Zhang wants Suchan to understand clearly. Lin Xiao is not a rescue target, but a criminal to be captured. And one more thing, with your little ability, you want to save him? Don't overestimate yourself. Zhang's constant provocation naturally results in Suchan swinging a punch at him. Hang Yixiang is scared into a cold sweat. This is also because Suchan studied with Professor Qi for a period of time. She doesn't think her strength is that poor. You'd better not go around saying you're Professor Qi's student. Pieces of insect scales extended from Zhang's face. You'll only tarnish his reputation this way. Although Suchan didn't use her full strength, it shouldn't be completely ineffective. The next second, Zhang lands a heavy blow on Suchan's abdomen. He wants to teach this disrespectful junior a lesson. In his eyes, no matter how tenacious a cockroach's life is, it's useless against absolute power. Zhang also expresses his anger. Because Lin Xiao was also his most promising junior. He never thought he would turn against his own people. If he doesn't tear him to pieces, he can't appease Min Henua's spirit. Why Yujian flashes to catch the flying Suchan. Why did you provoke this hothead for no reason? At this moment, Zhang also feels he might have gone a bit too far. To catch Lin Xiao, they absolutely can act on impulse. During this time, you should just attend classes properly. You can't do anything now anyway. Hearing these words, Suchan suddenly feels drained of all energy. She can only repeat that name over and over again. Little does she know, all of this is seen by a shadow outside the door. Practical insect combat class. Everyone gathers at the outdoor training field. Assembling here is the special lecturer's requirement. The scene of Professor Qi chasing them with a chainsaw is still fresh in their minds. At this time, many female students are anxious. Someone jokes that Suchan frowning all day must be on her period. Her good friend, Kiandawawa, naturally stands up for her. Suchan's frown is because she feels Zhang was right. Now she can't do anything, feeling very lost. She can't find a path to become stronger. But today gave her this opportunity, because their special lecturer turns out to be the principal of Nest. At this moment, everyone is whispering. No one could imagine the principal being so small and thin. Can he even fight? But they soon realized they were wrong. After a let's begin class, a cold flash of light. Under everyone's shocked gaze, patches of large trees are cut in half at the waist. The principal calmly says, "You might die. That little Qi guy should have told you. But he was just scaring you. I don't speak empty words. If you can't escape, I'll really kill you. You have to be ruthless to stand firm. All the teachers at this school are psychos. First a chainsaw maniac. Now one chasing people with a knife. It can be said that not a single teacher here is normal." At this time, Callie organizes a meeting for the Wanderers. "Chun, are you feeling better?" Lin Xiao feels a bit guilty, because Bai Chun says she felt something happened while she was sleeping. Now everyone is here except Nainamiai and Lehanching, who are still seriously injured. Quankaman didn't find any clues about the masked men nearby. Obviously, they cleared all traces before leaving. Callie says since we've been exposed, there's no need to keep hiding. From now on, we enter full-scale war with the pet shop. At this time, the Nest outdoor training field is dead silent. All students have a crow hanging on their faces. The principal says he got too excited teaching after so long. The following teaching content is also very simple. Force him to use the right hand behind his back. During this time, they can use any means to attack. After hearing this, all students are eager to try. The principal has read too many martial arts novels. Kiandawa, I want to be the first to take down the principal. Chi Huixing, were you listening carefully? It's to force him to use his right hand. Only Suchan remained silent, because she saw the principal in action during the pet shop's last attack. His strength is far beyond Professor Qi's. Flashing before her eyes are scenes of Zhang's taunts. But if her strength could be acknowledged by the principal, Wouldn't that mean she's qualified to go out and search for Lin Xiao? As the class begins, sound rings out. All students disappear into the forest. The principal says, "Have everyone dispersed?" Not bad. Facing an unknown enemy, they know to hide first. It's just a pain for my old bones to find you one by one. The next second his footsteps stop in place, because purple poisonous hairs float down from above. But the poisonous hairs are just bait. The main attack is from Qiandawawa, who was hiding to the side. Not bad, using poisonous hairs to restrict my movement range. But for a sneak attack, why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid others won't know? Old man, say more while you can. In a moment I'll beat you so badly, even your mother won't recognize you. Qiandawawa is an Emperor Scorpion composite. The poisonous hairs naturally pose no threat to her. But it's different for the principal. Even a slight break in the skin would lead to immediate poisoning. The next second the principal just lightly swings his knife. The knife chi turns into a net of blades. In an instant all the poisonous hairs turn to dust. Your movements are not bad, but your focus is not enough. Seeing Qiandawawa knocked to the ground, Tarantula Composite Lijianheng couldn't help but reveal himself. Then a voice sounds by his ear. Never take your eyes off your opponent. A flash of cold light, and the tree where Lijianheng was cut in two. Another group of students hiding in the distance exclaim how strong he is. What is his ability exactly? He doesn't really want to kill us, right? At this time, Red Imported Fire and Composite Lekangson wants to show off in front of the girls. When facing an opponent using a sword, if your strength is not enough, use distance. To his disappointment, the formic acid grenade is dispersed by the principal with just a sword flourish. What's worse is that the principal has also discovered them. Just as the principal is distracted, a black figure suddenly attacks. The person is Pioxizan. Time seems to freeze. Only that cold glinting knife slowly approaches Shijin. When time resumes, what's left at the spot is Shijin's cut open hat. She couldn't escape either, with a wound extending from her jaw to her earlobe. The principal slowly speaks. I heard your Chijuan's pride and joy. What a huge disappointment. Shijin's cockroach self-healing ability becomes extremely slow at this moment. The principal continues. Chijun passed this test without even using his ability. You are his students. I had some expectations. It seems Chijun didn't teach his students how to stay alive. Everyone just stares as the principal swings his knife down. Did he really kill Shijin? Streams of red liquid convince everyone. Before Lekangson can react, the principal has already appeared behind him. Didn't I say? I'll really kill you. Lekangson's face looks worse than if he'd eaten shit. Isn't this just a class? Why do we have to risk our lives? Where in the world is there 100% safe combat training? The principal's knife slashes through the air. Because Lekangson is saved by Katie's composite Chi Wixing with amazing jumping speed. This crazy old man, he really did slash. How on earth do we deal with him? Lekangson, who just escaped death, says. In the entire world of courting death, this is quite an explosive question. In the hours after that, no one dared to approach the principal. Everyone hides, afraid of being found by the principal. The first lesson of practical insect combat techniques only ends late at night. The principal slowly walks back to the school building. He said that he would continue after he woke up tomorrow. School infirmary. Beneficial Insect Department teaching assistant Falcus Phalangioides Composite Songshuben is stitching Shijin's wound. This is because the principal's knife is very special and can suppress abilities. The class has ended, but Shijin didn't go back to the dormitory. She went to see Professor Chi, because the result of this class told her she really can't do anything. She wants to become as strong as Professor Chi. Only by becoming stronger can she go rescue Lin Xiao sooner. But now she really doesn't know what to do. The scene shifts. Lin Xiao is also undergoing special training. Callie wants to help him fully control his memory blackouts within 3 days. When Shijin activated her ability, even the principal's special Tang sword couldn't suppress it. At this time, only one title befits her, Immortal Cockroach. The frustration during this time has made Shijin more quiet and reserved. Student Shijin, you've come at the right time. It turns out to be the teaching assistant. The principal said he needs an office close to the classroom. So we're preparing to clean out Professor Chi's office for the principal to use. And the teaching assistant is holding Professor Chi's personal belongings. The assistant says he suddenly remembered he has something to do. So he entrusts Shijin to move these to Professor Chi's dormitory. Actually, the assistant just wants her to see. Professor Chi's notebook recording student situations for each class. Is this what you're talking about? The assistant says nervously. Anyway, I just heard about it. You take your time looking, I'll go first. Why did he suddenly mention this out of the blue? Meanwhile, in the forest near the abandoned school, Lin Xiu is also undergoing Captain Callie's special training. Although he had anticipated it, when he actually faced the captain, he felt the other was too strong. You can't rest until you can fully control it. Stand up, let's go again. A Notagaster Seaboldy Eye State, hunting rifle. At this time, Callie frowns deeply. Because he had told Lin Xiu before, he must actively enter the memory blackout state. Fighting in the normal state is meaningless. Recall the feeling when you fought the wasp woman not long ago. Seeing Callie suddenly appear in front of him again, Lin Xiu hurriedly shouts, wait. Can't wait, I said I'd make you fully control the memory blackouts within 3 days. Lin Xiu thinks while escaping. He's been trying to enter since the beginning, but no matter how he tries, it still doesn't work. Before, he only succeeded by falling from a height. But here it's dense with trees. Falling down won't help. This thing isn't something you can just enter whenever you want. Even taking a shit requires some preparation. The next second his hands are stomped on by Callie's foot, pressing down hard. Lin Xiu suddenly crouches in place like he's had the brakes slammed on. Callie thinks that, if he can't enter normally, then we can only use extreme methods. Lin Xiu's arm instantly dislocates under his strike. Last time in battle, you said it was because you were driven to the brink that you successfully controlled it. The next attack, I will aim for your head. With my speed, smashing your skull is no difficulty. If you want to live, do everything you can to enter the blackout state. Find a miracle in the face of death. Get up, continue. Nest outdoor training ground. One by one, students suppress their auras, using all their insect abilities to avoid the principal. The principal sighs. These little things are quite good at hiding, but at this rate, the class will never end. Of course, I could easily find them by cutting down all the trees. But last time I was scolded for destroying campus greenery after a small test. Isn't there a single one of these students who can fight? Suddenly, someone stands straight in front of him. It's Pioxazin again. Please enlighten me, principal. Not sneaking up, directly facing me head-on. What are you plotting? Distant students are shocked. Why is Suchan dueling the principal one-on-one again? What if she gets cut again while fighting? At this time, the principal becomes slightly more serious. Indeed, sneaking up on someone much stronger than you often has the opposite effect. And Suchan, having received Chijuan's combat techniques, lives up to her title as first in her year. However, the combat techniques are from Chijun, so the principal can see through her movements even better. With your level of attack power, you'd be better off hiding like the others. If you don't want to die, then back down. Suchan knows the principal won't go easy on students, so she also wants to break through herself in repeated life and death crises. As she wished, the Tang sword pierces her chest again. This time not only did she suffer external injury, but a vital point was also pierced. She might die the next second, with no time to self-heal. At this moment, a cherry blossom petal floats past the principal's eyes. What's this? Suchan, blood dripping from her mouth, is actually smiling. Because she had read Professor Chi's class journal. It recorded all students' personalities, strengths and weaknesses, abilities, etc. When she turned to her own page, cockroach composite Pioxazin, the 4 big words dying is better shocked her. Suchan is good at learning combat techniques, her mind is also agile. But she hasn't been able to fully utilize the meaning of a cockroach. Simply put, she subconsciously fears death. If she can overcome her fear of death and fully exert the cockroach's vitality, she will become quite formidable. Cockroach state, flower of youth. How about it, principal? Can you still dodge this? The principal is also stunned by this bizarre scene. She should have been powerless to resist. Yet she revived in an instant after activating her state. Even the special Tang sword couldn't suppress it. No, she activated her state in advance to deliberately lure me to stab her. Miraculous scenes are also happening on Callie's side. I disabled your right arm, didn't expect you could block the attack with your teeth. On one side is Lin Xiu, who must survive no matter what. On the other side is Pioxazin, who doesn't care how many times she dies. Only one belief supports them both, to find each other again. The boy's eyes open, and a dragonfly pattern appears on his right hand. Just because today, the boy finally completed his 100% blackout control. Ghostly light carrying smoke rushes towards Callie. This also represents Lin Xiu successfully entering the blackout state. Control it, even if only for a second. In the center of the smoke is Lin Xiu with blurred consciousness. At this moment his eyelids are lowered. In a daze he comes to that familiar scene again. In the consciousness space, that shadow is still not there. Lin Xiu looks around in horror, trying to find that dragonfly. Suddenly his heart jumps violently, and his hand starts turning into a dragonfly. Corrosion extends from his palm. Under the influence of the blackout, he will temporarily lose control of his body. The insect's DNA will also try to occupy the entire body. He still remembers Baichuan's words. From now on, you can only rely on yourself to overcome it. Otherwise, you might lose your sanity forever. Lin Xiu starts tearing at the corroded parts of his body. This damn dragonfly. Remembering the dead worm man and himself wanting to kill Jiang Yicheng. Lin Xiu tears even more angrily. But even this can't keep up with the speed of corrosion. The venom wraps towards his head as if consciously. At this moment, Lin Xiu lets out an angry roar. The venom seems to hear death spell, making a sizzling sound. Lin Xiu with tightly closed eyes feels it. At the moment he opens his eyes, the dragonfly actually calms down and condenses into a solid form, looking at him puzzled. In another part of the forest, birds are startled into chirping. Suchan is stabbed, but still stands in place. She actually grabbed the principal's sword. Does this mean Pioxazin successfully suppressed the principal? But when she swings her fist at the principal, she is sent flying by an even more terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, she crashes through the big tree behind the watching students. Everyone immediately exclaims, "Holy shit. If that had hit one of us just now, wouldn't we have been skewered like a kebab?" Because in his urgency, the principal gave up the sword in his hand. Even the top-ranked student can't defeat the principal. All the students are imagining scenes of their own deaths. Suddenly appearing Chi Huixing says, "Don't panic. Look at the principal." The severely injured Suchan is also laughing happily. The course content was to force you to use your right hand behind your back, so I won. Look, Kingston, it's true. Spotted lanternfly composite chantioner. So Suchan passed this course. The principal also recalls the past. About 10 years ago, one day, you used your right hand for behind, meaning you'll let me become a professor. This person is Suchan's teacher, Qi Jun. They're so alike, like teacher, like student, that a good teacher produces good students. The principal says calmly, "One person passed, who will be next?" At the Propolis Club base, Suchan says sorry for being late. It took some time to wash off the blood left from class. Zhang just wants to know why everyone was called together. This tone reminds Suchan of his previous words. You have no manners in respecting seniors. Maybe he really dislikes her because of that incident. Is he going to kick her out of the Propolis Club? Who could have imagined? The next second, Zhang slowly stands up. Go adjust your class schedule. Starting tomorrow, we're going to find Lin Xiu. Suchan can't believe her ears. Zhang says he doesn't know why either. He guesses the professors have revised their previous judgment, so we can continue the mission. Actually, while Suchan and the others were in class, Zhang was watching from afar. It was he who got the professors to change their decision. But he says this wasn't his intention. The Propolis Club members seem used to this. Suchan's next task is to replace Min Zhenhua, carry out infiltration and tactical support in the combat area. If there's still time, you can try to rescue him. I'm done. Dismissed. Suchan stands dumbfounded on the spot. But no matter what, Lin Xiu, wait for me. We'll meet again soon. Callie says calmly, if you don't control your blackouts well, you'll become a monster in the true sense. Seeing Lin Xiu has no reaction. Callie knows he has no choice. He has to use his own method to forcibly awaken Lin Xiu and unlock his memory blackouts. At this moment, a dragonfly mark appears on Lin Xiu's right hand, just like the bee mark on Senior Lehanqing's neck. He succeeded. This earth-shattering commotion startles the companions still at the abandoned school. Such a big tremor, it can't be caused by Lin Xiu, right? This instant burst of power makes even Callie secretly alarmed. This 100% oppressive feeling, I thought he had failed. Anyway, Lin Xiu, your training is over. Pet shop breeding facility, Zhonglin branch. Flower Snake asks the mysterious person called Pioneer why he's locked himself in his room these past few days. Because Flower Snake suffered quite a loss in this battle. She wants to go back and kill these bugs. Suddenly, Knight groans. Knight, what's wrong with you? Why have you looked off these past few days? Knight says it's nothing. But he knows. That bug from the last battle seems to have left something on him. Meanwhile, Nenemi suddenly opens her eyes. We've connected. When the girl kisses your lips, you've already become her slave. Because the girl's only ability is brainwashing. Just a few weeks ago, during the masked attack on the abandoned school, Nanami was just a pretty vase to Knight. Without her brainwashing ability, she was useless. Nanami also felt very unlucky, because Knight had no nose, so her pheromones had no effect on him. At this time, all her puppets had fallen. What should she do now? If she could get closer to him, maybe she could. Knight felt it was dishonorable for a knight to attack the weak. But completing the mission was also a knight's duty. In this situation, he could only let the opponent die quickly. Suddenly, a pair of big hands gave him a bear hug from behind. Knight cried out in pain. The strength of the person behind him indicated he was also a trained feeder. The next second, the puppet unexpectedly threw Knight high into the air. Although Knight didn't know why he did this, it undoubtedly gave him the chance to kill the puppeteer. At this moment, Nanami doesn't retreat but advances, leaping straight at Knight. I told you, I would embrace you with love. Gray butterflies swirl around Nanami. The next second, she actually kisses Knight's lips. Gray butterflies state, aromatic healing. Because Knight has no nose, she can only use her mouth. It's a drop of sweet water from the Lepidoptera gray butterfly family. The larvae of the rare large blue butterfly provide nutritious water as a reward for being protected by ants, establishing a symbiotic relationship. The ant that accepts the water, as if signing a contract, must immediately start protecting its master. Knight can't resist because his consciousness tells him the butterfly before him is what he must protect. Knight respectfully hands over the lens. The lens connects to the mask, allowing observation from afar of what Knight sees. The lens and mask were originally a set, just that Knight has no eyes, so he can't use it. At this moment, Nanami also faints from exhaustion. Knight says he will fake a scene of wanting to eliminate everyone. He knows he shouldn't say this, but give up, you can't win against the masked. To eliminate both Pioneer and the White Witch Moth at the same time is simply not possible with insect power. However, if we could catch them off guard, perhaps a miracle could happen. Against this background, the Wanderers found their location. It's an abandoned factory area in Jianglin City. The entire area is the pet shop's property. Callie says gravely, the enemies are numerous trained individuals who have been fed in the mast, plus those they call boss and that giant moth. We have only one goal: infiltrate their territory and eliminate them. More importantly, retrieve the Azure Amber. Here's the strategic deployment. According to intelligence analysis, this area has warehouses of various sizes. First, we will simultaneously attack the places marked on the map. The purpose is to scatter their forces. Then use the security vulnerabilities around the control room to pincer attack the boss, while retrieving the Azure Amber. Please remember, everyone, if we lose this chance, they will use the Azure Amber to mass-produce jungle juice. We must stop them. Callie says to Lincio, you have one more reason you must win. Because their masks have multiple functions, one of which is forging videos. When they attacked the abandoned school, they invaded our radar, fooling us with forged video. This means the next video proving you're the murderer is likely forged. Who's behind the scenes framing you for murder? I don't need to say more, right? Lincio's heart jumps violently. He's finally found a thread of clue. Does this mean he has a chance to return to Nest? Pet shop breeding facility, Jianglin branch, mission start. A fat man looks pitifully at the insect people being transported in. No matter what kind of life you had outside. Here, you're all just feed. See that meat grinder over there? From today on, someone will go in every day. Suddenly, a green light descends from the sky. It's Lincio. Without a word, a Notogaster Seaboldy Eye state, hunting rifle. Wave after wave of trained individuals rush at him. 2 months of special training have transformed him. These trained individuals can no longer threaten him. Each one only needs one hit to fall before him. The fat man sees this and breaks out in a cold sweat. He just wants to seize the chance to sneak away. The next second, he's grabbed by Lincio with one hand. Are you in charge here? So what if I am? Then repent for your crimes. A cry of anguish pierces the sky. Nanami looks towards the sound, hoping it's the masked boss. But Baichan isn't so optimistic. When will the knight you brainwash contact you? Speak of the devil. At this time, Knight also contacts her. But what is he writing? Very sorry, Miss Nanami. Because someone is monitoring, I'm using text to communicate with you. Nanami's eyes widen. Unexpected emergency. What exactly happened? Lincio has already cleared out all the trained individuals in the factory. As for how to handle the hostages, he still needs to ask Callie's opinion. Suddenly a voice comes from behind. Found you, intruder. This is the unexpected situation Knight mentioned. Real name, background, age, everything is unknown. All that's known is he used to be a professional assassin. After being imprisoned by the government, Pioneer rescued him. Although he ranks after us four, he is the strongest among the masked. Dorcas Titanus Composite, Rebel. But while he's still posturing, he instantly loses sight of his opponent. Until Lincio speaks. He then realized that his opponent was right above his head. So you're one of the masked. Then I'll ask you one thing. Who among you framed me? The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. Under this truism, many masked at a disadvantage in the battle pull out the pet shop's tech product, June Bug Serum. Meanwhile, in another warehouse, all doors and windows are firmly blocked by propolis. The propolis sea is suddenly torn open by a pair of large hands. Found you. The newcomer is the Vespa velutina nigrithorax composite flower snake. Glad to see you again, little honey bee. But why are you alone? Didn't bring that dragonfly? Flower snake hates Lincio to the core. The last encounter left her disfigured. For a woman who considers herself beautiful, this is unforgivable. So she wants to kill Lihanqing first, then find that dragonfly for revenge. Strands of propolis burst through floor cracks, entangling Flower Snake's hands and feet. Flower Snake scoffs. I told you, this propolis is useless against me. But she's mistaken. This time the propolis doesn't cover a wide area, but targets her joints. Because Lihanqing entered the blackout state early on. Mimicry, brown mud dauber wasp. Propolis strands pull Flower Snake into an endless abyss. Flower Snake tries to struggle, but breathing becomes difficult, her consciousness growing hazy. Lihanqing says calmly, I'm going to bury all of you alive. To avenge my brother, who died at your hands. Quankaman finishes dealing with the train feeders and casually lights a cigarette. The next second, an unknown water drop extinguishes his cigarette. He's very puzzled. Is it the warehouse's anti-smoking system? What he doesn't know is, the water tank on top of the warehouse has been broken. Water cascades down like a waterfall, with a black shadow mixed in. This shadow is the water mantis composite priest. Quankaman's eyes flash coldly. You again, religious fanatic. Priest splashes 2 water blades towards him. Quankaman, whose fire was extinguished, says childish. This is holy water. Your hellfire won't work. Then the water mantis's scythe slashes towards Quankaman. But to Priest's surprise, Quankaman's hand, wrapped in flames, blocks his attack as if made of steel. That's right. If there's water, I indeed can't use fire. Peterus originally couldn't use fire. Their only weapon was venom that caused burns. This fire control ability only awakened when he was captured and modified by the pet shop. So he wants to thank everyone at the pet shop for bringing him this burning pain. Peter's state, evaporate, extreme drought disaster. There's no fire or flames on the standing water, but it's boiling. In an instant, all the water vaporizes and disappears. Weren't you very talkative? Has God's servant gone mute? The scene shifts. Rebel is surprised by his opponent's speed. Lincio asks harshly, answer me. The murder at Nest 2 months ago. Who's behind it? And who planned to frame me? Rebel replies mockingly. Who knows? I was just released. The fat man only now reacts, hurriedly running towards Rebel, asking Rebel to eliminate the intruder. Noisy. The fat man looks incredulously at his body cut in 2 by 1 slash. The scythe doesn't stop, stabbing straight at Lincio. In his urgency, he can only dodge by tilting his head, but it still hits his clothing. Although I don't know who framed you, but killing is my specialty. The scythe pins Lincio to the wall. The next second, Rebel appears in front of him. A golden light smashes down from above. Lincio is hammered to the ground. All these movements happen within 2.5 seconds. But Rebel doesn't pursue, because one voice after another echoes in his mind. Kill him, kill everyone. These long-term voices are driving him crazy. Obviously, this person has severe schizophrenia. But the person before his eyes now seems a bit different. You say you don't know, so there's no need to keep you alive. Rebel only feels a blur before his eyes. Then his abdomen receives a heavy punch. His whole body is directly embedded in the wall behind, unable to be pried out. The dumbfounded Rebel is dumbfounded. Behind Lincio seemed to swirl the grieving souls of those harmed by the pet shop over the years. He walks step by step towards Rebel. Rebel is terrified. How can his power be so strong? In the smoke, a blurry figure can be seen. supported in midair by spider legs on its back. Surrender. You're no match for me. The one being questioned is Wolf Spider Composite Pursuer. Questioning him is Jiang Chang, who has entered a blackout state, mimicking the Heteropoda venatoria. Facing an unknown ability, Pursuer knows he can't defeat his opponent at this moment. But in his view, defeat is unacceptable. The moment he pulls out his gun, Jiang Chang is startled. It's the drug he injected last time. This is obviously not an ordinary medicine. He actually still has some in stock. But it's too late. Pursuer has already injected the drug into his body. As the drug takes effect, Pursuer's entire body emits an eerie purple light, followed by a fleeting purple flash. A deep gash appears on Jiang Chang's face. What did he inject? How could it hurt me? June bug compound. Every mask has been injected with the compound. The side effect of the June bug compound is extreme pain, decline in brain function, and damage to internal organs. But the reward is increased strength and physical structure evolution. In other words, it's simply increased killing ability. This is a drug that can make insect people combat power surge. Issue 2220 of the Dark Worlds Experimental Journal published an article stating that jungle juice can make humans absorb insect DNA. Evil scientists developed a new transgenic drug based on this, the June bug compound. Used together with jungle juice, it can comprehensively increase the strength of insect people. Those with evil hearts will eventually be consumed by evil. In other words, the June bug compound was created only for killing. The opponent's transformation makes Jiang Chang's gaze serious. Evil never attacks righteousness, so openly. It always finds ways to ambush, and will wear a mask of some sophistry. When Jiang Chang chases to a dead end, there's only an empty ground before him. The opponent has disappeared. Suddenly, the ground splits open silently, revealing a faint light, followed by two dazzling cold flashes. Although Jiang Chang was prepared, his throat skin was still cut. At this moment, the Heteropoda venatoria's leg strikes like lightning towards the target ground, which collapses instantly. He got away. The next second, a gust of wind comes from behind. With precautions, Pursuer naturally couldn't succeed easily. But his speed of moving underground is indeed too fast. This bastard just loves to ambush. But just as Jiang Chang steadies himself, everything returns to an eerie silence, as if nothing had happened just now. Wolf spiders are hunters with secrecy and patience. Ordinary species usually roam to hunt, but some species will dig burrows to hide. The June bug compound improved Pursuer's hooks physically. Therefore, it's more conducive for the wolf spider composite to ambush prey. Jiang Chang, whose chest was pierced, knelt on the ground and vomited blood. He looks at himself with resentful eyes and says, Jiang Chang, what are you doing? Move your knees off the floor. You swore you wouldn't return to those fragile days. As a child, he was sold to an orphanage by his parents. In their eyes, Jiang Chang was like a pet. Not surprisingly, this was an orphanage cooperating with Pet Shop. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Chang became an insect people and was sent to a breeding farm. A friend he met inside told him not to worry. There's a righteous organization made up of monsters like us. They will surely come to rescue us. This gave him hope for survival. But in the breeding farm, there was no hope or dreams. There was only hellish torture. Eat him, or you'll be the next one. He ate his only friend. Under the influence of absorption, he went berserk. But a remaining shred of sanity told him he could only escape to survive. Whenever he was about to break down, he would bite his tongue, pulling himself back into the realm of humanity. Ahead was endless darkness. Behind were words of who catches him first gets to eat. Mentally and physically exhausted, he fell. He crawled forward desperately. Not wanting to become a monster was one of the few thoughts in his mind. At this moment, Calicook's appearance reignited the hope that was about to be extinguished. I'll take you away. On this day, he rediscovered that word family. So he couldn't fall again. The enemy would kill his family. Come on. Jiang Chang, I'm a real man. I'm going to tell you. I'll be your nightmare today. Waves of energy emanate from him. This is a contest between protection and killing. Killing is only for taking, while protection is for preserving. Even if he dies in battle, he wants to die in front of everyone. Jiang Chang says seriously to Pursuer, I will never let you hurt my family. The power Jiang Chang unleashes makes Pursuer feel a great threat. He quickly darts into the stone wall of the ceiling. He wants to use his old trick again. Jiang Chang says calmly, What do you find when you pull out a tree with force? That you don't know how deep its roots are. But no matter how deep the roots, just lift the entire ground. At this moment, pursuer only feels one signal. He can't dodge. The power of one punch is like a mountain roar and sea surge. Pursuer is hit into the wall, stuck so tight he can't be pried out. Jiang, exhausted, can't maintain the blackout state any longer. Damn dog, only knows how to hide. Too weak for face-to-face combat. He sits down too, checking how many injuries he sustained. The rest can only be left to you, my brothers and sisters. The scene shifts, a black figure like death holding a scythe. The priest says, disdainfully, "This is the power of Junebug, and also the power bestowed by God." Isaiah 40, verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord, I will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. Quankaman, slowly standing up, asks, "Can you do me a favor and shut your stinking mouth? Let's continue fighting." Because he's about to start the ultimate anger, blackout control. A man easily breaks the constant law that water overcomes fire, only because he is a demon created by the enemy. To repay the enemy's favor, the man wants to burn everything with hellfire, an evil heart covered in the cloak of faith. This makes Quankaman feel extremely sick. But from the priest's perspective, rather than living hypocritically, it's better to truly change the status quo with evil. This is the world belonging to insect people. Issue 2208 of the Dark Worlds Experimental Journal. The article on water mantis DNA modification states, in its larval stage, it breathes through gills like amphibians. After adulthood, the gill organs disappear. It breathes through a tube in its tail. However, this organ appears very inefficient. The priest asked the pet shop to modify his DNA and grow gills again, so its tail can be used for other purposes, such as absorbing and storing large amounts of water, then shooting it out like a high-pressure water gun. The constant water splashing makes Quankaman like a headless chicken, and he has to listen to the other's Bible content that's so cringeworthy it could dig a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground with his foot. At this moment, he only wants the person in front of him to shut up, but he's still shot back by water. You're just a damn fire hydrant. But the moon waxes and wanes, and people have premature ejaculation and impotence. He can't keep shooting like this forever. If all the water could be evaporated, everything would be over. Peter Estate, extreme heat drought. The key now is time, because all great fires grow from small flames. But the priest also knows that the constant law of water overcoming fire isn't eternal. When the fire exceeds a certain proportion, there's no such thing as attribute countering. Quankaman is shocked. This guy's speed has increased. It's a second acceleration. He uses his tail's high-pressure water gun as a booster. This change in speed makes Quankaman unable to adapt immediately. Give up. You can't stop Judgment Day. Mask, I want to burn him. Make this damn guy blind. The priest blocked the blow with his elbow. What he didn't tell his opponent was that the pet shop didn't just modify his tail. High-pressure water shoots out from his hand joints, striking like a heavy punch. Quankaman only stops after hitting a pillar. The next second, a black shadow flashes, and the blade slashes horizontally. Although Quankaman was prepared, he still got injured internally. And you can't be redeemed. Only hell awaits you. Quankaman looks at his reflection. Is this fate? Absolutely not. God won't do anything. In the war between the pet shop and Nest, both sides suffered heavy losses. So they used a fake flood to capture all those treated as missing and turn them into breeding and training bodies. It's the usual trick of the water spider composite breeder. Unfortunately, he also became one of them. The priest walks towards Quankaman step by step. He wants to end this person's sinful life in the name of the Holy Spirit. At this moment, a flame shoots up to the sky. Quankaman's eyes flash red. Thank you for your non-stop babbling, allowing me to catch my breath. Burn! Hellfire! Blackout control. The priest's eyes widen. What is this? The rise of Satan, mimicry, Gant Devil's Flower Mantis. The Gant Devil's Flower Mantis is the largest among predatory mantises, known as the king of mantises. A primitive, ferocious nature hides beneath its colorful appearance. So many people say it's truly a demon in the real sense. Flames spread from the ground to the priest's entire body. Under such intense flames, all moisture is evaporated. Quankaman slowly says, after countless drug injections and experiments, this is the demon you created. The priest is still making a final struggle. But as mentioned earlier, when the flames exceed a certain proportion, It's like trying to extinguish a forest fire with a bucket of water. Simply a pipe dream. The warehouse emits an alarm's mournful cry as it reflects the firelight. Only that almost melting mask is left. Quankaman sits nearby, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. This move's charging time is too long. I'd better cool down my body first. The scene shifts. Lin Xiu looks confused. This bastard actually shot himself in the head. But he seems fine and looks different from just now. While he's stunned, the rebel breaks off his own double horns. The double horns emanating a terrifying golden light look even sharper and larger now. The two figures clash again. The injured one is still the rebel, but he did not fly backwards. Instead, he's laughing. Because the two horn blades have already surrounded Lin Xiu. This is a crazy fighting style of trading injuries that only a madman would think of. The premise is that you need to have the attacking power to successfully trade injuries. Obviously, after injecting the June bug compound, he now has this qualification. Do you know why they all call me the rebel? The screams of enemies and allies alike are my inspiration for composing requiems. Scissor sword technique, amputation. The aura emanating from the rebel makes Lin Xiu's expression turn serious. But compared to the person in front of him, using the power of a dragonfly makes him more uneasy. But now, he has no choice. He must fight for the truth. Lin Xiu's blackout mimicry, as his family and Gugu guessed, Peruvian giant centipede. At this moment, Lin Xiu uses his flight advantage to dodge the rebels' injury-trading fighting style. While continuously retreating, due to a moment of carelessness, he still crashes into a pillar, immediately followed by the scissor sword technique, amputation. Fortunately, Lin Xiu dodges in time. He immediately smashes his fist against the scissors. So if these scissors are your weapon, Lin Xiu wants to break them with his own strength. But their hardness is beyond expectation. The rebel sneers. It's useless. My scissors are as hard as a rock. Dark World Experiment Journal 2001 stated. The entire body of the metal stag beetle seems to be made of metal. It looks sturdy, but it's actually not. But due to its exaggerated antennae, it often attracts predators' attacks. So the rebel had the pet shop modify his DNA, making it hard. Especially the two horn blades, harder and sharper than he imagined. Scissor sword technique, 4-limb amputation. This body allows his assassination technique to reach a new level. He wants to torture Lin Xiu bit by bit until he dies in pain. Suddenly, voices shouting kill him come from his mind. All of you shut up. The rebel's first kill was his own family. It was this voice that guided him. Kill. Kill more. He pushes all the responsibility onto this monster in his mind. This also led him to become a professional killer step by step. Hypocritical humanity. Empty soul. He was caught by a mental hospital, but in his eyes, monsters were surrounding him and mocking. It's painful not being able to kill, isn't it? He kept asking himself, what would I do if I didn't kill? Until a man appeared and rescued him. I've heard about you. It must be painful being tortured by the monsters in your brain. Don't worry, I'll help you. When our plan is complete, you can kill at will. So he joined the masks. The goal was to help the man with all his might. Chaos will take over the world, and then kill indiscriminately. Then he could get rid of that damn monster in his head. Scissor sword technique, guillotine. Then the insect scales on Lin Xiu's hand were cut again. Don't worry, you won't be lonely in hell. Because once the Pioneer's plan begins, I'll send your friends to hell to accompany you immediately. This sentence makes Lin Xiu pause. In that instant, he's struck by the scissor sword technique. Just as the rebel turns his head to check if Lin Xiu is dead, he sees an incredibly surprising scene. A layer of carapace slowly covered Lin Xiu's face. On the day Lin Xiu was training blackout control, that dragonfly tried to invade his entire body. Just as Lin Xiu let out an angry roar, the dragonfly surprisingly calmed down and reconsolidated. Lin Xiu didn't know what happened. Could it understand what I was saying? Looking at the dragonfly's eyes, as if they were trying to tell him something. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in its large pupils. Lin Xiu was shocked and immediately turned around. He was very puzzled. Weren't there only the two of us in this space? What appeared was a huge creature with countless feet. The entire dark space was filled with its presence. Could it be that guy? I always felt the dragonfly was angry. Was it because its territory was invaded? At this moment, Lin Xiu kicks off with both legs, instantly appearing in front of the rebel, throwing a punch. Under this punch, cracks appear on the rebel's horn blades. He doesn't know that his words just now have touched Lin Xiu's bottom line. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it and die. The power of this punch is so great that it makes him retreat dozens of meters. But before he can stabilize himself, Lin Xiu's large hand has already grabbed his face. A long drag mark extends forward from its starting point. The rebel will never understand. Friendship is not words, but meaning. The trembling rebel hears the monster's voice in his mind again. Shut up, you monsters. Lin Xiu is very calm now. He doesn't want to admit there's such a creature inside him. But if I can get back to my original life, blackout control, I will use all my strength, including you. Mimicry, Peruvian giant centipede. Sages are the forerunners of thought. Friends are the hope of the soul. This time, without any suspense, the horn blades are shattered with one blow. The rebel, gripping his two broken blades, flies high into the sky. Don't push the blame for killing onto others. You coward. A large group of breeding trainees are surrounding Nanamei and the others. Bai Chun slides behind the trainees, using the slime on her body. She pushes off with her palm, taking out the last trainee with a knee strike. They have already entered the place where the knight said the azure amber was stored. At this moment, countless tentacles attack from behind. A man in a white lab coat appears. The man pushes his glasses and says, "One of my experimental subjects just ran away. You two intruders can be my experimental subjects now." The man originally created a drug that could turn insect people back into humans just to save his daughter. Who knew this would be the original drug for Junebug? After improvement by those with ulterior motives, the drug no longer needs to be sprayed on insects to cause mutations in humans. As Callie turns his head, he sees a horrifying scene. Alarms sound incessantly in the prison cells. The guards run out desperately, like chickens chasing a basketball. This makes the people locked in the cells like elementary school students who didn't do their summer homework and are trapped in the classroom on the first day of school. This is a slaughterhouse of the Junebug drug experiment with humans as subjects. Waves of purple gas pour down from the ventilation ducts. These people have no idea what this is, but soon the gas tells them the cruel truth. Everyone in this prison has mutated into insect people. The pioneer exclaims excitedly, "This is a great miracle. The Junebug drug, an upgraded version of jungle juice. Even without spraying it on insects, people will absorb the modified insect DNA, triggering mutations in their bodies." But the interesting part is just beginning. The screen shows the mutated crowd fighting each other. If this gas is absorbed directly, it will leave only hunting instincts in the brain, turning them into crazed killing monsters. This is my plan. Use this drug to plunge the world into chaos. He also expresses gratitude to Callie for delivering the azure amber. This has advanced the timeline significantly. Now no one can stop this. Callie squints and asks, "Is this Junebug drug from your hand? If you were an ordinary employee of that research institute, I couldn't have not seen you. Who exactly are you?" The pioneer slowly reaches into his pocket. "We've been colleagues. I forgot to introduce myself. This is my business card." Callie anticipated this shot. The pioneer dodges and fires several shots. He doesn't believe that in this small room, the opponent's speed still has room to play. But he was wrong. Callie's insect legs stamped the ground, Chinese tiger beetle state, lightning speed. In an instant, the gun in the pioneer's hand has disappeared. No matter who you are, what I want to do is personally shatter all the tragedies caused by the research institute. The moment Callie approaches him, the pioneer somehow has a second gun. I always prepare for two scenarios. The pioneer keeps striking at Callie's beliefs. He wants Callie to know, the initiation of all plans is because of you, Callie Davidson. The bullets are precisely deflected by Callie. Stop talking nonsense. The day he escaped from the research institute, Callie not only destroyed his own identity information, but also all research data. The pioneer surprisingly takes out Callie's research recording at this moment. Familiar voice, familiar scene. Experiment log 43. I've gotten used to human screams, feeling no guilt. I'm just following orders. The pioneer speaks disdainfully. You were once an executioner of that research institute. Now you want to be a hero? Just as Callie is stunned, the bullet holes in the wall behind emit a red light. Water spider bullet, puppet string. The bullets spray spider silk, tightly binding Callie to the wall. The pioneer states that even if you defeat me now, it's useless, because the plan has already begun. The surface of the sea is clear, but the bottom is filthy. Nanamei has also woken up. Just thinking about that tentacle monster naturally puts her in a bad mood. They have entered the breeding farm. But however you look at it, this doesn't seem like a place for making jungle juice. If it's just for breeding trainees, Isn't such a large place harder to manage? Just as they're discussing, the answer surfaces. Bai Chun swallows hard. The white witch moth is resting motionlessly here. Nanami also discovers. It's holding a huge container in its arms. The moment of flash is like a candy, gone once eaten. The regrettable past is like a scar, permanent once left. The pioneer tells Callie. The Cinderella he researched is the original drug for June bug. It's also the first Snow White that Callie personally created. To commemorate that moment, he named the drug after Callie's daughter's birthday, June 4th. Little bug born in June. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. The drug meant to save his daughter is now used for killing. Soon, the white witch moth will spread the June bug drug across the entire world. Many people will die groaning in pain, just like your daughter. Endless anger gives Callie mysterious strength. Breaking free and pinning down happen in an instant. But the pioneer's mouth reveals an evil smile. Because the plan has already begun. Wake up. White witch moth spread disaster across the world. To prevent Callie from disrupting the plan, the pioneer shoots himself. Some people are born mentally unstable. A year ago, the pioneer was already an upper-class person standing at the top of the pyramid. But because of jungle juice, he accidentally became an insect people. Now humans to him are like a bunch of buzzing flies. No one likes loneliness, they just don't like disappointment. He came to the most densely populated city. A plan to turn everyone into insect people began from this moment. Only in this way, they wouldn't need to hide in crowds anymore. This is a great revenge drama. He gathered a group of people with the same crazy ideas under him. They call this day Judgment Day. And the pet shop, to him, is just a tool to achieve his goal. Now the trigger to destroy humanity has been pulled. The gates of hell to let the world fall into chaos have been opened. The white witch moth will carry the June bug gas bomb and detonate it in this most densely populated city. The pioneer asks calmly, "The drug you developed will kill tens of thousands. How do you feel now?" This feeling of being manipulated makes Callie's grip tighten. "You said you like to prepare for 2 scenarios. You must have a way to stop the bomb. Tell me now if you don't want to die." Smart. Indeed, only I know the deactivation code. The next second, the pioneer pulls out a gun in that instant. With a bang, Callie is pushed back several meters. 3 things in life that can't be retained: life, love, and time. He has already lost the first 2. He doesn't want more people to experience the same pain as him. However, the next second, the pioneer surprisingly points the gun at his own head. I said, only I know the deactivation code. Madmen don't need reasons to do anything. A line of text appears before Callie's eyes. Stop him. But it's all too late. The pioneer just blows his own head off with one shot. This shot takes away not only his life, but also that hope in Callie's heart. At this moment, Bai Chun and Nanami also know that what the white witch moth is holding is a gas bomb, because the knight has already joined them and told them about the pioneer's plan. This news makes them shudder. We can't let him do such a thing. At this moment, the white witch moth slowly opens its eyes. Its wings spread, bringing a fierce gale. Everyone is instantly blown about, but no one cares about this now. Because the white witch moth has awakened. The awakened moth sees a group of intruders and immediately lets out an angry roar. The sound is huge, like mountains calling and seas surging. It gently flaps its wings, immediately piercing through the breeding farm's roof. Everyone is like a lone boat on a vast sea. Nanami calls out Bai Chun's name. Let's leave this place first. But no one answers her. Because at some point, Bai Chun has already climbed onto the white witch moth. What she wants to do is knock off the bomb tied to it before it flies to the city. The bomb is tied with chains looking very secure. But Bai Chun believes she can definitely do it. Earthworm state, Earth Dragon mark. But her raised hand is suddenly caught by the flower snake that appears. How can I let you interfere with our plan? The flower snake raises its claws to strike at Bai Chun. Suddenly its hand is also caught by an outstretched large hand. She's confused, helpless, not knowing why the white witch moth is attacking its own people. But before she can speak, she's eaten in one bite by the white witch moth. Bai Chun is shocked. At this time, a sound comes from the walkie-talkie. Leave immediately. The white witch moth has lost the pioneer's control. It's very dangerous. The reason there were so many trainees in the breeding farm just now was to feed this thing. These words make Bai Chun even more at a loss, because the white witch moth has already turned to look at her. Faced with this huge creature, Bai Chun no longer has the thought of resistance. Small pearls flow from her eyes. At this moment, the only thing she thinks of is repaying Callie's kindness in her next life. Just then, a flash of green light passes by. Save her before the white witch moth eats her. Slowly opening her eyes, Bai-chun hears a gentle voice. Everyone has heard about the situation. This moth has a bomb on it. We just need to stop it from dropping it on the city. I'll handle this. Lin Xiu desperately saves Bai-chun. Bai-chun is riding on Lin Xiu in an odd posture. At this moment, Lin Xiu's official girlfriend Suchan surprisingly appears. Is this the scene of the mistress meeting the legal wife? Not long ago, Callie was typing at full speed on the keyboard, using 30 years of hand speed. He tried to find a way to stop the bomb from being dropped. He believes that the difficulty of the path lies not in mountains and rivers, but in human nature's fickleness. At this moment, Lin Xiu also came over. Through Callie, he learned about the horror of the Junebug bomb. Callie's mood is very low. At this point, we are powerless. Even evacuating people is impossible. Lin Xiu says, notify Nest immediately, maybe they have a way. Impossible. The White Witch Moth should have a signal jammer like the masks. The result will be that Nest only learns about it before the explosion. Callie is very dejected. He feels that now no one can stop this massacre, and believes that all of this is his fault. Once again, because of me, people will... No, it's not too late yet. We can stop it. If this is all fate's doing, then we'll defy fate. Callie urgently says, dealing with the White Witch Moth alone, you might die. Lin Xiu smiles knowingly. You once told me, if you want to survive, you must find hope in the danger of death. So I will find an opportunity. Natural selection. Survival of the fittest. In front of the White Witch Moth, Lin Xiu and the other person seem so tiny, but they must get close to her no matter what. However, the air vortex stirred up by its wings completely envelopes Lin Xiu. It even makes him spin 250 degrees on the spot. Because Lin Xiu's wings were injured in the fierce battle with the rebel. You've seen dragonflies skimming water, but you probably haven't seen dragonflies plunging into water, right? At this moment, earthworm state, earth dragon mark. A large amount of sticky liquid shoots towards the ground, allowing the two to land steadily. But when Lin Xiu opens his eyes, Bai-chun's posture is a bit awkward. To break the awkward atmosphere, she blushes and says, I'm still alive, thanks to you. The two have no time to care about details now, because the White Witch Moth is about to fly to the city. What needs to be done now is to remove the bomb on its body. Bai-chun asks, your wings are injured, you might fall again. No, this time I'm going alone. Bai-chun is shocked. It's too dangerous alone. Even if you use blackout control, you might not be able to handle this thing. And if the bomb explodes, you might also turn into a monster. Don't worry, we all have one head and two wings. So leave it to me. Not being able to fly makes Bai-chun feel deeply powerless. But for some reason, she feels Lin Xiu can definitely do it. Lin Xiu analyzes while flying. The air vortex comes from below and behind, so the only possibility of approaching is from the top. This is also the White Witch Moth's blind spot. Let's start from here. The next second, the White Witch Moth seems to sense something. It actually hugs the bomb tightly with its hands. Fortunately, Lin Xiu was prepared and wasn't discovered. He stealthily crawls towards the chains. Everything is going according to plan, because Bai-chun just told him, it's impossible to defeat this giant moth. At the same time, we don't know how to disable the bomb. The only way now is to dismantle the bomb. But this is not easy. There are 3 chains holding the bomb. They need to be cut without the White Witch Moth noticing to succeed. Blackout control. This is the only way to save the citizens. Mimicry, Peruvian giant centipede. The chain breaks with 1 strike from Lin Xiu. Success. 2 more to go. At this moment, the White Witch Moth also looks at the bomb suspiciously. Lin Xiu, hiding under the bomb, doesn't dare to breathe. Meanwhile, a slender figure appears nearby. She hears Hazang's instructions through her earpiece. This time, our Propolis team's mission is to arrest the pet shop personnel who kidnapped Lin Xiu. Everyone search their assigned areas. Report immediately if you find anything. Scout Pioxes in standby, do not act alone. This means Suchan doesn't have the autonomy to search for Lin Xiu. Just then, a fierce wind falls from the sky. Suchan is very puzzled. Where did such a strong wind come from? When she looks up, she sees that huge moth. But the moth seems to disappear from her sight at this moment, because she discovers that figure under the moth. She steps forward, eventually breaking into a run. Lin Xiu, is that you? 5 minutes, a brief yet long time. Lin Xiu tries his best, but still can't prevent the white witch moth from reaching the city airspace in 5 minutes. In a team, each teammate has their own role and value. As long as they're together, they can create infinite possibilities. Zhang finds the last place where Min's tenuous signal appeared, near the abandoned school. At this moment, the only thing he can do is bring the culprit to justice. Propolis team, report your situation. Why Eugene reports. Jinhua's previous report was correct. This is a breeding farm disguised as a military restricted area. But strangely, there's not a single trainee here. Only remnants of a large battle remain. He judges that someone attacked this place first. Han Yuxiang is even more puzzled. Who else besides Nest? I have no other clues here. Me neither. Zhang's eyes narrow slightly. Shizhen, why aren't you reporting? Pioxazin, respond if you receive. I haven't found anything here. Then she turns off her earpiece. I'm sorry, senior. I can't watch him disappear before my eyes again. I'm pretending every day. It's really tiring. Mimicry Peruvian giant centipede. The second chain breaks. Now, there's only one left. It's also the one right under the white witch moth, the easiest to be discovered. As long as it's broken too, the bomb can be easily knocked out of the white witch moth's hands. The next second, a pair of azure pupils look towards Lin Xiu. Shit, I've been discovered. The white witch moth swats down like it's swatting a mosquito. But that damn mosquito's corpse doesn't appear in its palm. Because a dragonfly's flight speed can reach 500 meters per minute. It's not something its clumsy body can easily catch. Lin Xiu intends to use his speed advantage to avoid it and strike the chain. But the white witch moth is only clumsy, not stupid. Its wings stir up another gale. Lin Xiu, with his injured wings, loses balance again. And this time it wants to swallow this damn mosquito in one gulp. Lin Xiu hurriedly uses his hands to block the giant mouth. This biting force immediately shatters the centipede shell on Lin Xiu's hands that he mimicked. Remember what Bai Chun told him. This white witch moth is not an ordinary trainee. Even if you enter blackout control, you might not be able to win. At this moment, the white witch moth's right hand raises high. The looming crisis is suffocating. At the critical moment of life and death, the white witch moth's hand surprisingly slips off. Lin Xiu's eyes widen immediately. This seems a bit like Bai Chun's ability. That's right. Could it be the slime left when it tried to catch Bai Chun earlier? The white witch moth also just realizes its fluffy hand is full of slime. Thank you, Bai Chun, for letting me see the difference in strength between us. Every attack from the white witch moth is aimed at taking his life. Frankly speaking, this is a battle that's impossible to win. But is it my target? Absolutely not. A Notigaster Seaboldi Eye state. Hunter mode. Air gun. Lin Xiu wants to end this with his own hands. The white witch moth also realizes that the mosquito in front of it isn't targeting itself. It immediately turns 180 degrees in midair. The chains pull the bomb away from Lin Xiu's attack. But Lin Xiu's speed is really too fast. This strike not only fails to cut the chain, but also creates an electric arc on one part of the bomb. Nest control room. Someone reports to Professor Ma. The Propolis team has just entered the action area and is searching. Currently, no enemies have been found. Manoxian is also puzzled. No reaction from the pet shop side? Could it be a trap? Suddenly, someone exclaims. Satellite imagery has captured a giant flying object approaching the city. The transmitted image shows the white witch moth holding a huge spherical object. On the other side, the knight explains. It should be Lin Xiu's attack, just now that damaged the cloaking device on the bomb. It will soon be exposed to satellite radar. At this moment, Nenemi suddenly points at the screen. Look over there. The scene makes Callie's nerves tense. Shizhen is also chasing with all her might. She's sure that the moth in front is the one from Zhang's photo. But why is Lin Xiu fighting with that moth? What on earth is he doing? The next moment, Shizhen is completely stunned. The brightly lit city appears before her eyes, and the moth's target is the city. At this moment, Lin Xiu is also a bit panicked. He can't believe that the place where he was born and raised, the place that has given him all his joys and sorrows. A June bug poison gas bomb weighing about 10 tons that can turn everyone into insect people will arrive above this city in 5 minutes. Lin Xiu's wings were severed, yet he shocked everyone because he unlocked the third form of blackout, fusion Peruvian giant centipede. From an insect's perspective, this is metamorphosis. The appearance of the white witch moth seemed to say that even if the pioneer died, the plan would still continue. Nest, Professor Moss spoke urgently. Quick, prepare to implement Plan D. On the Wanderer's side, an inescapable gloom hung over everyone's heart. When you feel the world is becoming more terrifying, it means you've actually grown. No one could stop the city from turning into hell, because Ming Wang was about to arrive overhead. Lin Xiu knew time was running out. He had to quickly separate the bomb from the White Witch Moth. Hunter mode, air gun. But the White Witch Moth knew its mission. How could it let him succeed so easily? At the same time, this uncatchable mosquito in front of it was quite annoying. It flapped its wings, and a gale howled. Under this tug-of-war, Lin Xiu couldn't get close to it at all. And with each setback, the distance between him and the White Witch Moth would widen by dozens of meters. In this situation, Lin Xiu's idea was to directly attack the White Witch Moth's body. A cold gleam flashed in the White Witch Moth's eyes. It seemed to have been waiting for this moment. The closed hand was forcefully pried open by Lin Xiu in his blackout state. Damn! This kind of attack was completely ineffective, only resulting in his body being battered. Lin Xiu remembered at the end of training. Callie told him to remember, don't use blackout for long periods. It's a forcibly simulated skill, although it can use the abilities of absorbed insects. The damage to the body is extremely severe. If used repeatedly, it will endanger life. Lin Xiu gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. For words floated in his mind. I do not care. He must use all his strength to stop this giant moth. This city held too many memories for him before he joined Nest. It's also where he wants to return to in the future. So the most fitting phrase to describe him now, at all costs. Although he has lost many things here. Dragonfly State, Rabbit Drive. Even so, I will never let you destroy it. Lin Xiu pushed his speed to the extreme, dodging the White Witch Moth's huge hands and giant mouth in succession. The remaining chains were shattered with a single strike. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the White Witch Moth immediately hugged the bomb with both hands. Lin Xiu's eyes were fixed on the White Witch Moth. The next step was to knock the bomb out of its hands, and the crisis would be averted. But what he saw was an incredibly shocking scene. Those are my wings. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but cry out. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Lin Xiu, having lost his wings, was falling rapidly. From despair to hope, and from hope back to disappointment. At this moment, he seemed to see every person in this city. He remembered that sentence, seek opportunity in death. He had already tried his best to find it. Unfortunately, the answer gave him a heavy blow. Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes. This seems to be Shizhen's voice. Is it an auditory hallucination at the end of life? His memory was frozen on the final battle with the giant centipede at Nest. When the centipede pinned down Shizhen, it seemed to have a pair of fiery wings stretching behind it. Lin Xiu's eyes widened. What was that? If he has such an ability, then can I do it too? Having never tried it before, he didn't know how to trigger it. But time didn't allow him to think more. He seemed to hear the low hum of the centipede in his ears. Let's give it a try, kid. Shizhen in the distance had already collapsed powerlessly. She was screaming that name with all her might. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in midair. Lin Xiu's whole body was trembling violently at this moment. It was as if an invisible force had burst open the shackles. He kept roaring, and the wings on his back regained vitality. Callie exclaimed in horror. This is metamorphosis. At this moment, a chill came over, and the White Witch Moth looked back. What it saw was something green and blade-like. That thing left a long gash on its left wing. Everyone was shocked. Was the White Witch Moth injured? The scream confirmed their speculation. Lin Xiu spoke slowly. I didn't expect it would actually succeed. Blackout controls third form. Fusion, Peruvian giant centipede. Now, let's have a battle between monsters. Black Wutan wings. Lin Xiu's first entry into the fusion form shocked everyone, because the White Witch Moth was retreating under his pursuit. At this moment, the White Witch Moth chose to carry the bomb directly to the city. Not long ago, at the moment Lin Xiu fell, he seemed to return to that space again. In front of him were two monsters constantly fighting. His pleas for help couldn't attract the monsters' attention at all. The monsters were more concerned about who was the master of this land. Very well, things have come to this point. Then let's die together. The two monsters were stunned for a moment. If the host dies, they would dissipate along with him. You want to continue fighting inside my body? Or, shut up and help me. The two monsters fell silent and pondered. Only pushovers get stabbed by you and still smile saying they forgive. Lin Xiu left a deep gash on the white witch moth's wing with lightning speed. Let's have a battle between monsters. Black Wutan wings. Nanamei let out a scream. Lin Xiu has grown new wings. Not only that, but from the appearance, they're obviously extraordinary. This looks more like centipede armor added to dragonfly wings. The white witch moth tried to blow away this damned mosquito with a hurricane again. And this time the gale was even more violent and massive. Just when everyone thought Lin Xiu would be blown away. Under the support of the new form, he wasn't affected at all. He charged straight at the white witch moth's brow, braving the fierce wind. The mosquito's attacks that were once ineffective now made it bleed profusely. The black Wutan wings gave Lin Xiu the most direct feeling. Now the storm created by the white witch moth felt like just a fan blowing. Living to see your enemies fall one by one is life's greatest pleasure. This strike sent the white witch moth flying backwards, taking a long time to stabilize itself. Lin Xiu realized this was due to the previous injury, causing it to lose its sense of balance. The positions of hunter and prey were reversed. The white witch moth could only roar in anger. Anotagaster Boldy Eye Mechanism. Hunting Rifle. Magic Shot. Steel Bullet. As long as you're tenacious, you will survive even in desperate situations. In the next second, the white witch moth's eyes focused. It decided to no longer tangle with the mosquito in front of it. It wanted to deliver the bomb to the city as quickly as possible. The speed it burst out with shocked Lin Xiu. This was a change in attitude. Clearly the white witch moth was going all out. The resident population of Jianyuan City is about 2 million. If the June bug potion spreads, an estimated 1.5 million people will be affected. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone could only hear death counting down 30 seconds. City residents could already clearly see what was in the sky, a moth. Is this an event organized by officials? Lin Xiu's former crush Meishi, however, focused her gaze on what was behind the moth. That person is? At this moment, Lin Xiu also realized. If he couldn't stop its advance, any more attacks would be in vain. And the best way to stop it was to cut off its wings. Anotagaster Boldy Eye State. Fusion. Peruvian Giant Centipede. Hunting Rifle. Dragon Bullet. In the competition of wing hardness, the white witch moth clearly lost. It could no longer reach the city in front of it. Its huge body fell into the river, splashing up towering water. Along with the bomb that everyone feared, it sank to the bottom of the river. This moment made all those in the know incredibly excited. Lin Xiu did it. If fate has its way, then we'll defy heaven and change our destiny. Callie's eyes also blurred. The next second, he saw a horrifying scene in his pupils. A huge hand shot out from the river surface, grabbing Lin Xiu, taking him down to sink into the river bottom. What Lin Xiu saw was the white witch moth's grotesque smile of success and dying together. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break free from the grip of the huge hand. Joy turns to sorrow. At the peak of happiness, often lurks the seed of sadness. His consciousness gradually blurred. Lin Xiu had lost all his strength. The person who saved a city died with honor. Just then he felt as if something grabbed his hand. It was actually that figure he had been dreaming of. The white witch moth incident has ended. Who could have imagined that the pioneer didn't die and even appeared in his final form? What will be the fate of Callie and the others? Go to sleep with a heart dreaming of you. Wake up with a heart wanting to see you. A series of calls surrounded Lin Xiu's ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw Baichun. At this time, his ears seemed to be sealed, unable to hear any sound. Was the scene of Suchan appearing in his mind just his own hallucination? Well, maybe it was because he missed her too much. Little did he know, a figure soaking what was watching from afar. 10 minutes ago, it was indeed Suchan who rescued Lin Xiu. Seeing you again, I feel very happy. I hope I can be with you forever in the future. Although Lin Xiu couldn't hear, Suchan still asked him why he did such a dangerous thing. Was it to save the city? Do you know that everyone treats you as a monster, or even a criminal? But I've always believed you're not. You would absolutely never hurt others. I will change their views. Come on, let's go back to nest together. Just then, Suchan's whole body sank into the quagmire. The one who appeared was Baichun. She immediately stated that wanting Nest to change its mind was simply a pipe dream. Because you're not the first. Suchan also recognized this woman as the one who took Lin Xiu away that day. Listen carefully. If you don't want Lin Xiu to get hurt again, you can't take him back now. He still hasn't found evidence to prove he didn't kill anyone. Then she let Suchan out. But Suchan, who was determined to take Lin Xiu back. How could she accept such a result? You know Lin Xiu wouldn't kill anyone. Bai Chun, whose collar was grabbed, calmly said, "So what if I know?" From beginning to end, what caused Lin Xiu to leave was Nest. It was caused by their so-called evidence and distrust. Suchan was struck to the heart. "How much do you know about Nest?" There was some confusion in the lonely wind. "Everything, because I also escaped from there." "Think carefully. If you take him back, do you have the ability to change the result of him continuing to sit in prison and peddle a sewing machine?" Suchan fell silent. She was indeed powerless in this regard. So this reunion can only be treated as a very sad dream, and then shed tears for a lifetime. At this moment, she heard Hazing's inquiry in her earpiece. "You've been out of contact for a while. What exactly happened?" She could only leave silently. "Wait for me a little longer, Lin Xiu. I will definitely find a way to bring you back." Nanami also received the news from Baichun that Lin Xiu was fine. Callie collapsed involuntarily after hearing this. For him, it was truly fortunate that there were no casualties. Otherwise, his sins would become more and more. "This is all thanks to you. Today we saved countless people. We're returning immediately." Suddenly a figure appeared at the broken wall. "My revenge isn't over yet." Callie was shocked. This person was actually the pioneer. Before he could think more, he was slapped away by its tentacle. "Want to know why I didn't die? Because I'm a bullet and composite. I should also thank the doctor for modifying me, allowing me to evolve by absorbing bullets. And the previous bullets were my final form. With the improvement of Junebug, the bullets contained all the composite genes I collected. This is my second contingency plan, Insect Chimera." Seeing such a terrifying monster, Nanami let out a scream. This also attracted the pioneer's attention. The knight immediately stood in front of her, but it was clearly useless. The knight's sword-wielding hand was shattered with one hit. Seeing this, Callie wanted to go rescue, but he was also pinned against the wall by the pioneer with one hand. The pioneer also began to talk about his relationship with the Research Institute. After the Research Institute got results, they began to slaughter the researchers. He was almost swallowed by the explosion and fire. At this time, he found the improved jungle juice on the table. He escaped this accident and also turned into a monster. He felt this was heaven's injustice. Why should only live a life of hiding and sneaking around? Now that the plan was ruined, he could only go to the city and personally send those people on their way. This time he would become the source of disaster. Before he finished speaking, a sphere hit his back. Target identified, large breeding training body. At the same time, a figure appeared on the rooftop. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Strings stuck to the pioneer's joints. The pioneer roared angrily. "Please be quiet, you ugly beast. We found the target, Professor Ma." "Very good, Propolis team, start action," Hazang said slowly. This seems to be a new type of training body from the pet shop. The moment he approached, the pioneer broke free of the strings and slashed Hazang's head with one claw. The pioneer laughed. He didn't expect to kill him so easily. Unexpectedly, Hazang didn't suffer a single scratch. "Your attack is mediocre." The next second the pioneer was stunned. When did his attacking hand break off? "The world's hardest beetle. My body is indestructible. Diabolical ironclad beetle." He merely emitted an aura, yet it made the giant monster feel threatened. Because he is the world's strongest defensive man. On the world's roads, countless insects are crushed under car wheels every day. However, there is one kind of insect. Its exoskeleton has an ingeniously structured and high-performance composite armor. It can bear 39,000 times its own body weight. It's like a person weighing 150 pounds being able to bear 5.8 tons. Diabolical ironclad beetle defensive state. Invincible armor, Black Knight. This ability was unheard of to Callie. Can he really defend against the mutated pioneer's attacks with just his body? But when the two fought, as expected, the Propolis team also treated them as members of the pet shop. This also made the pioneer more unscrupulous. He had long wanted to see Nest's so-called strongest combat power. At this moment, he noticed Hazang's clothes seemed familiar. After pondering for a moment, he remembered it was from that woman he killed before. Then he stated that even the strongest combat power was just a bunch of trash. The calm before the storm is always so peaceful. So it was you who killed Genhua. Just as Hazang was about to tear apart his tentacles. The next second he was thrown through the wall, only stopping when he crashed into a large truck. The pioneer was surprised by the defense of this armor. He understood that to defeat this man, he had to break his armor first. Blister beetle state venom. This venom causes severe skin infections when it enters human skin, producing blisters and feverish rashes. The pioneer's attacks didn't stop. A spray gun appeared at his hand joint. Water mantis state, torrent. The huge impact instantly cut the truck into pieces. Finally, metal stag, beetle state, scissors. At this point, from Callie's perspective, this monster couldn't be dealt with by one person. Why aren't Ness people helping? It's because the Propolis team had absolute confidence in Hazang. Under the pioneer's broken antenna was Hazang's figure slowly walking out of the dust. Are you done attacking? The pioneer gritted his teeth. How could his opponent not be injured at all? When the truth reveals itself, what's left is the terrifying bite that frightens him. The genes obtained from other insects were now concentrated in his hand. He won't let anyone hinder the execution of the plan. But in the face of absolute power, all fancy tricks are in vain. The suspected large breeding training body from the pet shop, the culprit of the incident, has been eliminated. It seemed easy. But Hazang also felt that it wasn't his strength surpassing the opponent, but the opponent's body was collapsing. Obviously, the DNA of various insects fused together, causing rejection. At this moment, Callie slowly walked to the pioneer's side. Gilbert Ivan, this is the name found in the database. He was one of the security guards at the research institute. Tell me, your revenge, was it really just to cause a mass slaughter? A dying man has no need to lie. Ivan finally told the truth. Everything started with that explosion. He wanted to take revenge on the creator of Jungle Juice, which was their employer. But Ivan had never seen this person, nor did he know their name. He suspected this person was in Nest. But due to lack of evidence, he planned this terrorist attack. The purpose was to see how Nest would handle it. Unfortunately, Junebug wasn't as stable as Jungle Juice. The side effects caused his body to collapse. At the end, Ivan cursed Callie. You really created a terrible thing. My outcome today will be your fate tomorrow. We'll meet again in hell, Callie Davidson. Better to be born with hardships than to die without illness. Now it's your turn. The voice came closer. It was the Propolis team about to deal with Callie and the others. Hazang spoke calmly. Don't tell me you're just ordinary people caught by the pet shop. If it was just Callie escaping alone, there would be no problem. The problem was that Nanamii had been caught by them. At this moment, the knight seemed to hear his thoughts. His finger-like blade gently sliced. Hong Yuxiang's threads immediately broke. At this moment, everyone's vision seemed to stop. They only felt a gust of wind brush past their cheeks. The knight's final words to Callie were, help me take care of Miss Nanamii. Tiger Beetle State Mirage. Callie turned into a beam of light, disappearing before the Propolis team could react. This instant disappearing ability also surprised the Propolis team. Now they could only clean up here and report to Nest. At this time, Nest was also in big trouble, because everyone had seen the white witch moth. Photos and videos were spreading rapidly. They couldn't stop it at all. Was the insect people affair going to be made public? Maddoxian shouted orders. Start implementing Plan D. Just as citizens were waiting to see that giant moth again. Look over there. A holographic projection of a moth appeared in the night sky. Who could have thought that man's ability to fuse with monsters would be the next stage of in biological research, evolution? Meanwhile, a new crisis brought by the pet shop was also brewing in the undercurrent. Just now, the moth appearing in the darkness first excited people, but the oppressive feeling as it flew closer made citizens panic. Just as everyone was at a loss, some people saw the giant moth waving to the crowd on their phone screens. The closer it got, the clearer they could see. It turned out to be a swarm of drones connected together. This was Nest Plan D. This was one of 26 plans formulated by Nest to prevent large-scale terrorist attacks after the pet shop attacked their headquarters last time. All drones sprayed banners, turning anxiety into a large-scale poverty relief event. What happened can't be changed. The solution lies in changing people's perceptions. When everyone is talking about the drone performance, no one will think of monsters anymore. Professor Ma let out a deep breath. The situation was finally under control. But under the colorful ribbons, there was a puzzled gaze. Meishi was very sure. What she just saw was Lin Xiao. To her, this boy has already been labeled as a monster and pushed away. Seeing him again, she wondered more if she should apologize for this. On a helicopter in the clear sky for thousands of miles, the breeder also saw the news about the white witch moth. He just smiled faintly at this. The pioneer had long been out of his control. This also saved him the trouble of eliminating them himself. It's just a pity about the white witch moth. At this time, Xinjiang said, "Why bring them to such a faraway place?" The breeder looked at the endless sea and said, "Those masked guys found some interesting things. We came here to get it." Destination: Central Europe, Baltic Sea. Xinjiang was even more confused. Is that thing at the bottom of the sea? Sure enough, before she could finish asking, the breeder jumped down and disappeared into the vast sea. Water spider state, reverse fish tank. The next moment, the breeder's excitement was evident. This is where everything began. 10,000 meters deep in the sea. The source of azure amber. The scene changed. Baichun brought Lin Xiao to the Wanderer's meeting place this time. It was an abandoned church. Callie used a syringe to extract the GPS positioning chip from Lin Xiao's body. But when extracted, the chip was already damaged. It was likely due to the giant jammer on the white witch moth. Lin Xiao apologized for this. It was because of this that the Propolis team came after them. Also, because of the chip, the Wanderers had to move their base. While others were sleeping soundly in another room, Callie said he had been studying the effects and impacts of jungle juice. Lin Xiao's new power was the first time he had seen it. Lin Xiao said he didn't know how to trigger it. He only vaguely remembered talking to two monsters in a dream. When he woke up, his wings had recovered. Callie pondered for a moment. Is it communicating with the inner composite? Perhaps this is the next stage of evolution we've been looking for. Anyway, this new power saved everyone and also saved Callie. If Junebug had spread, as an indirect participant, Callie would have lived in guilt for the rest of his life. In that case, even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to see his daughter again. For this, Callie bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. Thank you very much. The sudden situation made Lin Xiao at a loss. But someone standing outside the door felt utterly disappointed. Because for Lin Xiao at this time, he had completely overcome blackout. What's left is that he will prove his innocence and return to Nest. However, this is also the most difficult part of the whole process. The only hope is to change public opinion from within. But can that girl really do it? Today's situation is enough to convince others that Lin Xiao is innocent. Why? Qianhua shouted. You've already seen Lin Xiao? Keep your voice down. Liz Hunting asked. Has he already overcome the berserk? Qi Huixing urgently said. Why didn't you bring him back? It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. If he comes back now, he can only continue to sit in jail and operate a sewing machine. So we need to find the real murderer. Shijin clenched her fists. I must do this. She needs everyone here to help prove Lin Xiao's innocence. Qianhua said deeply. Isn't it too late to find the real culprit now? The evidence of the murder is already in our hands. Everyone smiled slightly. While you were fighting outside, don't think we were sitting here doing nothing. We've already found the real murderer. Ness will tell you how bizarre the interrogation methods for insect peoples are. Headbutting and blowing bubbles. It's like cutting a butt with a small knife, eye-opening. The next day, a proud sun shone on the church. But it couldn't dispel the gloom in the Wanderers' hearts. Callie said grimly. One of our members was taken away by Nest. Jiang Yicheng only realized now that Lehanqing was missing from those present. Nainami learned through the lens connected to the night. They've already gone to prison to operate sewing machines. At the same time, Nest didn't provide them with food. Jiang Yicheng was very anxious, blaming Nainami for not telling him last night. Callie is a bit speechless about this big boy. Calm down. You were so seriously injured last night. In that state, are you confident you could rescue someone from the Propolis team's hands? Now the Wanderer's first priority is to rest and recover. Lin Xiao suggested that he could go rescue them. Because of his metamorphosis, he wasn't badly injured. The next second his cheeks were pinched hard by Baichun. Don't you know you're still wanted by Nest? You'll be discovered as soon as you get close. After rescuing Lin Xiao from prison last time, Nest strengthened their defenses against tunneling. If you go to prison to operate sewing machines again, you'll never get out. Lin Xiao knew this was dangerous, but he had reasons he couldn't ignore. It was Lehanqing's help that allowed him to barely control his blackout. Moreover, thanks to him, he avoided imprisonment. So now that it was his turn to suffer, how could he back down? Furthermore, because he came from Nest, no one knew the shortcuts inside better than him. Callie thought this was extremely dangerous. But this young man had created miracles time and again. It made him believe that perhaps only Lin Xiao could do it. A smile curved Callie's lips. This was an acknowledgement of the former rookie transforming into a capable fighter. Then Callie stated that he would also try to communicate with Nest and make plans. During this time, the Wanderer's job was to adjust their own conditions. Because Nest wouldn't easily kill Lihanqing to get information, Hazang asked sternly, "Answer my question. Why did you attack the city?" Lihanqing emphasized, "That was done by the pet shop. Our organization is not the pet shop." Nest has raised doubts about this statement. Was it a third-party insect people organization? Hazang grabbed Lihanqing's head. Then the next question, where are Lin Xiao and your members? Before he could speak, Hazang slammed his head against Lihanqing's. Black carapaces slowly spread across Hazang's face. Lihanqing also revealed a hateful expression, staring at him intently. "I see hostility towards Nest in your eyes." At this moment, someone entered. It was the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Year 3, Lihanqing, the stag beetle bug composite. She injected a drug into Lihanqing's body. Lihanqing gritted his teeth. "Let me tell you, truth serum doesn't work on me." But then he heard Lihanqing slowly say, "This is an antidote that can save your life." The next second, a crystal-clear sphere appeared in front of Lihanqing. A voice came from behind. "From now on, I'll take over the interrogation." What appeared was Isong, ranked 3rd in the Propolis team, a froghopper composite, also known as the bubble bug, bubble insect, or spittle bug. Its secreted foam is called snake saliva by people. Skin contact will cause shedding like a snake. And this toxic bubble is suitable for assassination and interrogation. A terrifying scream echoed from the interrogation room. Shijin and her group arrived at the crime scene that night. Qiandawawa asked everyone, "Don't you think it's strange? This is the girls' dormitory. That swanworm looks like a male student no matter how you look at it. Why did he die here?" Nest manages the girls' dormitory very strictly. This is also why they usually gather at Lin Xiao's dormitory. Although Shijin also thought this was correct, it still couldn't be used as evidence of Lin Xiao's innocence. Lihanqing said, "So-called absorption is the act of eating another insect people." According to the testimony of the cricket management Andy, when you arrived at the dormitory, the worm boy's body showed no signs of being eaten. Therefore, Nest's claim about Lin Xiao's motive for murder is completely unfounded. So the killer who killed the worm boy is someone else. He just used the smell of blood to lure Lin Xiao here. A mysterious person listening to the conversation in the incident room accidentally made a sound. He was immediately discovered by Qiandawawa, the Emperor's scorpion composite. But when she rushed out of the room, the person had already left. Although they still hadn't found concrete evidence, Qi Huixing could still feel that the day Lin Xiao returned to Nest wasn't far off. At this time, Lin Xiao didn't expect he would return to Nest in this way. Accompanying him were also Baichun and another person. Callie had prepared a backpack for them that could avoid surveillance. Suddenly, a figure silently approached the three of them. It was actually Nest's principal. A chilling light reflected on Lin Xiao's face. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Lin Xiao, who had entered the 3rd insect people form, was instantly defeated by Nest's principal. What will his fate be now? Just now, the worst-case scenario for infiltrating Nest happened. The one appearing in front of Lin Xiao and the other two was Nest's principal. Baichun was shocked. Although she came from Nest, she had never seen the principal before. The principal spoke slowly. "After killing someone and escaping prison, the school is looking for you." Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a bit disappointed. Did even the principal believe he had killed someone? The principal didn't answer this question. He just wanted to know why Lin Xiao had come. Baichun knew that the closer the opponent got, the more dangerous it was. Earthworm state, Earth Dragon mark. But instantly, the principal saw through this move's weakness. It needed to be in contact with the ground when activated. Fear filled Baichun's mind. The opponent flipped the entire ground with one sword strike. Obviously, the principal had already seen them as intruders. Sword energy, vertical slash. The ground where Baichun had just been was cut in two with one strike. In the Nest interrogation room, Isong encountered such a difficult person for the first time. You know, what interrogators fear most is a prisoner who isn't afraid of death. During the interrogation, Lihanqing kept trying to use his abilities, but he was told that his powers had been sealed. These handcuffs were made from special materials developed by the laboratory. All insect peoples would turn back into ordinary people upon contact. In other words, it was specifically designed to stop you group of trained creatures. You can't escape. Lihanqing scoffed at this. Preventing the trained creatures is simply a joke. Didn't that mantis wear them too? Remember that B composite student? Because of your arrogance, he was eaten by the mantis man. As painful as I am, I don't want to open my mouth to say how regretful I am. That guy was my younger brother, Lihanqing. After saying this, Isong revealed a perverted expression. Because she was the coroner for Lihaniying. She used this point to provoke Lihanqing, wanting to extract more useful information. As she wished, she succeeded. It also proved that Nest's special handcuffs weren't very effective. Propolis burst out from Lihanqing's body. Isong reacted quickly, immediately retreating. She was very shocked. Do these handcuffs not work on rampaging trained bodies? But time didn't allow her to think much. Mimicry, or you means decoratus. The dead deserve respect. Dare to joke about my brother? Then go apologize to him. Outside Nest, birds scattered in fear of the killing intent. Lin Xiao spoke urgently. Principal, we're not enemies. But the sharp sword energy didn't stop. Both women felt the principal was too strong. They might die here if they weren't careful. Should they retreat and make plans? Lin Xiao denied this. He, who had already entered mimicry form, stated, they didn't come to cause trouble. Since they were here, he would handle it. He just needed to make the principal feel this. Lin Xiao blocked a sword strike head-on without dodging. But the force was so strong that he couldn't hold on for long, and his defense broke instantly. Layers of centipede shells split apart. It also showed that the principal's sword strike was as deadly as the white witch moth. Since communication was impossible, he'd defeat him first and talk later. I'm sorry, Principal. Fusion, Peruvian giant centipede. Seeing Lin Xiao's new form, the principal's eyes widened. Lin Xiao's target was the principal's sword. As the dust settled, it was Lin Xiao who was defeated, losing his fusion state. I'll ask you once more. A criminal who killed someone and escaped prison. Why have you returned? Lin Xiao, his throat gripped, struggled to speak. I came to save my friends. The principal didn't expect such an answer. The person before him could have lived comfortably. Yet he was willing to take risks for this reason. Moreover, he could switch freely between rampage and lucid states, and forced him to give up his weapon. At this moment, the principal made a decision. He looked forward to Lin Xiao's performance and slowly turned to leave. I'm old. What did I come here for just now? The three were left stunned. Even in your old age, your fighting power is still so strong. I meant Alzheimer's disease. And why aren't you in class? What are you doing here? The school's back door is open. Hurry in. First a fierce fight, then clear guidance. The principal's actions left the three a bit confused. Lin Xiao and the others put on jammers removed from the masks and Nest school caps. They made simple disguises, although danger lay ahead. To save their friends, they had to go. Let's go, we've arrived, Nest. She injected a vial of poison into the suspect, shocking the external department teacher. Because in the self-proclaimed righteous insect people school, this had exceeded the bounds of humanity. What exactly is Nest hiding behind the scenes? That night, on a commercial street within Nest, an older man passing by was forced to witness a public display of affection. This man was named Menkishin, a pharaoh and composite, an ordinary researcher at Nest. So the first thing Lin Xiao and others had to do was control this person. Gossamer winged butterfly state, aromatic healing. The good news for now is that everything is normal. The bad news is that Nanamei seems a bit off. Now, answer my questions truthfully. Where are the insect peoples recently captured by the Propolis team being held? Menkishin stated that he was just an ordinary employee and didn't know the specifics. He just heard that Hazang had dragged someone into the basement of the research institute. Saving a life is as urgent as putting out a fire. But Lin Xiao knew that saving someone wouldn't be easy. Research institutes all have strict surveillance. Attempting to enter without the professor's permission would certainly lead to capture. At this time, it's even more important to stay calm. Just then, Lin Xiao noticed that Baichan was biting her red lips. It seemed that something had happened between her and Hazang. Regardless, they now knew Lihanqing's approximate location. Baichan said she and Lin Xiao would go find a way to get into the school. During this time, Nanamei would go to the school to brainwash more ants. In case of exposure, she could also escape in the chaos. Now they need to hurry and save people. Because the mask interference device-made bracelet has limited built-in power. When the power runs out, the all-seeing eye will identify students not belonging to Nest. Their risk of being captured will greatly increase. They now have about 12 hours to save people. In the underground interrogation room, Lihanqing's blackout control shocked Letheodon. She felt more security was needed for control him. Isong denied this request. Please don't disturb my interesting experiment. Meanwhile, the antidote previously injected into Lihanqing only had a relieving effect. As time passes, his body will only become more painful. Isong calmly filmed this interesting DNA sequence. Though just a bee, he could use the abilities of a Vespa affinis, proving that the person before him had already undergone absorption. Nest only has one way to deal with such insect peoples: lock them up and put them on sewing machines until they age and die. Lehanching's propolis was like a large suction cup trying to suck Isong into the bee pot. The next second, Isong's figure mysteriously appeared behind him. This is another ability of the frog hop hallucination. At this moment, countless yisangs appeared before Lehanching's eyes. At the same time, his blackout state was instantly lifted under the effects of a drug. Because when taking over the interrogation, Isong had injected her self-made poison into Lehanching's body. For a researcher, nothing is more attractive than continuously obtaining experimental subjects. This is one of the reasons she stays at Nest. This scene left Lafayette a bit perplexed. What exactly is Nest doing? Obviously, as an external department teacher, she did not know about these inhumane operations. Isong injected the drug into Lehanching again. This was also the authority given to her by the professor to freely choose experimental subjects. Meanwhile, Suchan and her group were also tirelessly searching for clues. Now, they've only found suspicious points, but can't prove Lin Xiao's innocence. She will never forget what Bai Chun said to her. "Are you stupid? If you take him back now, he'll just continue to be imprisoned and work on sewing machines. Think carefully. Is your action really beneficial for Lin Xiao?" Whenever she thinks of this, she always asks herself what more she can do for Lin Xiao. Just then, she seemed to have a flash of inspiration. "There's one place we haven't searched." Suchan looked up, staring intently at the Research Institute building. As if at this moment, Lin Xiao and Suchan's fate trajectories intersected again. Outside the research building, security was still tight. How exactly can they infiltrate the building? Previously, Bai Chun had tried digging a tunnel, but the building's foundation was firmly blocked by huge rocks. Perhaps the only entrance now is the main door. Lin Xiao denied this suggestion. That's where everything began. It's also where he transferred to enter Nest, and where he first walked together with the person in his heart. The next second, Lin Xiao scooped up Bai Chun. The two slowly rose, hidden in the pitch-black night sky. Under Bai Chun's terrified gaze, Lin Xiao instantly accelerated to the top of the Research Institute. "Let's enter from here." After just infiltrating the 22nd floor of the research facility, Lin Xiao and Bai Chun were hiding inside a fire extinguisher cabinet. They had thought the other group could distract Professor Ma. Unexpectedly, the Research Institute was the residence of all Propolis team members. The Nest Research Building is a modern structure. It's also the heart of Nest. It has the most advanced electronic equipment and functions, such as professors' offices, meeting rooms, and control rooms. It's also the most heavily guarded place in Nest, with 24/7 monitoring systems and automated patrol systems, seemingly turning this place into an airtight steel box. However, the patrol system was useless against Lin Xiao, a dragonfly composite. The dragonfly's compound eyes allowed him to accurately calculate the position and distance between himself and observed objects, while the monitoring system was blocked by the mask's interference. Having learned at NESD, Lin Xiao naturally knew there were no guards on the roof. The excessive smooth progress gave Bai Chun an uneasy feeling. After opening the security door with Menkishin's key, the familiar staircase appeared before the two. Now, they need to go from the 22nd floor to the basement. The roof stairs are not connected to the fire escape. Lin Xiao remembered they could go down after turning the corner ahead. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. "Student Lin Xiao." This voice was so familiar. It was Professor Madaoxian. Had they been discovered? Of all people to encounter, it had to be the most stubborn Professor Ma. What should they do now? Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, Professor Ma began speaking into his walkie-talkie. "I guarantee Lin Xiao's tragedy won't happen again." He left the interrogation room and handed Lehanching over to Isong. The purpose is to eliminate Lehanching after the interrogation, implying that Lehanching was still alive. This relieved Bai Chun and Lin Xiao considerably. Professor Ma continued. "He knows the importance of this case. Orders have been given. Not a word will be leaked. Xinjian and Lin Xiao, and that incident. Nest has been through too much. If the students learn about the existence of a third insect people organization, they'll only become more anxious. Clearly, that incident doesn't refer to the pet shop attack. The attack is known to all students. but equating Xinjiang with Lin Xiu. What could that incident be referring to? Professor Ma's expression gradually darkened. Sacrifices must be made to maintain Nest's order. Hearing this, Baichun unconsciously gritted her teeth. The slight grinding sound also alerted Professor Ma. Pretending to be unconcerned, he hung up the phone. Suddenly, he flashed to where Lin Xiu had been hiding. But all he saw was an empty corridor. Professor Ma was very puzzled. Had he misheard? At this moment, Lin Xiu and Baichun were hiding in the fire hose cabinet, not daring to breathe. Professor Ma's hand slowly reached for the cabinet cover. Were they about to be discovered so quickly? Just then, alarms blared in the corridor. Professor Ma urgently asked what had happened. The news he received instantly shocked him. Someone had broken through the wall at the building's entrance. The intruders were Qiandawawa and Qi Wixing. Qiandawawa was constantly shouting, "Help me hold up the path ahead." Qi Wixing, holding a beer, asked, "Why is your door so sturdy?" Then the two started fighting each other. Qi Wixing felt like cursing. "Hey, do we have to use so much force when acting?" The two guards were completely baffled, desperately calling for backup. Soon, Qi Wixing was already bruised and swollen. Qiandawawa smiled faintly. "This is all we can do to help. The rest is up to you, Pioxizan." At this moment, she stood in front of the entrance to the basement. A voice asking for identity confirmation came from the elevator's security door. Shizhen's mind was filled with a single thought. The evidence must be here. With the confirmation prompt from the Propolis badge, the path that could prove Lin Xiu's innocence seemed to be right before her eyes. The Propolis team's base also received an intruder alert. Just as they were about to move out, they discovered Hazing wasn't there. While Yujian stated that the attentive man might already be there, Lin Xiu and Baichun were also feeling mixed emotions. They were glad they weren't caught thanks to the alarm, but worried that this commotion would attract more attention. They could only play it by ear now, because they were running out of time. After the interrogation, Le Hanqing would be executed. However, in the tightly controlled research building, the reason for fewer security guards was that all Propolis team members lived in the building. The truth about Lin Xiu's murder case is revealed. The culprit turns out to be a mysterious person called Shadow. And Hazing's self-description to Lin Xiu is filled with helplessness. What is hidden behind him? Just now, Lin Xiu and Baichun were heading downwards. The number of security guards gradually increased, severely slowing their progress. They not only had to deal with guards, but also avoid surveillance. If they triggered an alarm, everything would be over. Baichun felt this was too slow. If they could break through the floor, they could go straight down. The frivolous joke also lightened the atmosphere a bit. Little did they know, a drone had captured their every move. Lin Xiu wasn't amused by Baichun's joke. He didn't know how Baichun felt about Nest. But this place had accepted him when he was at his loneliest. So he would never do anything to harm Nest. Hearing this, Baichun was stunned. Indeed, Lin Xiu was still Lin Xiu. Suddenly, the deathly silent corridor emitted a metallic screech, followed by the rumbling sound of barrier doors dropping. Lin Xiu was startled. Have they been discovered? The next second, a figure slowly appeared behind Baichun's back. Then came a thunderous impact sound from the barrier door. "Char, what happened over there?" But the reply came from a man's voice. He remembered this voice. It was Hazing. Because of the alarm triggered earlier by Shizhen and the others, Hazing was carefully checking each floor. "I thought you two would never come back. Answer me. Why are you here? What do you want to do to Nest?" But Baichun's answer was a bit intriguing. "Don't ask about things you already know, Four Eyes." Baichun used her body's mucus to break free from Hazing's restraint, then immediately delivered a whipping kick to his face. "We're here just to save a friend." An intense battle was taking place on the other side of the wall. Lin Xiu was now extremely anxious. Baichun's opponent was Hazing, ranked second in Nest's strongest Propolis team. She absolutely couldn't win on her own. Hazing, stroking the sturdy barrier door, stated, "Nest's walls must be like this, not allowing even a single crack. Only this way can we isolate ourselves from society. When many insect people suddenly gain supernatural powers, it triggers the desires in their hearts and brings chaos to the world. This is the reason for Nest's existence and the Propolis team's existence." Remember the pet shop's attack on Nest during the Propolis team's mission? If you want to replay that scenario, as long as I'm alive, it will never happen again. I hope you don't become those kinds of people. Otherwise, I will personally punish you. These words undoubtedly treated Lin Xiu as a member of the pet shop. He furiously pounded on the door. You think you're qualified to punish us? Don't be ridiculous. I would never harm Nest. Hazang, have you forgotten? Nest translates to nest, which is a home for insect peoples. Hazang explained that he gave Lin Xiao the propolis badge out of recognition for him. It's just that Lin Xiao is too weak now. These words seem to hint at something. At that moment, Bai Chun spun around and swung a kicking leg towards his face. In her view, Hazang's heartfelt monologue was extremely nauseating. Even the strongest walls can be broken from within. But her attack seemed like a child hitting an adult to Hazang. The intense fight also caught the attention of the security guards. Bai Chun told Lin Xiao not to worry about her and to quickly go save Lihanqing, because she had some things to say to Hazang. The trust between companions needed no words. Chunner, I'll be right back after saving Lihanqing. Lin Xiao arrived at the fire escape and could hear the guards' conversation through the door. Clearly, Nest Security Department's fire ant team was coming up the stairs. Meanwhile, the safety department's beetle team was also heading there by elevator. Hazang's earlier words echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Suddenly gaining power, wild nature awakening desires. We exist to prevent these things. Is that really all there is to it? In the darkness, a pair of carapace-covered hands tore open the elevator doors. He broke her promise. Even if it was just opening a hole, it still counted as damaging Nest. Disappointment isn't frightening. What's frightening is harboring false hope and incomplete despair. Blackout control, mimicry, Peruvian giant centipede. Lin Xiao punched the top of the ascending elevator. The elevator car rapidly fell along the steel cables. The screeching friction was deafening, causing the entire research building to shake. In the basement, Yisong wondered if this tremor meant someone had entered the building. At this point, Lihanqing was already unconscious. Just then, a person called Shadow entered the interrogation room. Yisong asked what he was holding. This is a seed, also a neurotoxin that killed the worm man. We can't leave anything behind here. The poison slowly dripped from the syringe. The next second, a knuckle duster flew in from outside the door, directly knocking the syringe out of Yisong's hand. The newcomer slowly revealed herself. It was Pioxizan. She spoke in a gloomy tone. What are you doing? Shadow's identity exposed. Everyone thought he was Shizhen's teacher, Qijun. However, Shizhen noticed something amiss. Just now, Shizhen saw Yisong about to kill Lihanqing. She spoke in a gloomy tone. What are you doing? Unexpectedly, Yisong didn't seem to care that her actions were exposed. She just calmly replied, This isn't a place a second-year student should enter. Shizhen didn't know Lihanqing, but his appearance was undoubtedly that of someone being tortured. Where there is light, there must be shadows. Shizhen believed such behavior was not allowed in Nest. Just then, Shadow's figure slowly appeared. Let me answer what she's doing. The appearing figure was very familiar to Shizhen. The sound of the falling knuckle duster was like a shock to her mind, because the person who appeared was their second-year homeroom teacher, and also Shizhen's master, Professor Qijun. Didn't the doctors say Professor Qi had become a vegetable? To his disciple's question, Qijun expressed apologies. He had reasons he couldn't disclose, and everything happening here was his intention. He couldn't allow third-party insect peoples to harm Nest. Xinjian's incident was a lifelong regret for him. This discovery had already fried Shizhen's CPU. Professor Qi slowly approached Shizhen and continued speaking. I believe you will understand my choice. But in his hand, he was hiding a vial of neurotoxin. Shizhen, trembling all over, repeated Qijuan's words, Protect Nest. As he approached, Qijuan's eyes suddenly turned fierce. The neurotoxin in his hand shot toward Shizhen's neck like lightning. The next second, Shizhen locked Qijun to the ground with a backhold. You know nothing about Professor Qi. He would absolutely never say that. 2 years ago, Shizhen, like others, couldn't accept becoming an insect people. And worse, a cockroach despised by everyone. In regular school, she was labeled a monster and discriminated against by everyone. Her brother's silent support made her think she could endure it all, until tears carried endless sorrow, falling helplessly like autumn leaves. Why do people have 2 legs? Because moving forward requires mutual support. She was helpless. She was afraid. Qijun asked her if she had ever thought about why this place was called Nest. Nest is a nest, a place to protect fledglings. You are all just fledglings. Qijun extended his kind hand. We will never abandon any insect people. This is the meaning of Nest's existence. So Nest is protecting insect peoples, not insect peoples protecting Nest. The fake Qijun laughed. amused that he had transformed into the wrong person. At that moment, the hand Suchan was holding began to twist and change. The cuckoo wasp, also known as the emerald wasp, their larvae grow parasitically in other insects' nests by fabricating pheromones to make other insects think they are the same species, thus infiltrating different insect nests. She was the insect world spy, beneficial insect system teacher, Libidin. Suchan was not unfamiliar with this teacher, but she didn't understand why the teacher was here. Haven't you realized yet? After searching for so long for clues and evidence, Libidin didn't continue, just showing off her ability. She could transform into anyone she had seen, whether it was transforming into Xinjiang and releasing the Mantis Man, or the pet shop attack that severely damaged Nest. It was all her handiwork. Of course, there's more. The person the Worm Man saw wasn't Lefiadin, but Libidin. She used her self-developed poison, the seed, to remotely control the poison's effect and kill the Worm Man, a vicious heart hidden beneath a beautiful exterior. Libidin asked Suchan if she was satisfied with her work. This sparked Suchan's hatred towards her. At that moment, Libidin transformed into her brother's appearance. Would you really hit me? Memories of daily life with her brother flooded Suchan's mind. Libidin, looking at herself in the mirror, narcissistically admired her transformation. For her, becoming others was extremely simple. Similarly, killing Suchan and then hiding the evidence by replacing her entirely was also simple. Suchan's hand trembled even more. One was her revered teacher. The other was her loving brother. How dare you joke with him? But this punch was ineffective. Clearly, Suchan hesitated when facing her brother's appearance. Kill her, Isong. The next second, bubbles containing seeds surrounded Suchan in the center. Isong had long admired this seventh member of the Propolis team. Others said Suchan had 1,000 lives. In Libidin's seeds, one vial could kill 1,000 insect peoples. She was curious, 1,000 versus 1,000, which would be stronger. This was an interesting research project. At that moment, a fist struck Isong's face hard. A green light instantly knocked both of them back. Suchan midair was caught in a big hand. Lin Xiu used the momentum to fling away all the bubbles. Isong, with a swollen face, sneered. The newcomer had rushed straight into the poison bubbles. That brief contact had already corroded Lin Xiu's sleeve. The woman was only hit in the face with protein, yet she released all the imprisoned criminals. Because the woman was a subordinate of the breeder. The goal was to destroy the insect people school. Just now, seeing the suddenly appearing person, Suchan's eyes blurred. Lin Xiu, is it really you? At this moment, Lin Xiu had 1,000 words to say, but all that came out was I'm sorry. But now was clearly not the time for reminiscing. Isong, hearing their dialogue, realized the newcomer was the wanted Lin Xiu. She asked Libidin how they should deal with this. Libidin, with a bright smile on her face, showed no mercy in her actions. Lin Xiu, you came here to save him, right? Lin Xiu didn't understand how a Nest teacher could threaten a hostage. Surprised, aren't you, Lin Xiu? I killed the Worm Man and framed you for it, because I'm a subordinate of the breeder. In Shuimu Villa, Xinjiang stared at the wanderer on the screen and asked the breeder, why are you so interested in this small group? It's because Libidin sent back information. This group has overcome the effects of absorption. This is a great discovery. Do you know what this means? It's a shortcut, a green channel for mass-producing training bodies. We must get the method before Nest discovers it. Xinjiang smiled. So that's why you risked exposing Biden to investigate Lehanching. But aren't you being too hasty? She's just a spy. The breeder turned his head, his eyes determined. Don't worry, I have a backup plan for this. Interesting things are about to happen. The intense fight also woke Lehanching. He shouted, Lin Xiu, did you come to save me? The next second, a syringe was pressed against his neck. Please stay quiet. Your current role is a hostage. After his battle with Isong, he didn't even have the strength to walk. And for Lin Xiu, who joined the Wanderers later and repeatedly saved him from danger. Feelings of guilt washed over him like waves. Isong slowly spoke, as expected of someone chosen by Hazang. Though strong, you're still no match for me. Poisonous bubbles shot out one after another. As long as you're still organic beings, with skin and breath, you can't avoid my poison bubbles. You still can't save anyone you cherish. These words ignited Lin Xiu's anger. Blackout mimicry. These damn poison bubbles, I'll burst them all. Isong, spitting blood, couldn't believe it. What power is this? All bubbles shattered in one strike. And the residual poison from the bubbles shot towards Libidin, who was watching from the side. Seeing this, she decisively threw Lihanqing out to block the poison. Little did she know, this action played right into Lihanqing's hands. Propolis enveloped Lihanqing's entire body like a tide. Libidin hadn't anticipated this move at all. Although she wasn't corroded by the poison, she lost her most important bargaining chip. This was Lihanqing's desperate will, because he didn't want to be a burden to Lin Xiu anymore. The next second, Lin Xiu's voice sounded behind Libidin. Libidin, with poor combat skills, only managed to turn her head. But this strike was blocked by Yisong, who had rushed over. Lin Xiu, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Froghopper state, bubble sauna. In this state, the poison bubbles were larger and more concentrated. Libidin took this opportunity to try to escape with her long legs. The foam stuck to Lin Xiu like adhesive. He could only shout, Shijin, catch her. But rather than catching the person, Shijin was more concerned about Lin Xiu's safety. Combat insect fighting technique, flowers, birds, wind, and moon. The wind dispersed all the bubbles. Lin Xiu, go after Libidin, I'll handle this. If she disappears from sight, she'll transform into anyone again and continue controlling Nest. You need to catch her and end this battle. In Nest's underground prison, all guards were injured, because the training bodies in prison here had all escaped somehow. Amidst the crimson and screams was Libidin's leisurely pace. In the world of spies, every character might hide another identity. The freed mantis man rushed towards the main gate. He needed more food. Before he could rejoice for 2.5 seconds, Lin Xiu pinned him to the ground with one hand. How many more people do you want to die because of you? Now let's settle the score between us. Faced with extreme anger, Libidin could only laugh nervously and back away slowly. Suddenly, she seemed to find hope for survival. The one who appeared was prison number 2108, Mermeliomicans man. Long time no see, little dragonfly. Meanwhile, on top of the research building, Hazang's face darkened. Bai-chun, your appearance? What about my appearance? You think you're the only one who can transform? Blackout mimicry, pink dragon millipede. He was the strongest defender in the history of the Insect People School, but his words and actions were full of contradictions, eventually leading to a fist fight with his former friend. With Bai-chun's blackout imitation, she and Hazang's battle was evenly matched. They were once friends. Ideological differences eventually led them to part ways. An almond scent emanated from Hazang's corroded sleeve. This is hydrogen cyanide. The pink dragon millipede is an arthropod shaped like a red dragon. Its body always emits an almond scent. It secretes deadly venom through its red horns to ward off predators. Thus, it's also named the pink hydrocyanic millipede. The combination of its appearance and abilities makes it seem like a mythical creature. Hazang dared not use his body to withstand her attacks any longer and kicked his opponent away. What exactly did you do? How can a worm use the abilities of a poisonous insect? Bai-chun replied slowly. Are you surprised? After that, I was captured by the pet shop and forced to ingest. Just like our friend Wuna. Nest outdoor training ground 4 years ago. A battered Four Eyes fell to the ground, shouting, I give up. The winner of this free combat is Wooly Yuna. Bai-chun sighed. You're so weak. How will you graduate? Shut up. Just then, a warm hand reached out to him. Little Chung Chung, you rely too much on your composite body. Even the hardest things can be penetrated. The speaker was their friend, a first-year beneficial insect student. Millipede Composite, Wooly Yuna. She was an unprecedented top student at Nest, recruited by the Propolis team right after enrollment. She was also Bai-chun's best friend. The time spent with her at Nest was the happiest in Bai-chun's life. Unfortunately, such warmth always passed as quickly as a shooting star across the night sky. As someone rescued from the pet shop, the urge to absorb was constantly eroding her mind. At that time, Nest was researching special treatments, so she had to undergo treatment every day. But this treatment had huge side effects on her body. Nest told us not to worry. It was a normal reaction. We believed that time would make everything better. However, Liuna was completely overtaken by desire. Nest could no longer accommodate her, so they eliminated her on the spot. After this, Bai-chun left Nest. Then the incident of being captured by the pet shop happened. Hazang said calmly, if you don't want to follow in Liuna's footsteps, you'd better calm down and cooperate. These words also stirred up Bai-chun's heartache. Cooperating with Nest can only end in tragedy. The fierce attack made Hazang feel pressured. At the same time, he noticed that the horns on Baichuan's head were getting redder. Could this be related to her combat power? Zhang, already backed into a corner, felt his heart skip a beat. You've already seen Lin Xiu, who hasn't lost his sanity. Why do you still see us as monsters? Zhang shouted loudly. This isn't just my opinion. It's what the entire nest thinks. At this moment, Nest's Red Fire Ant team arrived at the scene. The captain in charge spoke seriously. I'm now handing over the command to you, Zhang of the Propolis team. The voice also made Baichun stop her hand. Looks like the timid Four Eyes has already risen to power. This is because, since Liuna's death, he has also thought a lot. To prevent similar tragedies from happening again, he must make Nest stronger. So he called Liuna's beliefs, honing himself every day, just to become an unwavering pillar, holding up a part of Nest's sky. This is Zhang's will. Obviously, between his old friend and loyalty to Nest, he chose the latter. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Some members of the Red Fire Ant team suddenly started swinging their clubs at their own people. And these team members' eyes were glowing with an eerie light. They've been brainwashed. No matter how fierce Red Fire Ants are, they're still ants. This is naturally the work of gossamer-winged butterfly Nanamii. Zhang was absolutely certain. Baichun, besides Lin Xiu, has other helpers. Red Fire Ants can exert force dozens of times their body weight. He couldn't move at this point. Nest must become stronger? This is not what we wanted. This is just your own idea. Don't impose your thoughts on others. Liuna just wanted to treat this place as a home. A place where you can cry and laugh. Just a place to pass time. Baichun sent Zhang flying with a tail swipe, smashing through his so-called impenetrable barrier wall. You see now, even the strongest alloy can be pierced one day. The scene shifts. The Mermelian Mickens man let out a rampant laugh. He greatly enjoyed this long-lost freedom. He had been waiting for the day to encounter the stronger Lin Xiu again. Here, with no one to disturb them, he could fight to his heart's content, only because he was unwilling. On Black Rock Island, he was defeated because he was besieged and beaten. He was confident that in a one-on-one fight, he would not lose to Lin Xiu. Mermelian Mickens state. Return to larva. Ant's ghost. The Mermelian Mickens man believed Lin Xiu's advantage was in speed. But in this confined space, his speed couldn't be fully utilized. At this moment, the young man before him seemed to become a different person. Layers of carapace began to cover his entire body. He laughed out loud. This kid who always claimed he didn't want to become a monster now looks more like a monster than myself. The next second his figure flashed. Blood gushed from the Mermelian Mickens man. I don't have time to chat with you. Lin Xiu's shout echoed in a narrow passage, Libidin. As she turned her head, a terrifying figure had already appeared before her eyes. Once, Qijun commented, the cockroach composite should try death. And this time, Shijin and Yisong's battle was truly a brush with death. How did she break through? After a long battle with Yisong, there wasn't a single intact patch of skin on Shijin's body. Yisong also knew she couldn't drag this out any longer, because the pet shop's next phase of the plan would begin at 5 o'clock. The next phase of the plan? What exactly are you planning to do? Yisong was unclear about this as well. The breeder gave orders directly to Libidin. But one thing was certain, there would be a massacre. At the same time, they would once again frame Lin Xiu, making him the culprit of this incident. You can't do that. Practical insect combat technique, flower sea waterfall. I will do everything in my power to stop you. On Shijin's first day in the Propolis team, Zhang's task for her was to memorize the names and composite bodies of all members. This was to facilitate future joint missions, and also to consider all members as potential opponents. This was beneficial for everyone's combat coordination. So Shijin knew very well. Foam wasn't the only attack method of the froghopper. She also had powerful legs that could jump up to 10 times her own height. Therefore, while fighting, she must always be aware of any hidden weapons her opponent might have. This shocked Yisong. You know my fighting style? Shijin's affirmation made her eyes widen. I know all of your composite body abilities, because Senior Zhang often talked about you. Third-ranked Yisong is a weirdo. She always hides in the lab, living in her own world. So, everyone dislikes her. Shijin thought. This was the senior's way of warning her to be careful of this person. But the truth was quite the opposite. Zhang meant that she wasn't a bad person. Please don't dislike her like the others do. The senior trusts you so much. Does your current behavior live up to him? So what? From Yisong's perspective, She didn't need anyone's sympathy or pity. Only when you trust can you be betrayed. Froghopper State Bubble Sauna. The foam corroded everything in the room. Mentioning trust seemed to have triggered some painful memory for Isong. The bubbles surged towards Shijin like a tide. Hazang never told you, did he? Only a few insect people can push their composite body abilities to the extreme. Froghopper Advanced State, Bubble Troll, Exploding Bath Salt. The next stage of the Froghopper ability is free control after creating bubbles. The bubbles instantly solidified, transforming into large hands that tightly grabbed Shijin. Then a tube of seeds was inserted into her neck. The experiment is over. Soon the seeds will destroy your cells. Crimson will flow from every pore of your body. At this moment, Shijin's swollen blood vessels spread from her neck to her entire body. In her mind were every page of Professor Chi's notebook she had flipped through. I am the unkillable cockroach. In an indestructible cockroach composite. Streaks of pink energy radiated outward with Shijin as the center. Cockroaches are the most adaptable insects. As the living environment becomes harsher, they even evolve a certain immunity to pesticides. If the world were to be destroyed, they might be the only surviving species. Cockroach Advanced State Valkyrie. Isong, it's because of people like you that my friends, my companions have fear and anxiety. Practical insect combat technique. Hanging underwear under the flowers. The scene shifts. Libidin was praising Linxiu, a strong boss coming to the newbie village to bully monsters. Linxiu was a bit confused. Why isn't this weakling afraid at all? While he was in a daze, a transparent figure slowly appeared, enveloping her. This person was the pet shop's Kalir, the leaf beetle composite, Fayer Hansen. Linxiu never imagined that the pet shop people had already infiltrated Nest on a large scale and rescued Libidin with such bizarre methods. He had already lost track of Libidin. At the same time, a cry for help came from behind. It was the pet shop giant, the Hercules beetle composite, Kalaki. Obviously, he was now like a wolf placed among a flock of sheep. Just as he was about to reach for the staff, a green light snatched them from his grasp. The situation was now extremely dire. Even these large training bodies had been released. Outside the research building, Professor Ma's expression was blank. The bred training bodies poured out of the research building. In a car, the breeder estimated that the time had come. So now, Nest would become an enormous battlefield. Everyone who can fly knows. Dealing with those who can't fly is bullying the honest. No matter how strong you are, you're still helpless. A piercing alarm sounded from inside the research building. No matter how many times this sound is heard, it's always annoying. Special alert. Students, please stay indoors. Do not go out. Plumes of thick smoke drifted out of the building, as if a mist of death was spreading. Professor Ma spoke urgently. All guards from other areas gather at the research building. But the change happened too suddenly. Many people were still left outside. Bai Chun, who was inside the building, also discovered. Are these the training bodies kept in the underground prison? At this moment, Hazang had already broken through the wall. Obviously, he believed the threat from the training bodies far exceeded that from Bai Chun. Just as the training bodies were about to feed, Hazang descended from the sky and shattered them with one strike. He kept telling himself, tragedy would not happen again under his watch. This time his job was to not let a single person be sacrificed. In the underground prison, all the training bodies Nest had locked up over the years had escaped. It must be said, Nest guards were really all show and no substance. In the critical moment, a green light flashed by. Hunting rifle, dragon bullet. Linxiu turned back and asked, "Are you all right?" The guard replied with trembling terror. "Monster, behind you!" Linxiu quickly dodged. It was the giant beetle he had knocked down earlier. He could actually stand up, then I'll knock him down again. Hunting rifle, steel bullet. But this time the beetle man didn't fall. Instead, he returned a blow to Linxiu. This food that could fight back made him even more excited. With each contact, Linxiu felt his toughness. Obviously, this giant beetle was on the same level as the white witch moth. Its defense was even stronger. If he got held up here, Libidin would eventually escape from Nest. The sense of urgency made Linxiu attack with all his might. Outside the research building, the training bodies had spread geometrically. The sense of hunger made them extremely bloodthirsty. Suddenly, a sphere crashed into a training body. Pill Millipede State, bouncy ball. The one who appeared was the Propolis team's fifth, Pill millipede composite, Yujian. At the same time, threads flew towards the other training bodies. Small fungus gnat state, Aquarius meteor shower. The one who appeared was the Propolis team's fourth, small fungus gnat composite, Hangyuxiang. She ordered the guards to evacuate the students, and bluntly stated that they would only get in the way if they stayed. Yujian asked where the 6th and 8th of the Propolis team were. Hangyuxiang replied, "They went to clear the training bodies near the research building. Don't worry, although they're ranked lower. They're elites in their specialized fields." At the female team members' feet were melting training bodies, while at the male team members' feet, the training bodies were covered in mushrooms. Yujian and Hangyuxiang finally reached the research building. Hangyuxiang cursed. There are so many damn training bodies pouring out. Zhang was holding them off single-handedly, trying his best to prevent the training bodies from escaping. But the training bodies had long lost their rationality. In their eyes, even the Propolis team second was just a slightly harder piece of food. Zhang's eyes narrowed. "You monsters. Practical insect combat technique, Knight's Charge." The strength Zhang displayed made the guards feel like he was a pillar of stability. He alone blocked the exit. Is this the power of the second ranked in the Propolis team? At this moment, Libidin's voice sounded from the shadows. "As expected of you." The sound of shattering glass was heard. All the flying training bodies flapped their wings and rushed out through the broken windows. "These winged training bodies. How will you deal with them?" Zhang shouted. "You bitch." The escaped training bodies had already pounced on the crowd. The scene shifts. Linxio's eyes widened. The giant beetle's massive horn was cleanly cut off by a blade of light. The one who struck was Nest's principal. The principal slowly said, "All the flying training bodies have gone out. You go out to help the other students. Leave this to me. Remember, what you're doing now is saving Nest." Releasing the training bodies to create chaos was just the first step of the breeder's plan, and an even greater crisis was waiting for Nest. What exactly is the backup plan in the scheme? At this point, Nest was in complete chaos. Screams and cries filled the night sky. Is it our turn to act? The ones who appeared were the pet shop's special team, the Predators. Orchid Mantis Composite, Meiwa asked, "Can we kill them all?" The breeder denied this request, because this time the target wasn't Nest, but to once again stir up the fear of training bodies and ingestion among the little bugs in Nest, ultimately making them raise their weak fingers and unite to accuse Nest. The once bustling streets were no more. Everyone had hidden inside buildings. But could this really avoid the attacks of the training bodies? Obviously, that was a bit unrealistic. Suddenly, a thick smoke arose, and all the training bodies that inhaled it fainted. How did they all escape? The one who appeared was the tobacco hornworm composite, second-year teaching assistant, Suchan. He immediately started evacuating people. But before he could act for 2.5 seconds, more training bodies poured in from outside. Obviously, the current level of smoke wasn't enough to knock them all out. The teaching assistant took a deep breath. Even if my lungs are completely corroded, I must protect these civilians. A cold light struck the training body's head. "Please put away your cigarette. Assistant Zhu, you should quit smoking." The one who arrived was Chi Wixing. Kianawawa came along with him. Emperor Scorpion State. "All of you go die. 40% power, scissor suplex." Chi Wixing. "Is this all the training bodies have?" "It's a bit too few. I haven't exercised in a while." The teaching assistant shouted, "Why are you here? Students should be in the dormitory." Kiandawawa was about to explain that they had escaped from the interrogation room, when Chi Wixing covered her mouth. "Say less. No one will think you're mute." The teaching assistant was stunned. But now wasn't the time to worry about school rules. Protecting civilians was the top priority at the moment. The flying training bodies made Zhang feel deeply powerless. Just then, a familiar figure flew down rapidly. With just one kick, she intercepted the training body and rescued 2 children from its grasp. "Bai-chun, why are you helping us? Isn't that a stupid question? Now is not the time to debate right and wrong between us. We must let more people survive." These words stirred an indescribable emotion in Zhang. Not far away, Nest security guards were being dismembered and devoured by training bodies. At this moment, Bai-chun and Zhang were standing on the same side. As the breeder had predicted, Nest's defense was better than imagined. But releasing the training bodies was only the first step of the plan. Now begins the real fear. Kiandawawa and Chi Wixing, who had been pushed back, couldn't believe it. Why did the training bodies suddenly become stronger? It seemed like some kind of drug was injected into the training bodies, making them even more ferocious. It's the June bug compound. Baichun and Hazang's expressions became grave. This drug was all too familiar to Baichun as a wanderer. Longhorn mosquito, a dipteran insect of the Topulidae family. Appearance similar to a mosquito, without piercing sucking mouthparts, so it doesn't bite people or suck blood. But under the pet shop's cultivation, this rule had changed. The injection of the June bug compound caused them to mutate and grow enormous. These gigantic mutated training bodies weren't just one or two, but spread throughout Nest. At this moment, a voice came. We can't give up now. At the same time, Rhinoceros Beetle state, 5 guns. You two don't need to tip me. Jiang Yichang smiled. Because I'm the embodiment of justice. Burn hellfire. The intensity of the fire startled the teaching assistant. Quankaman said slowly, I'm talking to you, old man with glasses. If you can smoke in school, then I can too, right? The teaching assistant's veins popped. Who are you calling an old man? Your whole family are old men. Callie shouted loudly. Even if you harbor hostility towards us, we will still help all those suffering from the jungle juice. This is the tenet of the Wanderers. The addition of the Wanderers immediately stabilized the situation. In fact, they had been waiting outside for a chance to help Lin Xiu and the others. It was Nanamei who sent the fire ant guards to report. At the same time, their appearance brought joy to some and worry to others. Obviously, the Wanderers' repeated destruction of the pet shop as planned had already aroused the breeder's anger. It doesn't matter if you've come. The descent of the giant insects. My plan isn't over yet. The giant longhorn mosquito lunging at Callie was smashed away by a green light. As the smoke cleared, a reassuring voice was heard. I'm sorry, Baichun, I'm late. Shijin threw just one punch, shocking everyone present. Because the Nest professor she hit turned out to be a pet shop spy in disguise. The crisis was unpredictable. Han Yixiang also noticed the change in the training bodies. They collectively became more bloodthirsty. A sense of gloom enveloped her heart. Be careful. They're coming. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind the two. It was the Taurus ant composite, Knight who they had transported back to Nest. It turned out Nanamei had already rescued him from the underground prison. Unlike Lihanxing, Knight hadn't been subjected to severe torture. For Knight, who was about to join the battle, what he needed most now was a sword. Seeing Nest's situation rapidly deteriorating, Wai Yujian said, You say you need a sword? He casually broke off a horn from a training body. Then use this. Han Yixiang angrily scolded. How can you give weapons to invaders? In this situation, they're helping us. Does it matter if they're invaders or not? On the other side, Hazang flashed and swung his fist towards Callie's back. Callie turned coldly. Had he misjudged the Propolis team's coldness? It turned out he had taken out a training body that was about to sneak attack, seemingly indicating that the Propolis team's second wasn't so heartless after all. Hazang said calmly, I'm just putting civilian safety first. After this, you'll be the next to be dealt with. It had been 30 minutes since the prison was breached. Without the Wanderers joining in, civilians would be ingested, training bodies would escape. Everyone was contributing their share. This was a successful collaboration between Wanderers and Nest, like tigers descending from the mountain. Their respective strengths were perfectly integrated through mutual cooperation. Hunting rifle, dragon bullet. Inside Nest, the training bodies were all knocked down one by one. At this moment, the higher-ups were persuading Professor Mon not to risk himself. The next second, an unbelievable scene appeared before his eyes. Among the fallen training bodies, there wasn't a single injured civilian. You are, Lin Xiu? In the underground interrogation room, Shijin had finally defeated Isong after great difficulty. If it weren't for the cockroach's tenacious vitality, she would have been swallowed by the poisonous bubbles long ago. The advanced state. Valkyrie also brought intense pain to Shijin. But at this moment, for her, the most gratifying thing was that Lin Xiu's friend was still alive. Just as she was supporting Lihanxing to leave, unbeknownst to her, a 2-meter-long creature emerged from Isong's mouth. Like a horsehair worm, a nematomorph. The ravaged cell was already empty. At this moment, a voice called out to her. It was the tarantula composite, Li Jinhang. Have you found the evidence? Shijin said she had found the real culprit. But this guy urgently needs treatment now. There's no time. You hurry and go save Lin Xiu. Because he's being surrounded by the security team as an intruder. Baichun's eyes flashed coldly. After eliminating the training bodies, it's our turn now? You bunch of bastards. The fire ant captain was also confused. After all, these were people who had helped Nest. Just as Professor Ma was frowning, pondering how to communicate, a shout came from beside him. Catch them! The fat black man pointed at the wanderers and shouted. Libidin's report clearly states that they've all been ingested. Look at how they're any different from monsters. How do you know they won't attack civilians the next second? Not to mention Lin Xiao is the culprit. It's already been confirmed and filed. For the safety of civilians, arrest them immediately. Just as he was ranting indignantly, a small hand grabbed his clothes. They're not monsters, they saved me and my mom. Those who do good deeds will be rewarded. It was the little girl Baichan had just saved. Where were you when civilians were suffering? This soul-searching question from the little girl made the fat black man even more furious. You damn little brat. As his hand was about to fall, someone stopped him. Enough, Professor, they're just scared. In the fat black man's view, the Propolis team should unconditionally obey the professor's orders. So he immediately accused Hazang of harboring criminals. Suddenly a voice rang out. Lin Xiao is not a murderer. The fat black man became even angrier when he heard this. Who's talking nonsense? The next second, Shizhen landed a heavy punch on his face. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Listen to me. The one who really killed the worm man is the pet shop spy who can transform into professors or students. Or anyone else. It's this woman right here, Libidin.